All right, baby, right now y'all can hear me. I'm going to go straight into this. Hold on one second. I just want to set this one video up right here. I'll play some of this whilst people are coming in so I can get to the main thing.
Now, let me say something right quick. I think back on the African American people in America. I think how that they were taken against their wills, put in the belly of ships, brought over here, beat, cussed. Many of them died in the guts of those ships, thrown overboard. They were pulled from families over there. You ain't never heard a gut-wrenching song. Do you hear a black person sing one of those old black Negro spirituals? Nobody knows. I can't sing it like that, see, because I hadn't experienced what they be. When you've experienced hell, it comes out of the voice. I said, when you experience hell, it comes out of the voice. If you're one of those people that you got problem with black people or whatever, you better shut your mouth, because they're God's people. You better hear what I'm saying to you. You better shut your white mouth.
Oh, boy.
You better shut your white mouth. I'm not kidding you. I know some of you was raised in the deep South and you was raised by prejudiced people and bigoted people. You better get that out of your system. You better get it out of your system. It'll cause you to suffer right along with those masters. It'll cause you to suffer right along with them. These are God's people. And I know that there's wicked in white races and wicked in black races and all that. I'm not justifying none of that stuff. I'm just saying God knows what happened to the black race. He knows how they wound up over here. And God is going to reimburse the black people for all their trouble and all their labor. You watch what I tell you. Watch what.
All right, that's enough of that right there. By listening to that right there, by just listening to that right there, what? You see that somebody saying, listen very closely. What that mean he's saying? By listening to that right there, because I got people hitting me with saying, what that mean to y'all? I don't know nothing. I'm gonna be quiet. What does that mean? What you just heard? What does that mean? What you just heard? I'm gonna slow down. And I'm gonna look in this comment section whilst I'm lining this other video up so we can get rid of it. Let me see what Kobe say. Let's listen to the white man, even though we don't normally listen to the white man, because this one agrees with us. That's about right now. Now the beef is, she said nothing. She said no. What? All right. See that? You see what J Mac said? He said he hear reparations. That's reparations talk. All right. God loves justice. Oh, you know them. You know the Making Christians are gonna say. Roger just a regular Gentile. He trying to stop the way. He said don't mean nothing. It means something. He said something. It means said. All right. And listen to what's thinking. She said it means what it sounds like. But that's what I'm trying to get to. What does it sound like? We got the Vicky Dilla people in here right here. Somebody else said, talk black to me. What, we heard a few different things. My man said, you see what my man said? It don't mean nothing. Somebody else says God loves justice. Somebody else says reparation. We got another nothing going on right here. That thing don't mean nothing. And then somebody else asked something very interesting. What chapter and verse is that? Boy, I'm scared of some of y'all in here. Let me go down and see some more. He told them to shut their white mouth. He said, all right, y'all see, they already started with these different type doctrines. Come here, I gotta mute my thing. Once I go on, I'll be able to hold on a second. All right, let me see what else does it mean to y'all? Yolanda don't even know who this guy is right here. She don't even know who this guy is. All right, we got that on the table. But I want to show y'all something else. Folk doing too much. A lot of times we hear things and we hear what we want to hear. If we go back and we listen to it in its context, Is that what it is what all of the people that guessed what it could mean, is that what it actually means, what he's talking about? All right, we got Jeremiah. All right, when they come up with scripture now, you owe me. I told y'all they was getting ready to start with this doctrine stuff right here. They getting ready to start with this doctrine stuff. Let me get into this stuff right here, because you Christian, y'all like getting excited, but I want to show y'all some stuff. There's some stuff, y'all. Somebody hit me with some stuff, and we one thing we tend to do is we tend to attach scripture to everything. We tend to attach scripture to every single thing. So I want to show y'all stuff because somebody hit me with this, and of course, scripture once again. Once again, let me put this up here. And a child shall lead them. And I notice a lot of, especially out of most denominations and people that I see doing that have certain behaviors. I see it's within my Pentecostal circle. I'm gonna play some of this, and y'all tell me what your thoughts are. There you go. Type of one if you can hear it with no echo.
Say Jesus. Holy Ghost, have your way, oh God. Holy Ghost, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Have your way, oh God. Thank you, Lord. Have your way, oh God. Are you ready? Hey! Yes. Your time is up. And all of what she did. Yes. Cancer, your dad is cancer. God said, lay hands. Cancer. On your mother and father, they conceived you. Amen. Let it go and let it go. God said he told me he's going to use you at 3 years old to lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. God said he's going to use you to a prophet to the nation. He's going to begin to speak the word at a young age. The Lord told me at 3, and that's when I started my ministry back up while he's 3. Because I got to obey what God said. Prophet.
Why every one of y'all got to be prophets to the nations? I ain't never heard of no local prophets. And all the prophesying in the Pentecostal church, every one of y'all God sent to all of the nations. But that's another story.
Call on Jesus. Say Jesus. Say Jesus. 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 Lay hands on Daddy and lay hands on Mama. The fire of the Holy Ghost.
And y'all used to just fall out on the floor and be slain and lay there for a little while and then get on up. And now I see y'all fall on the floor and y'all jerking and let me be quiet. Let me just be quiet. I'm talking about grown folk. I'm talking about grown folk. I'm talking about grown folk right now. I'm talking about grown folk right now. Brown, do me a favor. Plumber talking about golf. That's the video that y'all put up in that's not the other video where they were talking, right? What video Plumber talking about right there? Watch I play this one more again because I want this to sink in. Y'all gonna stop what y'all doing. And the thing that bothered me, let me play some more of this. Let me play this one more again before I even get to getting into this. Then they run around telling me, and a child should lead them. That's the scripture that's attached to this. That's the scripture that's attached to this. Y'all busy worried about them people and nationality. Is that the scripture that's attached to this? The other lady said, you sound like you mad. I'm mad. Yeah, I'm mad about it. There are certain things that bother me. I can't lie, y'all. There are certain things that bother me. And a child shall lead them. We're going to have to go to that scripture. That's Isaiah, ain't it? Let's go to that scripture and let's just read and let's just see, because like people say, well, you can't just you can't just worship the devil by accident. It has to be intent. And, you know, people would say that right there. Is it intent when you just take scripture and do what you want to do with scripture? Because y'all the ones that told me. Let me find that Garfield video Blummer talking about. Let me look for that on my jack right now. What? Somebody said that this is why I don't like these people. Azusa Street Doctrine. Now y'all going to get out of it. Now I'm going to end the live. Now I'm going to end the live. They're talking about Azusa Street Doctrine. What is this going on right here? Because I notice we don't check you. We don't know, but as long as they believe in the Trinity, we ain't checking no doctrine. I ain't a broad brush, but a lot of us don't speak against this. I'm Pentecostal. I'm in these circles, but somebody got to stand up and say, now, wait a minute now. We not getting okay. So wait a minute. We not getting ready to get into some where the stuff comes from. Oh, touch not God's anointing. Listen, we doing a lot. Let me play this one more time and make sure y'all see it good. And just tell me what your thoughts are. Tell me what your thoughts are in this time that we're living in. God's raising up 3-year-old children and let them be. Let me just play this video. Now, somebody gonna tell me Samuel was a young child in the temple. I know the scriptures y'all are coming with.
Say Jesus. Holy Ghost, have your way, oh God. Holy Ghost, Jesus. Holy Ghost, have your way, oh God. Yes, Lord. Have your way, oh God. Are you ready? Hey! Yes. Your time is up. And all of what she did. It's cancer. Your dad is cancer. God said, lay hands. Cancer. On your mother and father. They conceived you. Amen. Let it go and God said, he told me he's going to use you at 3 years old to lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. God said he's going to use you to a prophet to the nation. He's going to begin to speak the word at a young age. The Lord told me at 3, and that's when I started my ministry back up while he's 3. Because I got to obey what God said. Prophet, call on Jesus. Say Jesus. Say Jesus. 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 Lay hands on Daddy and lay hands on Mama. The fire of the Holy Ghost. Praise your name. Praise your name. Praise your name.
Somebody said we fall down doctrine. What's going on? What's going on, Bible people? What's going on, Bible people? Out for the count. This is what some of us are dealing with. And then when some people see behavior, and you know, the cameras out, y'all put everything. Y'all put everything on video. Everything on video. Like I said, them other people, secret societies and all that, or whatever's supposed to be sacred rituals, raisins, whatever, they ain't put it all over the internet for the world to see if it's really sacred and pure and something holy and deep to you. But if it's a circus, if it's a sideshow, if it's a zoo, and once again, there's a lot of people that are believers that's not going for this whatsoever. Let's not be confused. There's some folk that's not going for this whatsoever. And come on, oh man, PC that people got, and these are believers, people got a lot of rough stuff to say. People got a lot of rough stuff to say. I'm just I'm just looking in the comment section. Let me stop that right there. I'm just looking in the comment section. And people will throw some other things up there. What else was shared? Let me share some of this right here. And because I put something up, don't mean I necessarily agree with it or endorse a person's work or ministry, whatever you folk calling these things y'all got. Because y'all got so much going on out here right now. Y'all got so much going on out here. Look at some of this right here.
Have you ever noticed that the church is gradually
Type of one if you hear without an echo.
You know, a lot of churches that are preaching a sound doctrine have become deserted. And then instead, people are flocking to the churches where, you know, they get messages that makes them feel good. You rarely ever hear church talk about sin. As a matter of fact, every problem in this world today can be traced back to sin. Sin feels good. But people and pastors and churches are compromising their messages because they don't want to lose members and they don't want to deal with it. But there's a price for sin. The Bible says the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life. Sin has a price. There's a price that you pay for that. And if we don't deal with the sin right now individually within ourselves, the price that we're going to pay is eternal death, eternal damnation. Have you ever noticed that the church is gradually conforming to the world's standards?
I'm gonna stop that right there. Thank God it's not every church. One thing we got to do, and that's a training that we have to have. We can't just lump everything together. We can't do it. We can't do it. Look at Thunder. He gonna pick up from yesterday. Cancel Christianity. That's what Thunder said. Now, we ain't canceling. Nobody ain't saying, well, some people are. No, but a lot of people ain't saying cancel Freemason. Get rid of all Freemasons because of that P2 Lodge and them murdering businessmen up there, the mob and the Vatican and everybody rocking out in the lodge doing devil works, getting money. We ain't canceling P2 Lodge in Italy. We ain't canceling that. We ain't canceling Pike with his racist nonsense, with his Luciferian nonsense. They all in love. We ain't gonna cancel them. We're not that simple in our thinking. We're not that simple in our thinking. There are some people now, they hear about that P2 Lodge, they hear about Albert Pike, that Freemasonry, y'all better put it in the garbage. You know it's Luciferian, you know he's talking about cancel Christianity now. Wait a minute. But there's behaviors that we're seeing all over the place. I just want people to know, because people their energy be so strong. When you're looking at other people, other doctrines, other denominations, they energy be strong. Like that same lady right there. We got to go back to the Bible because sin is sin. Some people turn around and say the woman ain't got no business preaching or exhorting men or doing what she's doing right now and scripture. Some people use scripture for everything. But when we start dealing with scripture, and the person said that to me, I said it was crazy, but I said I gotta do with a little something on here, at least share. So the first thing I would do is, before you quote a scripture, go look at the scripture and understand it in its context, or go somewhere like God Questions. It's good to have this app on your phone if you don't know anything, to get a quick background on something. And what does it do? And they got thousands and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of questions. What does it mean that a child shall lead them in Isaiah? And that's the passage that they were talking about. Answer. Isaiah 11 is centered on the theme of Israel restoration and includes a description of the Messiah, the righteous kingdom he will establish. The Messiah, the righteous kingdom that he will establish, and the remnant who inhabits it. Now, Jordan and them here, we can't read this too good because y'all, we're dispensational to man. After describing the Messiah in verse 1 and 5, Isaiah begins to elaborate on the ideal conditions of the kingdom that Messiah gonna set up. The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lay down with the young goat. That means these animals ain't running around eating each other. And the calf and the lion and the fatted calf together, all together. And a child shall lead them. Now, what this verse, I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. What this verse got to do with a little boy up on the chair and parents falling all on the ground and all this carrying on y'all love so much? That's all I'm asking you. When we start dealing with context, they taking it out of context. How they use that scripture for that, and we quick to look at other people. But hear me, Pentecostal people. And this is not all Pentecostals, but you loose wild people, you're giving, it's a bad look. It's not a good look. Stop what you're doing. Stop it right now. I know it puts on for a good show. I know it puts on for good offering. I know it makes people feel good and power and mystical and all of that stuff, but that's a bad look. See, y'all, a lot of y'all got these little kids up there preaching and hollering and speaking in tongues and laying hands on folk. And they say, well, you should train them. Carly B, the rappers bring their babies out on stage and all of that stuff. That sounds good. But listen, we trying to do the work of God. Can God use a young child? Absolutely so. Can God train a young child? Can we help to train children up in the way they are? Absolutely, we got to do that. But I think sometimes we go too far with playing around with God's folk. Playing around with scripture, and we, as Pentecostals, we already making any scripture say anything. This is just what we do. This is some of the behavior. We got to stop it right now. Stop what you're doing. I got to stop banging on that table. We got to stop that behavior. All right, I'm going to play some of Brown. Garfield was on right now, right? But I hear Plummer said that he was on with a geneticist, so we can't let that go. I hit him on the phone. I think we can't let that go. So let me look at some of this right here. He said the 18-minute mark. Well, I'm reviewing it with y'all. We seen it together. Let's see what happens.
No, like most, I mean, African hunter-gatherers have the other haplogroups, right? But African agriculturalists tend to be E. It could be a matter of what happened in Chad, where R1B, where there was like a small group of males whose lineages were really high status and they got diluted over time. And we've seen this in other areas. Recent paper out of Orkneys in Northern Europe, which shows Neolithic Y chromosomes, even though the rest of the genome was totally erased, with women coming in every generation from the continent, right? So you can imagine that's one scenario that you can posit, or you can imagine that the whole trans-Saharan zone was a contact zone, and that contact zone gave rise to multiple E branches. That's also plausible. I don't have a strong opinion about where the Semitic languages and stuff come from, or Afroasiatic, because I've talked to people, and nobody knows for sure at this point. It's very unclear. So that's an unanswerable question, but that's the truth, I think, at this point.
All right, cool. So, but for sure, for the second part of the question, is E1B1A, E1B1A indigenous to Western Asia?
It was there at the end of the last ice age.
Okay.
Because we have
one thing I gotta ask you while in your response. You said around the Natufian time period, which is around what, 12,000 years ago? Around
it's like right at the beginning of agriculture.
How does a geneticist or a scientist go about dating the DNA? What's the process of that?
So
in your shortest answer ever, because I know it's a very complicated.
No, dating the DNA is usually they have artifacts that, like, if someone's buried, they're buried with artifacts, so they have like good dates already. So you can date it with artifacts, with radiocarbon. You could do with dendrochronology if there's tree rings around. There's other primitive techniques. Also, one thing with the DNA is a lot of times they're not actually modern haplogroups. You can actually tell that they're basal to the modern haplogroups, and you can define them on the phylogenetic tree and use a mutation rate. That's actually not the best in my opinion, but it gives a rough sense, and it usually correlates well with the radiocarbon.
Okay, so the mutation rate is not 100%, but it's near to what you would normally come up with outside of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Question number, what is this? Question number 3. Hold on 1 second here. Here we go. Let me see if I have it right here. Okay, there are groups that make claims for E1B1A being a founding haplogroup among Semitic groups. Is E1B1A found in high frequencies among Semitic populations like J1? Would the ancient Arabians and Syrians and Israelites have had high percentages of E1B1A within their populations in antiquity?
Yeah, they did, but they also had J1. So this is my opinion. So take that for what it is. I think that J1 and J2 probably were not, and I'm going to say Afroasiatic, because, you know, like the Egyptians spoke a non-Semitic language, but it was Afroasiatic, like more closely related to that of the Amazigh people, the Berbers, right? So North Africa had a different branch before the Semitic whatever. So I'll say Afroasiatic, Semitic, and whatever the other groups like Tuareg and stuff. So it looks like the Natufians had it. it looks like there was a massive admixture between Western and Eastern Levant, Middle Eastern people, probably before 3000 BC, but after, let's say after like 8000 BC, somewhere like in prehistory, there was a genetic exchange, and the J's, J1, J2, seem to show up during that exchange in the Levant and the western part of the Middle East. I don't think Afroasiatic languages are from Western Iran, which is where they would come from. Therefore, I don't think. Also, like, you find J2 and J's in Europe and in India, and obviously, and that's not due to Semitic migration, right? So they're ancient lineages that are in like the Indus Valley civilization and what. Excuse me. So I think E is probably more likely to be Afroasiatic, and they had high frequencies in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites.
Okay. All right.
Wait, you mean E1B1A or E1B1B when you say that?
You know, I don't know all of those off the top of my head. Also, when you go back far enough, you're not going to get those divisions because it's you're going up the tree, so it will converge, right? So it would be E1B1 star at some point, and I don't know when that is. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So you don't know the exact mutations, you don't know.
Yeah, because some of the mutations are recent. You know, so you'll see stars sometimes.
Okay. All right. Does the 93 you finish, or you wanted to add on?
No, you can go ask the next question.
All right. Does the phylogenetic tree posit a 6,000-year-old Earth or something much older? Is it scientifically possible to accept the phylogenetic tree but reject human evolution?
I don't think so, but there are people who are creationists who do use phylogenetics. So basically what you'd have to say is like the mutation rate or something, some parameter is way different and everything is foreshortened. But so you could believe in the topology of the tree, but think that the scaling.
Do me a favor. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this publicly. I'm gonna say this publicly right now. Somebody hit me. Well, that's not. That part's not. Pastor J, don't do that. Don't do that, Pastor J. I'm a block you, Pastor J. I'm gonna block you. I don't want to block you, Plumber, but I'm gonna block you, Pastor J. You coming in here and you saying a lot of stuff, and I can't lie, people. I've been hit with some stuff. I spoke to some other pastors, some ministers about it. They said they're gonna sit down and they're gonna holler at you. So before a matter of fact, I'm not gonna even bring it out publicly. I'm not going to even say it publicly, but don't come in here and start blowing like nobody's dealing with the subject of sin. We deal with a lot of stuff in here. If you hear something that you don't like, you can say, well, today's not my show. Let me just leave it alone. But it seems like every time you come around, it's legalism or ain't nobody in the church, the whole church in sin except you and your little congregation over there. So to prevent that, I'm going to block you. All right, y'all. And if anybody else is offended, put a 1 up. Because Jay's always coming in here with that. I know we deal with some different opinions, but when you start coming in here like everybody living in sin, nobody don't want to deal with the subject of sin. Are y'all crazy? Are y'all crazy? This is part of the sickness. It's a part of why we don't got a lot of them other folk over here. Because this religious mind of y'all, there's something wrong with that. Nobody is running around here promoting sin, lifting up homosexuality. Folk ain't running around here talking about murdering babies and drinking blood. What sin you talking about? Oh, because we don't want to do what you want to do? What's on your conscience? Man, stop it. Stop it. I'm going to keep playing this. I don't even want to get into it. Because that ignorance, I'm feeling that ignorant side, and people hit me talking about you, talking about your other business, man, from your congregation, brother. From your congregation, brother.
Is totally off. But I mean, I'm skeptical of that, obviously. But you can believe in the tree and the relatedness, but think the scaling is different.
Okay. All right. Are there any grounds for a non-expert in genetics to reject haplogroup CT and BT due to their belief that neither haplogroup has a living descendant?
Yeah, I mean, so some of these haplogroups are basically like I mean, I don't even know what does it mean reject? Like they're constructs. They have to have existed. Sometimes you'll find ancient individuals. So, for example, Malta boy from Siberia is R star. You can't define it as R1 or R2. but it like dates to like 30,000 years ago, or 35,000 years ago, whatever, right? It's really old. At some point we are going to find CT, BT, we're going to find like really, really ancient haplogroups. And so we'll construct them. But right now they're inferences, right? And mutation happens. Things evolve and change. And that's just how it is.
Okay. All right. All right. According to genetic research, what would have been the dominant haplogroups of West Africa and West Asia during the Bronze Age and Iron Age? And also, what would have been the most prevalent haplogroup in both regions during around the 1st century AD?
All right, this might be, let me hear this answer. Let me hear this answer, what we're dealing with right now. Golf, you're live, but there was something else I heard him saying on this open mic challenge that he had. I don't know if this is a part 2, we live right now, but on a video from a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, I think the Bronze Age would be, it depends on where you're talking about. I don't think they're going to be that different than today. We have samples from the Bronze Age and earlier. Like I said, J1 and J2 show, and to a lesser extent, like R1A and other weird ones, lower frequencies, start showing up in the Bronze Age and Iron Age in West Asia. But in general, it's like 80% similar to the modern, just like 60 to 80% similar to the modern distribution. Put it that way. I think West Africa probably the same. I am of the school that I think that there's probably a deep connection between most West Africans and Eurasians dating to the Pleistocene. So probably the Y chromosomal haplogroups. I think that they're associated with a group called basal Eurasians that don't have that much Neanderthal.
Wait a minute, the West Africans, wait a minute. What I mean?
Okay. I think that there's something that we're missing in the models connecting Africans to non-Africans. And I think it's old, and I think ancient DNA will resolve it. So I think the haplogroup distribution by the Bronze Age was probably not that dissimilar. The main issue is the expansion of farmer populations happened in the Iron Age. So, haplogroups like associated with A and whatnot, and B were way more common probably in the Bronze Age. But within West Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon area, probably the E's were already there, in my opinion.
All right. All right. Given the available evidence we have, would you say Semitic Levantine populations in antiquity were homogeneous or diverse in their genetic makeup?
They were diverse. Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to say it.
All right, cool. Let me get to the next question. Let me put this on the screen. How did ancient Semitic and East African groups survive off consuming so much dairy, given the prevalence of lactose intolerance currently found in both populations?
So there's a lot of fermentation, like cheeses and other things that consume the lactose. So that's one thing. You can reduce the amount of lactose in the dairy. And the second thing is your microbacterial guts, they're also conditioned to lactose. And so there can be cultural adaptations that are not genetic. We're not very clear about like what the genetic driver of lactose tolerance at this point is. Actually, we know what it is genetically, but in terms of adaptation, it seems to have actually kicked off relatively late in Europe, well after dairying. And so it's not like super as clear as it was 10 years ago because we have more data now.
Okay.
So I think the same applies to Africa and West Asia.
All right, beautiful. All right, given what we know about DNA, would the oldest populations that carried haplogroup DE have differed phenotypically from its descendants?
Well, I mean, this depends on the time scale. If you give enough time, yes, but obviously not within like 100 years. I don't know. I mean, the question is basically like I need a time scale.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me go to the next question. What was the genetic diversity of ancient Egypt like, given the available evidence? Would the ancient Egyptians have been diverse in their genetic spectrum or homogeneous?
Yeah, compared to the modern Egyptians, they were they were less diverse, but I mean they're still like diverse. They weren't like super homogeneous. So basically there's not that much evidence, but there is a little bit. And the little bit of evidence that we have, along with the distribution of the modern DNA, is that most of the sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians dates to the Islamic period and later, because of the increase in trade. Some of it does date to an older period, and it looks like it increased over time. So the Old Kingdom Egyptians would have had the least sub-Saharan African ancestry and increased into the New Kingdom, into the Roman period, and then really jumped during the Islamic period.
Oh, the other way around.
Also, Middle Eastern type DNA, that's like from the Levant and Arabia and stuff like that. That's increased somewhat, obviously, since the Islamic period in particular. But last I checked, majority of the ancestry of modern Egyptians still goes back to, say, like Old Kingdom type people.
All right, I want to wait a minute. He said there's something at 1240. You said. All right, this like 40 is good enough.
This question is number 2. Are there any genetic papers positing a mass migration of the E1B1A out of the Levant in Western Asia and into West Africa? That's the first part of the question. And the second part is E1B1A indigenous to Western Asia?
Yeah, I saw this. Like, I've seen some of these. These are actually like pretty deep questions in terms of like, I think they will be answered. So there's one issue is tropical areas in general. We have not that much ancient DNA. And then also there's some political reasons. So for example, there's not that much ancient DNA out of Iraq. That's not because it's not dry and it's good. You know what I'm saying? There's not that much ancient DNA out of Iraq because like we messed up Iraq. And like researchers don't want to go into Iraq and get kidnapped or something, right? So there's like political issues going on there. In Africa, like in a lot of tropical Asia, when it's wet and it's humid, DNA degrades, so it kind of gets harder. David Reich's lab, I know they have some stuff that's coming out, delayed by COVID. They've gotten stuff out of caves in Cameroon here and there, but we have a lot of data in Europe because it's cold and some parts of it were dry, especially the north during the Ice Age. We have not that much data out of West Asia, but we got some. And we have very little out of Africa, tropical Asia, right? And so some of these questions that you're asking, I can't give a really good answer because we don't have enough data. What I will say is there are connections between Africa and West Africa and Eurasia, Southwest Eurasia in particular, the Mediterranean, West Asia, that people are just exploring. So initially, people used to think, well, Africa is the homeland of modern humans, and you use them as an outgroup, and you look at Neanderthal admixture and blah, 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 using Africans as zero, right? Well, it turns out the Yoruba, who are the original African population that geneticists often use from the HapMap and the 1,000 Genomes, have a little bit of Neanderthal ancestry. Where'd that come from? I mean, almost certainly that's due to what we call Eurasian back migration. We call it back migration because the original pulse was out of Africa. But some Eurasians, almost certainly from West Eurasia, because you can tell that Africans look a little bit more like West Eurasians than they do, like, say, Chinese, okay? Right. So they didn't come all the way from China. They came from where you would expect, probably the Middle East. They went into Africa. Like, when did they go into Africa? Some of it we know is relatively recent. So R1b V88, that's in Chad.
In Cameroon, right.
Working on that paper. That's clearly a Holocene. So it's within the last 12,000 years. It's probably with, like, pastoralists or something like that. And there's low levels of so the Y chromosome is high frequency, so the paternal lineage is preserved, but overall they're pretty African. But now they have been able to detect appreciable levels of Eurasian ancestry, and that ancestry is higher in the groups that have more R1b. Okay, so we know that there was recent back migration. We know that for sure. But a lot of researchers think that there was connections and back migrations pretty deep in the Pleistocene, pretty deep in the Ice Age, say like 15, 20, 30,000 years ago, right? And so when you're asking about questions about E1, like haplogroup E in particular, I'm very, very fuzzy and non-committal. There are E's that are found in the Natufians 10,000 years ago, right? So we know that it was in the Near East a long time ago. But we don't have enough data from Africa to say that, so here's a scenario, and this is not necessarily the scenario I believe, but it's a plausible scenario. You could have E1, the ancestor, say in the southern Sahara. It goes north.
Almost everybody that I know that's involved in the DNA and the genetics and all of that stuff, y'all gonna hear that Neanderthal talk and all of that stuff. That's how come some people worried how is that connecting with the Bible? Because when they start dealing with dates, when they start dealing with times, they going way, 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 way. They going way back. way back before what y'all would think 1995 BCE and the life of Abraham. They're going way. They're not even looking at the Bible when they're dealing with the science that they're dealing with. And this guy is a geneticist, so I do expect to hear that. All right, what part? I'm sorry, what part? I was trying to, I'm on my cell phone trying to queue up the other video to see if what he's saying in this part 2 live that he's doing now is connected with that. Tell me the minute. I'm sorry, what do you think I missed? I'll play this and go back and look at the comments. I don't want to miss nothing. If y'all caught anything, let me know that I'm not listening to. I got my headphones on trying to queue up this other video. Wait now, which video was this here?
At the end of the Ice Age, and then it diversifies with the agriculturalists, and then it comes back with some agriculturalists. So, like, how do I answer the question in that case, right? Because, like, we are positing from Spencer's original work, like, geneticists used to think that, oh, you have the stepwise migration out of Africa and you never looked back, but that's not true at all. Like, there's a lot of back migration in Africa. There's a few populations that have been only minimally impacted by West Eurasian ancestry, but that's really low in terms of the number. So the Bambuti pygmies, like Eastern pygmies in the Congo, and then maybe the Hadza, but even like Khoisan Bushman people in South Africa, they have Cushitic ancestry, and that Cushitic ancestry has West Asian ancestry within it, right? So it's hard to separate these different groups. And so, like, I mean, you're asking about, like, in the questions, like, you're asking about these haplogroups that are found today in certain areas. And with some of them, I can like give you a good answer, mostly because ancient DNA is pretty clear and they're recent. But E1b, it seems pretty ancient in West Asia, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not ancient in Africa because we don't have the data. And it's at such a high frequency in Africa, as you guys know. Like most, I mean, African hunter-gatherers have the other haplogroups, right? But African...
But Plummer, let me ask you a question. You don't think everyone that's E1, you don't believe that everyone that's E1, B1, you don't believe that every one of them are Levant Israelites. Do you believe that? Do anybody believe that?
Agriculturalists tend to be E. It could be a matter of what happened in Chad, where R1b, where there was like a small group of males whose lineages were really high status and they got diluted over time. And we've seen this in other areas. Recent paper out of Orkneys in Northern Europe, which shows Neolithic Y chromosomes, even though the rest of the genome was totally erased, with women coming in every generation from the continent, right? So you can imagine that's one scenario that you can posit, or you can imagine that the whole trans-Saharan zone was a contact zone, and that contact zone gave rise to multiple E branches. That's also plausible. I don't have a strong opinion about where the Semitic languages and stuff come from, or Afroasiatic, because I've talked to people and nobody knows for sure at this point. It's very unclear. So that's a non-answerable question, but that's the truth, I think, at this point.
All right, cool. So, but for sure, for the second part of the question, is E1B1A, E1B1A indigenous to Western Asia?
It was there at the end of the last ice age.
Okay.
Because we haven't.
One thing I got to ask you while in your response. You said around
what they call Levant, we call the Bible land.
The Natufian time period, which is around what, 12,000 years ago, around
it's like right at the beginning of agriculture.
How does a geneticist or a scientist go about dating the DNA? What's the process of that?
So
in your shortest answer ever, because I know it's a very complicated.
Dating the DNA is usually they have artifacts that, like, if someone's buried, they're buried with artifacts, so they have like good dates already. So you can date it with artifacts, with radiocarbon. You can do with dendrochronology if there's tree rings around. There's other primitive techniques. Also, one thing with the DNA is a lot of times they're not actually modern haplogroups. You can actually tell that they're basal to the modern haplogroups, and you can define them on the phylogenetic tree and use a mutation rate. That's actually not the best in my opinion, but it gives a rough sense, and it usually correlates well with the radiocarbon.
Okay, so the mutation rate is not 100%, but it's near to what you would normally come up with outside of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Question number, what is this? Question number 3. Hold on 1 second here. Here we go. Let me see if I have it right here. Okay, there are groups that make claims for E1B1A being a founding haplogroup among Semitic groups. Is E1B1A found in high frequencies among Semitic populations like J1? Would the ancient Arabians and Syrians and Israelites have had high percentages of E1B1A within their populations in antiquity?
Yeah, they did, but they also had J1. So this is my opinion. So take that for what it is.
All right, he's saying this is, I guess, expert opinion. As an expert, this is what his degree is in. But let's hear what he say right now.
I think that J1 and J2 probably were not, and I'm going to say Afroasiatic, because like the Egyptians spoke a non-Semitic language, but it was Afroasiatic, like more closely related to that of the Amazigh people, the Berbers, right? So North Africa had a different branch before the Semitic whatever. So I'll say Afroasiatic, Semitic, and whatever the other groups like Tuareg and stuff. So it looks like the Natufians had it. It looks like there was a massive admixture between Western and Eastern Levant, Middle Eastern people, probably before 3000 BC, but after, let's say after like 8000 BC, somewhere like in prehistory, there was a genetic exchange, and the J's, J1, J2, seem to show up during that exchange in the Levant and the western part of the Middle East. I don't think Afroasiatic languages are from Western Iran, which is where they would come from. Therefore, I don't think. Also, like you find J2 and J's in Europe and in India, and obviously, and that's not due to Semitic migration, right? So they're ancient lineages that are in like the Indus Valley civilization and what. Excuse me. So I think E is probably more likely to be Afroasiatic, and they had high frequencies in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites.
Okay. All right.
Wait, you mean E1B1A or E1B1B when you say that?
I don't know all of those off the top of my head. Also, when you go back far enough, you're not going to get those divisions because it's you're going up the tree, so it will converge, right? So it would be E1B1 star at some point, and I don't know when that is. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So you don't of the exact mutations, you don't know.
Yeah, because some of the mutations are recent. So you'll see stars sometimes.
Okay. All right. Does the 93 you finish, or you wanted to add on?
No, you can go ask the next question.
All right. Does the phylogenetic tree posit a 6,000-year-old Earth or something much older? Is it scientifically possible to accept the phylogenetic tree but reject human evolution?
I don't think so, but there are people who are creationists who do use phylogenetics. So basically what you'd have to say is like the mutation rate or something, some parameter is way different and everything is foreshortened. But so you could believe in the topology of the tree, but think that the scaling is totally off. But I mean, I'm skeptical of that, obviously. But you can believe in the tree and the relatedness, but think the scaling is different.
Okay. All right. Are there any grounds for a non-expert in genetics to reject haplogroups CT and BT due to their belief that neither haplogroup has a living descendant?
Yeah, I mean, so some of these haplogroups are basically like I mean, I don't even know what does it mean reject? Like they're constructs. They have to have existed. Sometimes you'll find ancient individuals. So, for example, Malta boy from Siberia is R star. You can't define it as R1 or R2, but it like dates to 30,000 years ago, or 35,000 years ago, whatever, right? It's really old. At some point, we are going to find, CT, BT. We're going to find
Let me hold on a minute. I'm just coming back over here. I got to put my phone up for a second. Why? Let me ask you all a question. Who in here, 150 of y'all in here, who in here do not think that there are dark-skinned Israelites? And I don't think, and do anybody in here think that back in the days there were no dark-skinned Israelites and black Israelites or dark-skinned people that were part of Israel were not part of Israel till people started teaching this in America? Type of one if that's what y'all think, and y'all think all the Israelites were light? Nobody in here, I don't believe nobody in here thinks that. Does anybody in here think that? Type of one, please. Let me see what got. Hold on a minute. I got something. Let me see what this thing's saying right here. Give me 1 second. I'll be able to read what y'all saying in 1 second. And let me see if he's addressing this right here. Somebody said a 3 minute. Let me see if I'm right here. Let me see if y'all can see it first. All right. Let me see if he's.
One of the things is that they had ceremonial suicides. Ceremonial.
What's up, Chef? Well, I got another question.
All right. No, but before we move on to the other question, I gotta bring up my let me see. I'm trying to bring up my book. I think my book is in this. I'm trying.
People, like a lot of, well, the European Jews, like the Ashkenazis.
Okay, this is where Garfield is supposed to change his position on after what he heard on dealing with the geneticists. Hold on, let me see if they're.
The people who
All
are
this stuff is just coming in. He live right now. Let me just play this and y'all see what he say if his position has changed after having a geneticist on in his speech.
in Israel, who are very European looking, do they actually have lineage to the Hebrews in the Bible? Because I mean that's always just been a lingering question. Like,
Yeah. To be honest with everybody, and I should have said this from 2-3 years ago. There's really nobody that can attach themselves to ancient Israelites. There's a couple of things you got to realize, and I'm going to read something for you guys real quickly. All right.
Wait, this sound like. Let me see it.
mm-hmm.
Remember this. Ancient Israelites, I don't think I've ever told this to even my brothers in the Dagger Squad. There's no one that really can attach themselves literally to the ancient Israelites. And the reason is the ancient Israelites that we see portrayed in the biblical text is not what was happening on the ground. So we gotta be realistic. Let me read something for you from my notes real quickly. And a lot of people have never heard me speak on this, but I'm gonna speak on it.
Oh no, Garfield got to explain that right. That right there got to get explained
right now, since you brought that question up. Israelite religion is different from Judaism. Let me say that again. Israelite religion is different from Judaism. Judaism, remember, when the people left from the northern Israel and when some of the priesthood went to the southern part of Israel, that's when Judah started to be the central focus of the biblical text. This is why Genesis 49 says the scepter will go to Judah. A lot of folks don't understand that. When you read Judges 5, when he talks about the song of Deborah, Judah is not one of the tribes at that point. So if you're going back, but you said, but Garfield, in Genesis, we see Judah. Remember, the biblical text has been redacted by different priesthood over the years. But watch this now. Look how Garfield's going to break this down for everybody. Before the Hellenistic period, there was no set form of Judaism.
Well, hold on. Brown, keep an eye on Garfield live. Hit him as soon as he go off. I gotta go take my phone over here and plug it in. This don't sound like what they're telling me. This doesn't sound like what I thought it was.
Let me say that again. There was no set form of Judaism, meaning that what the folks who you're calling white, the European-looking Jews, the Ashkenazi, the Sephardic, the Mizrahi, the Karaite, the whoever, they're chasing something just like the Black Hebrew Israelites that don't exist. Watch this. Watch this. Israelite religion had a temple. In Judaism today, there's no temple. It's a synagogue. Once the temple fell, this is why Christians have something called the third temple prophecy, the third temple philosophy, third temple theology. There's supposed to be a temple being built again. Watch this. Israelite, back in the days, the Israelite religion, they had what's called a priesthood. What do they have today? They have rabbis. They have sages. They don't have a priesthood anymore. Israelite religion had animal sacrifice. They don't do that no more. There's no animal sacrifice anymore. That's done away with. They have prayer. Israelite religion was located primarily in the homeland of Israel. Judaism is found in any land. You could be a Jew in any country and practice Judaism.
Mm. Is there oh, I'm sorry, are you still reading your notes?
Hold on a second. Mystical Order of Israel, if you want to, you could come on. I really don't want to do the sideline chat because it distracts us from what we're talking about. All right. Let me break down something else again.
Okay.
Israelite religion had prophets. Remember, you had Isaiah, you had different prophets, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, all type of prophets. In Judaism, there's no prophets. There's no prophecy.
Who's welcome in the super chat? That have to do with Garfield with this thing here, Plumber? Remind me to show y'all that third temple. Remind me to show y'all that third temple if I don't jump off here quick.
Let me see if I could find anything. Israelite, a matter of fact, prophecy has ceased. Carry on the tradition from a theological perspective. Those people come back all the way from those times with the Israelites. It is true. It is true. And if you check their genetic markers, it shows you they've been carrying on their tradition since the time of Jehu and all those kings in the 8th century. They've been around since that time period. They've had a tradition of that time period.
So basically, those same people you call the Samaritans, those are basically, would it be wrong to say that they're basically the descendants of the ancient Hebrews?
Well, you know what? They have a record of living in the land, and they continue to live in the land or live around surrounding areas in the land. So the Samaritans definitely would go back to ancient Israelites. Yes.
Mm.
But the story in the Bible, because remember, Samaritans had a beef with the people who ran the temple of Judah. I remember they had a temple, and the Judeans burnt the temple down. I don't know if you guys know that. Because remember, Samaritans go back and say that the real place to worship is Mount Gerizim. In Judaism, it says it's Jerusalem.
All right, hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. You know, we did start off talking about them church folk, but if Garfield coming, where y'all at right now? Let me put this link out here. I'm lining up Garfield video. Brown, you said Garfield coming, right? I'm lining up Garfield video, and I'm going to put the link. I don't care. Beef, no beef. I don't care what it is. I'm putting that link out there for every Israelite on the planet. Here he is right here. I'm putting the link out here for every Israelite on the planet. Matter of fact, let me go to my block list and block every Israelite on the planet right here and come, because we're going to put Garfield, not we. No, nobody go taking this video like Berean claiming to be Israel, but Garfield is going to answer every question today. Hold on, y'all.
They don't worship at Jerusalem. That's under Judaism. But for the Samaritans from Nazareth, Israel, it's from Mount Gerizim.
Weren't the Judeans, weren't they like kind of the main tribe? Because I have been doing a little bit of research myself.
I just said that. Originally, now let's take a look at this real carefully right now.
All right, I'm stopping this now, and I'm going back to the other video. We starting at the
Anybody who wants to come on in the link, don't be shy. I'll give you an opportunity to speak. I mean, claiming we're Hebrews or Jews or whatever.
All right. I'm stopping that video right there. I'm going back to this. We started at the 12-minute mark, right? I'm gonna go back a little bit more. I'm sending him that link, and then I'm gonna go try to go in my. Let me see. Hold on. Y'all can hear this, right? It's not echoing, right? Where 93 at? 593. Hold on, what's Slick government? I got Slick was under. What was Slick under? What was his government? I can't remember. Let me go back and pull a thing up. Let me see what names I see on here. Check your email, Garfield.
Biggest haplogroup category.
All right, Garfield.
Probably know that.
Hold on a minute. Let me put my headphones on.
Obviously, you go.
Hey, peace and love. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hold on. I'm trying to get back to this other. I want to mute the video for a second. All right, Garfield. So you did mention the other day. Let me put this. You did mention the other day that you were going to have a geneticist on.
Yes,
So
sir.
I get on to do my church nonsense with this nonsense. The church folk got to straighten now. Plumber come up in here and I see some other people start hitting my jack talking about Garfield. The geneticist came and it didn't work so good for you, Garfield. They said they worked the opposite from what you expected and you know, and you're on your channel live right now doing some other stuff. What?
No. Let me tell you something, and I mean this with all honesty in my heart.
Yes.
I don't think any person who claims that they are Hebrew Israelite can listen properly. I don't think
you think they hear it and they hear what they want to hear.
They hear what they want to hear. The man clearly said that the J marker, he could show it coming in 6,000 to 8,000 years ago in the Levant, and that 80% of the people in Israel today are connected to those people. The conversation was over right there.
Oh no! Wait a minute! No! But we already bear witness with that. Where y'all at? Somebody said something like that. We already. Let me ask you. Hold on, y'all. We already bear witness that. No, well, not now. I told y'all that's one of the things that had me mad. A lot of people didn't come on this channel trying to act like them Ashkenaz, like them folk wasn't legit. But didn't that Genesis 49 brother come up on here with his man? Them other two brothers come up on here. Yeah. Didn't they establish that, Wiggins?
Yeah, I think I don't know if they established that, but I'll say this to y'all.
I'm listening.
Look at what Rosalind James wrote. Can destroy Genesis 49ers. Good job, Garfield. The issue is, if you listen to anybody that knows, I'm not a geneticist at all. I'll never claim that. I'm not an expert. What I do is lean on experts. What Razib Khan did was show you how to deal with the information of DNA. And he was basically saying, we're not sure. We're not 100%. He didn't speak in absolutes. When you're on YouTube arena, we arguing. Sometimes we speak in absolutes. But when you're in school, this is what your professors normally tell us. My professor, my social science teacher, who I'm still friends with up to this day, you know, we always argue. And he said, Garfield, stop the absolutes. That's your problem. You always like to speak in absolutes. And I'm incorrect when I do that. You can't do that.
Okay, you see Garfield Willard, you see that, bro? They ready to go in though. You see what he just said? You can't speak in absolutes.
Oh yeah, by the way, too, I gotta
But wait a minute, Slick ain't what Slick?
Hey, Garfield, you told him about what he said about the 80%, right? What's the other percent that he said after that? Because you like to leave stuff out. What's the other percent he said? What's the other? Hey, let's keep.
First of all, hello. Relax, beloved.
And he more end time person. He not even really a DNA person. I don't know how he jumped on there. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
All right, hold on a second. Let's
hold on, Slick. Hold on. Go ahead. Hold on. But all right, Garfield. All right, go ahead. I'm putting the link back out there. This for anybody. Any Israelite. We don't need no Christians on here right now talking crazy. Any Israelite that want to deal, and y'all can get mad if y'all want. We're talking DNA. We're talking the land, and that's what we're talking about right now. We ain't talking about, I don't want to offend nobody, but we ain't talking about did Jesus die for your sins. We're not talking about that right now. Not right now.
Hey,
there's a lot of stuff out there, and we want to deal with that. Go ahead. Father God, I can't talk. This why Slick going. I can't talk. I can't talk on my channel.
I don't even know who that is. Who is that?
That's Slick. He's the other end time, bro. This is Slick. This is the other one.
He's anti-Garfield, so I can't.
No, he's anti, but he remembered some points because they listened. You said you was having a geneticist on, and the Israelites' ears was wide. No, hold on.
I could go back. I could go. Listen. This is the hypocrisy. Yes. He says that E1B1A goes back 30 to 40,000 years in West Africa.
Yes.
Now, if it goes back that far, that's way before in Israel, crazy people. What are you talking about?
But people. Father God, I can't even talk about
Marin, can I say one thing? But how long did he say it go back in the Levant? Garfield, don't leave that out.
In the Levant, he talked about
don't leave.
Hold on.
He said
All right,
he said 3,000 BC. I know they heard it. So what is you talking about?
What are you talking about? 3,000 BC with what?
That's what they do. That's what the geneticist said.
He said that E1B1A goes back 3,000 years BC. No, my brother, he never said that. He never said that.
Rewind the video. Rewind the video.
Bro. Find the marker and bring it come. Find the marker and bring it come.
They already had it. They was planning.
Find the marker, Mr.
12-minute mark.
The 12-minute mark. Let's find the 12-minute mark and play the 12-minute mark.
All right.
This is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. So you're going to disregard that he says E1B1A has been in Africa. So if it's in Africa from 30 to 40,000 years ago, that means that's where the root of it is from. The people spread it out, brother.
From Africa.
The Ibermarusan DNA sample that they have that's 15,000 years old got E1B1B. That's the oldest E that we have because everywhere E is too hot. You're not going to find samples. That's why you don't find E all over the place, because it's too hot in West Africa to get a good, consistent sample of ancient DNA. It's crazy. This is why they go by the rate of the SNPs and whatever they have, the SNPs and all, whatever the scientists use to measure how long this marker might go. That's why the guy says 30 to 40,000 years.
What happened? No, what happened? What happened? Wait a minute. I just went to line the video but 12-minute mark. What happened to Slick? Come to Alan. Come to the microphone.
The door that can't close.
Okay, that's fine.
Alan, you're unmuted, but nobody can hear you. All right, let me play this. I don't know. Whilst you're working on you might have to go up. No, I don't know. You might have to go out and come back in. But whilst you're working on that, let me play. Slick said the 12-minute plumber. We started for the 12. Everybody heard the 12-minute, right?
12-minute mark. Play the 12-minute.
Everybody heard it. All right, 12-minute mark.
And mute your mic.
So they can just look at it and just kind of assign it. Now we have like tens of millions, hundreds of millions of haplogroups, in the world. And so we have this original scaffold of classification and people are fitting it into it. And when you see like the new updated labels and these personal genomic companies like ISOG, they have it. It's because we have like so many different branches and how you assign the branches. They wanted to make it more systematic, right? So like my haplogroup is like, I think in theory it's like R1A, 1A, blah, 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 blah. Like why is it so long? Because it's defining all of the mutational steps.
Okay. This question is number 2. Are there any genetic papers positing a mass migration of the E1B1A out of the Levant in Western Asia and into West Africa? That's the first part of the question. And the second part is E1B1A indigenous to Western Asia?
Yeah. I saw this, like I've seen some of these. These are actually like pretty deep questions in terms of like, I think they will be answered. So there's one issue is tropical areas in general. We have not that much ancient DNA. And then also there's some political reasons. So for example, there's not that much ancient DNA out of Iraq. That's not because it's not dry and it's good. You know what I'm saying? There's not that much ancient DNA out of Iraq because like we messed up Iraq. And like researchers don't want to go into Iraq and get kidnapped or something, right? So there's like political issues going on there. In Africa, like in a lot of tropical Asia, when it's wet and it's humid, DNA degrades, so it kind of gets harder. David Reich's lab, I know they have some stuff that's coming out, delayed by COVID. They've gotten stuff out of caves in Cameroon here and there, but we have a lot of data in Europe because it's cold and some parts of it were dry, especially the north during the Ice Age. We have not that much data out of West Asia, but we got some. And we have very little out of Africa, tropical Asia, right? And so some of these questions that you're asking, I can't give a really good answer because we don't have enough data. What I will say is there are connections between Africa and West Africa and Eurasia, Southwest Eurasia in particular, the Mediterranean, West Asia, that people are just exploring. So initially, people used to think, well, Africa is the homeland of modern humans, and you use them as an outgroup, and you look at Neanderthal admixture and blah, 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 using Africans as zero, right? Well, it turns out the Yoruba, who are the original African population that geneticists often use from the HapMap and the 1,000 genomes, have a little bit of Neanderthal ancestry. Where'd that come from? I mean, almost certainly that's due to what we call Eurasian back migration. We call it back migration because the original pulse was out of Africa. But some Eurasians, almost certainly from West Eurasia, because you can tell that Africans look a little bit more like West Eurasians than they do, like, say, Chinese, okay? Right. So they didn't come all the way from China. They came from where you would expect, probably the Middle East. They went into Africa. Like, when did they go into Africa? Some of it we know is relatively recent. So R1b V88, that's in Chad.
In Cameroon, right.
Working on that paper. That's clearly a Holocene. So it's within the last 12,000 years. It's probably with, like, pastoralists or something like that. And there's low levels of, so the Y chromosome is high frequency. So the paternal lineage is preserved. But overall, they're pretty African. But now they have been able to detect appreciable levels of Eurasian ancestry. And that ancestry is higher in the groups that have more R1b. Okay, so we know that there was recent back migration. We know that for sure. But a lot of researchers think that there was connections and back migrations pretty deep in the Pleistocene, pretty deep in the Ice Age, say like 15, 20, 30,000 years ago, right? And so when you're asking about questions about E1, like haplogroup E in particular, I'm very, very fuzzy and non-committal. There are E's that are found in the Natufians 10,000 years ago, right? So we know that it was in the Near East a long time ago. But we don't have enough data from Africa to say that, so here's a scenario, and this is not necessarily the scenario I believe, but it's a plausible scenario. You could have E1, the ancestor, say in the southern Sahara. It goes north at the end of the Ice Age, and then it diversifies with the agriculturalists, and then it comes back with some agriculturalists. So, like, how do I answer the question in that case, right? Because, like, we are positing from Spencer's original work, like, geneticists used to think that, oh, you have the stepwise migration out of Africa and you never looked back, but that's not true at all. Like, there's a lot of back migration in Africa. There's a few populations that have been only minimally impacted by West Eurasian ancestry, but that's really low in terms of the number. So the Bambuti pygmies, like Eastern pygmies in the Congo, and then maybe the Hadza, but even like Khoisan Bushman people in South Africa, they have Cushitic ancestry, and that Cushitic ancestry has West Asian ancestry within it, right? So it's hard to separate these different groups. And so, like, I mean, you're asking about, like, in the questions, like, you're asking about these haplogroups that are found today in certain areas. And
Garfield, you can hear me, right? You might have stepped away for a minute.
I'm here. I'm listening.
No, I want you to read that screen. Alan, come see. I want to see if your audio working, Alan. Garfield, we own you, Garfield. He literally said, I just put my headphones back on because I don't want the thing echoing.
Let me say this. Did you guys realize he said that over 15,000 years ago, he could see that the E1 that started in Africa and went into that area? Because coming out of Africa, one of the areas that you come from out of Africa is to go into what's called the Middle East.
That's right. One of the first places to be.
By the way, to what he missed out, and to show you how disingenuous these people are,
or maybe hearing it wrong, like you said. Go ahead.
Watch this. Selective hearing. The Yoruba people do have Levantine DNA in them today. And you know why? It's because of this back migration that happened 7,500 years ago. That's what he was talking about.
Wiggins don't even deal with DNA, and Wiggins here to get on you, Garfield. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
So now he's talking about that back migration with the Yoruba people went into the Levant, because I don't know if you know this, Christopher Ehret, the linguist, talks about the Ibermorsyrian people going in because as a linguist, they do a lot of assumptions, and they're saying that Africans went into the Levant and taught these people monotheism and taught them polytheism, taught them different ways how to worship. This is what the linguists are saying. So it matches up with the DNA with the Ibermorsyrian going into the Levant region. This is before the Natufian culture. So the linguists now have that. That Christopher Ehret is saying that. They don't know about this stuff. So now Christopher Ehret is saying it. The Ibermorsyrian DNA E1b is showing that E1. E1B is in Africa at the time, 15,000, older than what Genesis 49ers and Shari and all this Yap crew is talking about. These guys are not expert. This guy is an expert, and he's still not speaking with absolutes. So how could Genesis 49ers and these crazy YouTubers talk with absolutes when the expert don't even talk with absolutes? It is ridiculous. This is a guy that's saying that E1B1A is 30 to 40,000 years in West Africa. He said that on my show. Why did they come on and say, you know what? If E1B1A is in West Africa for 40, 30,000 years, that's way before we've been talking about, way before the Levant even established as a culture. So why don't we say that E1B1A left West Africa and went into the Levant, like what human beings do that migrate, and some of them went into the Levant, left their marker there, but they're not originally from that region. They're from West or South Africa, because the E1B1A is a mutation. It mutated from EM96. So it didn't come from the Levant, because EM96 come from East Africa, and they went to South and West Africa and mutated there. What are they talking? This is why I don't listen to these YouTube guys. And I'm not an expert, and I know this off the top of the head. That's
Hold on a minute.
genetics.
Hold on a minute. Alan, come to the microphone. Try your thing.
Yeah, can you hear me now, Pastor?
Yeah, now we can. Go ahead, fam. What's good? Shalom.
Okay, shalom, shalom. Peace to my brother Garfield. What's up, King?
What up, King? How you been? How the family?
You can hear me all right still, Brother Berea?
Yeah. Go ahead. You got it. You got the floor.
Okay. All right. Peace to my brother Garfield. I'm on my other page. Somebody flagged me for I don't know what reason. So this is my backup page. But as far as the DNA is concerned, I've been saying this for a while. Brother Garfield know my spiel on it. He know what I teach on this. For one, we cannot identify Hebrew Israelites through markers. We can't do that. It doesn't work like that. Population genetics doesn't work like that. See, what we're discussing is population genetics. What I hear you brother discussing, that's what you would call population genetics. When you're dealing with population genetics, that's not a reference to modern day ancestry. Population genetics is never a reference to modern day ancestry. It's just not.
Yeah, what do you mean? Break that down a little bit.
I'm gonna break that down. When you're dealing with population genetics, you're dealing with certain markers acquired based on a species living in a certain environment and moving out of a certain environment at a certain amount of time, or moving out at a certain period. And genes markers are acquired through these processes. And this is what you would call population genetics. When we dealing with the ancient origin of E1B1 this, or were we dealing with U, or were we dealing with E, or were we dealing with I? We're dealing with ancient markers that's telling us about a certain process that happened thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, before there was even a concept of ancestral lineage. You get what I'm saying? Before there was even the concept of that. So what we're dealing with is ancient markers to try to identify modern people. Now, when you deal with genetic testing, you got some genetic or ancestry testing, you have something different. Now, ancestry testing is seeing if your ancestors came from, you go to 23andMe and AfricanAncestry.com to see if you got it. Yes. Now, see, when the conversation gets cloudy, if you're talking about Israelites attaching themselves to an ancient people, you cannot use what you would call those type of sciences, population genetics in particular, to even argue about a modern concept of an ancient people 2,000 years ago or 3,000 years ago, because the markers doesn't point to that. Even when you're dealing with genetic testing, the markers doesn't point to it. They could say you fit your markers over here, your markers over there in Zimbabwe or Ghana or Togo, Benin, whatever. That doesn't tell us who we are. So I hear a lot of people mix this up with DNA. Oh, I'm 95% Africa, or what? I'm 80 some percent this or that. That doesn't say who you are. People don't understand that. They think just because you have a marker that another person they found in Benin identical to, you think that means that's your cousin. It doesn't necessarily mean that. You get what I'm saying? Just to put it in layman terms. Go ahead, King. So we got to be careful with this DNA thing. So no Israelites out there and people who arguing that Israelites should prove who they is DNA wise, they just as ignorant as the Israelites who try to prove who they are through DNA, because you can't do that. You can't prove a culture through test tubes. You can't prove you are this person through a test tube based on a cultural context or based on a nationality perspective. It just don't work like that. You get what I'm saying?
You can't say they wrong. They wrong. Both sides are wrong just for trying to even go down that road to figure that out.
Yeah, both sides are wrong. That makes no sense. You can't do it with you cannot do it with population genetics, and you can't do it with ancestry DNA testing. You can't do it. Ancestry DNA testing is just a good reference point. It shows where your people or a person who had a marker that you have was in a specific area at a specific time, but that doesn't necessarily mean the totality of you and the completion of your ancestors and the quote unquote the total number of how many ever ancestors, because you know we got millions of them if you keep going back, was in that particular region for that long of a time. You don't know that. They could come there, stay for 100 years, they're going to pick up genes. Next thing you know, they're going to pick up markers. They can move out, they pick up more markers. You know what I'm saying? Less diversity as they move out. Things of this nature. You going to share those markers. That don't mean they was there all the time. Like when people say some blacks have a European marker. That doesn't mean they have a white person in their family because they have a marker from Europe or from a European marker. That has nothing to do with it. Like people don't understand that there were black people in Europe. You get what I'm saying? Just because so people try to, what they do is they mistake genetic heredity with a geographical landmass. They intertwine the two. And that's the
people
mistake.
Like you said could just be passing through. People from Africa just be in Europe. Hold on a minute. What's your other screen name? They ask, what's your other screen name?
Oh, the Nile Valley Hebrew. Yahshua Libyan Nile.
Hey, Barry, look, you see this comment by Noel Jackson? Now, this is somebody
you heard me?
Yeah, but he said no, you can't. Garfield was saying something. Go ahead, Garfield. Let me turn on my thing.
Oh yeah, Garfield know me. That's my brother, Garfield. That's a real one right there.
7 years, man. We go back to Google Hangouts and all that stuff. He knows me for years.
Okay, but what comment you were talking about up here?
Yeah, Noel Jackson said Dr. Can also agree that the ancestors of Black Americans.
Are you talking to me, Brother Baran?
No, oh, you can't hear Garfield talking? No, he was
I can't hear nobody but you. Okay.
Oh, I don't know. What hold on, do you know what do you think that is, Garfield? He said he can't hear nobody but me talking because I want him to hear what Plumber's saying. Tell him what to
come in.
But all right, he said you got to come out and come back in. Go ahead. What you were saying? I don't even see the comment you talking about.
The comment says Dr. Can also agreed that the ancestors of Black Americans was already in West Africa before the Israelites existed as a people. Now, you see, you could pick and choose what you want. I don't care what Plumber comes on here and says.
He ain't said nothing yet.
I know what he's got. I know where he's going because these people don't deal with truth. They want to live a lie. This is why I use the term identity thief. You are not an Israelite.
But how you can say that so sure? Hold on. Oh, man, hold on. Wait, Garfield.
Because I'm using history and anthropology, and I'm using common sense, Bareen. I'm using all the information they use. Show them that they can't even read properly the information that they use. When you had brother Dante on, because he don't like me to call his name, I'm gonna call his name tonight. Go make 20 posts. Now watch this. When he came on here, he brought up a post and said, I answered your question about slaves off the ships. While the article he was reading was about an Igbo claim, he turned a comment, a paragraph within that chapter of a book to try to make a point without even reading the book. This is the type of scholarship that they don't read none of the books they reference. They just go on Google, find a little clip, Black Jew, and they'll say, hey, look, we are proof, without reading it. And what happens is, this is the insecurity of you human beings as humans. If Rajiv Khan said 1,000,000 times that West Africans, E1 African Americans weren't there way before there was an Israelite, you're not going to agree because your belief supersedes what he says. Stop trying to use genetics. That goes even to Orthodox Moore and whoever is on the panel. Stop trying to use genetics to prove something that a belief is. If you believe, stay with the belief, because your God stands above what humans speak about. So it don't make no sense some of us even argue this, because we're making fool of ourselves. There's no expert that agrees with none of these Hebrew Israelites that front like they are researchers. There's nobody. And this is why when I used to argue with my brother in the chat, we used to always go back to the consensus. Alvin Elmore, James Cassell, who is Genesis 49's right-hand guy, he always used to go back to the consensus, because we are not experts in the field. We have to depend on experts. Rajiv Khan never spoke in absolute the whole time. Even when he said 30 to 40,000 E1B1A was in West Africa, he said that's my opinion because that's his specialty. And ask these guys, have they ever read his articles on E1B1A? I'm telling you, this argument is just so ridiculous with the DNA. It's beyond, I don't know where you guys get these guys from that come on YouTube and feel like they know information and that they're experts. None of them are experts in that field. None of them. They're all opinionated to try to prove that they're Israelites. That's their goal.
All right, hold on, Garfield. Plumber, come to the microphone. He's saying y'all just, it's the power of religion. Y'all, everybody do it. Y'all just reading, you seeing stuff and you reading it into the text, and that ain't even what the text saying. Like, I was just, when the show started off, and before we got on Israel thing, the people that were in here could bear witness that I'm blowing at Christians for taking scriptures and make a scripture do what it's supposed to do, and that ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but they believe so much they want it to happen. Come on, Plumber, you got the microphone. I'm putting the link out there.
Shalom, Garfield, Cue Ball, whatever your name. What you say your name was?
Shalom, King.
The shalom, brother, and shalom to Orthodox down there too. Look, I'm not here to argue none of that with the brother. The whole point was this. I got a couple points.
Go ahead, Plumber. We can hear you, God.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a couple. The whole point was this. He been coming up here week in and week out talking about E1, B1A, wasn't never in the Levant. So that's the main point. So let me just push back on that now. So you got to change that position. And we all know that whatever scholar you're dealing with and whatever field you're dealing with, at the end of the day, it's really just their opinion. We all know that. But guess what? They got a more educated opinion than what we have.
A professional opinion.
Yeah. So that's the point there. Now my next thing is, he said it don't matter. E1 was down in Africa before it was in the Levant, but the Bible tells you that. We already know from the biblical narrative that the Israelites came out of Africa and went into the Levant. So that just kind of lines up with the biblical narrative. So I'm not here to prove definitively that somebody is this or somebody is that. But if we look at the information honestly and listen to what the brothers Demand said on Garfield's show, it lines up with the biblical narrative. So we can't now say that can't be so because they was in Africa first. The Bible told you they was in Africa first. So that's another thing. And the next thing is, according to what this brother that just came on talked about, the Nihilistic Hebrew, right? So Garfield in here talking about he Ashanti, but when we look at DNA, maybe he's not. Maybe his people was just passing through there. And guess what? I was watching some videos with some of them African brothers over there that lived next to the Ashanti, And he said that, no, we're not Ashanti. And he spoke and he said, we used to say this word. And so they said that we were Ashanti, but we just lived next to Ashanti. So I guess that kind of proves that Neolithic Hebrews, his whole point right there, that, you really can't do it this way and that way. But, and at the end of the day, if Garfield think he Ashanti or whatever, then basically he just going by the same belief system that Israelites is going by. He just believes in something that he really can't even prove. You know what I mean? So those are my points I want to make. I just want to show that this guy's narrative lines up with the biblical narrative, which actually lines up with what Garfield just said about how you can't use, they can't be because they came out, there was in Africa first. We know they was in Africa first. And then, one more thing. And so when you're dealing with the dating, so of course we know that dating comes from two different worldviews. You got the creationist worldview, then you got the evolutionist worldview.
Yeah.
The Bible doesn't really actually tell us or give us an actual timeline that we can follow. That 6,000 years really come down from some sages somewhere. So at the end of the day, it could have been, the Bible could have been talking about 300,000 BC, whatever, however you want to put it. Could have been talking about that because it doesn't necessarily address that. So I just wanted to say that. So when you got the two timelines, you can't use the timeline and say it ain't real either, because he's talking about this far back, because that just comes from a certain worldview. And so these people do their science according to their worldview that they already have in their mind. And we always talk about people being unbiased researchers, but I don't think there's one out there. So everybody comes into whatever research they're doing with something in their mind already of how it's supposed to be. And they work off of that, what they already have in their mind. And so that's why some of them cats are saying 300,000 BC, and some people were saying the earth is only 6,000 years old. And that's why we had that, because they just working with two different opinions, two different worldviews. It's not necessarily proven as fact on either side of the table. So let's just keep it real. That's all I want to say, and I'm up out of here.
Hey, Bereem, before Orthodox More comes in, can I just say to my brother Plum, I appreciate your comments, bro. I appreciate your comments. I just want to say I appreciate what you just said. I think that if Plummer is being honest, he'll tell you that Rajiv Khan did say 30,000 years ago, which is outside the realm of a biblical timeline. He did say things about 15,000 years, 20,000 years.
Well, hold on, but not every biblical timeline that come from Bishop Ussher in the 1700s, and that the world Irish bishop that the world 6,000, 8,000. And the Bible ain't saying none of that. So we could everybody don't look at it like that. So I understand what he's saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, but
I expected a professional to stretch it out longer, because that's what the majority of the
also what I would like to ask him, where does the Bible say that the people in Israel were born in Africa? Is he talking about them being in Egypt? Is that what he's referring to? And they coming out mixed with the Canaanites?
I don't know. Some Bible people don't even believe in that out of Africa theory when you're dealing with the repopulation from the Noah story, being that where the Mount Ararat, where the Ark landed, and but I'm they look at it differently. But Plummer, you could jump back on if you wanted to answer that.
Well, he did say E1. If you notice, when he talked about the Levant, he talked about E1 because he was referring to the Natufians.
And what's wrong with that?
That's what he's referring to. No. Because when we talk about E1, B1A, he actually made an error. Rajiv Khan made that error, and then I asked him the question over. This is why I know these guys are disingenuous. I know he made an error, an honest error. He made an error when he spoke. I know he misspoke. So I asked him the question over later in the interview to bring clarity to what he had said earlier. I bet you none of them would point that out. Not one person come to you, Bereen, and will point that out. Not one. They'll refer that guy in the audience, Remelia. He's the most disingenuous of them all. You're gonna pay Garfield $500 for what? Pay me $5,000 and I'll show up. How about that? It's ridiculous. You guys are forcing. You just believe. That's what I'm saying. Leave these conversations alone, Bereen. Just let Bereen preach Jesus and preach Yahweh and leave it alone. It doesn't match up. The history don't match up. Nothing matches up. It doesn't match up. I don't care what they come with. There's a response and an answer in scholarship that refutes every single thing. This is why the Hebrew community started the ISSAAJ, because they want to convert every single person to Judaism. That's their goal. They want to convert the Igbos. They want to convert the Yorubas.
Everybody. I agree with that. I agree with that.
That's
a
their
movement.
goal. It's the new Christianity. That's what it is. They are converting people to Judaism, and it does nothing for us as a people. Nothing. If you claim it today and you believe in it, it don't do nothing for you if you convert to these people's religion. It does nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all.
A bloodline, when you proselyte and all that, that's a whole theological thing. When you proselyte, people are a little confused because they want to be bloodline so bad, and they came out as a mixture, but they want the blood to be, the only blood of Jesus is the blood of Jesus we talking about. Ain't blood we talking about.
Hold on a second. Now, you see this guy, Remal Yahoo? Ask him what he said later on in the show. And obviously, he made an error. How could he say that E is a Semitic marker? And everybody in science said that E started in Africa. You see, obviously the dude made a mistake when he spoke. Obviously. Who would say he's a who? I don't know. I don't even think Genesis 49ers even teach that. I don't even think he teaches that. Who teaches that? EM96 started in East Africa. And then the people migrated to West and South Africa, and it mutated to become E1B1A. How could E1B1A be a Semitic marker? Obviously, the guy made an error, so I asked him the question over for clarity. Come on, guys. Stop being dishonest, man.
Asked him 3 times, as a matter of fact.
Thank you, man.
Wiggins, were you even in there, Wiggins?
Hold on.
You gotta get more. More been waiting. Go ahead, more.
Yeah. Just to be clear, first and foremost, just like I gave you props for your efforts on your book, etc., whatnot. I definitely want to give you props for bringing out a geneticist. Where, like, even on Israelite channels, we're not. We can talk about papers, etc., but we're not sitting down with geneticists as of yet. So I definitely appreciate you for bringing them out. And not only that, like someone who was very forthright in their information on all the questions that you asked and whatnot. But with that, so I want to touch on 2 things on that question you were just talking about, and something that Ngozi said, right? Just because I want to clarify, I want to make sure I understand what he was saying, because you know his position better than I do. But so you were asking, you kept following up about the E1B1A in the Middle East, right, or Levant, etc., whatnot, right? And he kept saying that he was being vague on purpose because of EP2, right? So like I'm saying, he didn't say EP2. I'm saying EP2 because it's easier for people to follow, right? So the E1B1 concept, right? Like, so EP2 can mutate into E1B1A and E1B1B. And from what I was understanding, that's why he was saying he was being vague about E1B1A in the Levant, because he said there was not enough data to confirm or deny that concept yet. From what I understand, is that what you heard or no?
Garfield?
Yeah, I'm here.
That was for Garfield.
Yeah,
all right, hold on.
I keep my mic muted because I don't want to interrupt the brother while he's speaking. Yes,
okay.
You're correct. But what happened is he made an error, Orthodox Moor. I don't know if you caught it in the second question when he responded about E and E being Semitic, and then later on I asked him about it for clarity. But these people, I don't know what's wrong with us as Hebrew Israelites. Do we watch things to say, hey, disagree with my belief, so I'm going to pinpoint this mark at the 5-minute mark and forget the other 95 minutes. I'm only remember the 5 minutes.
Yeah, man, people, yeah.
I don't understand it. This is why I'm here now, because I'm used to you guys so much. Not you, Orthodox Moor, but I mean, you know what, Orthodox Moor, finish your point. Yes, that's what he was saying. He was being vague because there's not enough information, and that's how PhD.
No, but vague based upon not enough information based on the fact that it's EP2, right? Like, so within the Tufians, there's two E markers that are found amongst 5 different.
Right, 5 samples.
Right?
5 samples.
So one of them is EP2, which is the precursor to E1B1A and E1B1B. Like, so EP2 can mutate into either one, right? And so from what I understand, that's why he was saying he was being vague about E1B1A being present in the Middle East, because they don't have enough information, because they don't know if they can find it EP2 mutating into E1B1A or not. You know what I'm saying? So is that your understanding, or are you saying that why were you saying that he would need more evidence? Or what's your understanding? That's what I'm trying to say, because I understand it based upon EP2. What are you saying?
Yeah, there's not enough evidence, because remember, you have an Iber Masurian sample that's E1B1B that's older than the Natufian sample.
Right.
Old.
So
And by the way, Bereen, put the link in the
right,
chat.
but the point is this: it doesn't matter what age you find.
Hold on 1 second.
Hold on, real quick. EP2.
Hold on 1 second. Add Shlomo in the chat to this conversation. Add Shlomo to the conversation. Put the link in the chat and add Shlomo. He knows about DNA more than I do.
He's already here waiting with slides. I'm trying to. You said let more go ahead and talk.
Okay,
He's already here waiting. I got his slides up and everything.
My apologies. Go ahead, more. I'm sorry.
Right, but so this is the small point I'm trying to understand. Like, so it doesn't matter when you bring up E1B1B, right? Like, so its precursor was EP2, so it had to mutate from EP2, right? So again, EP2 can mutate into either E1B1A or E1B1B, right? So they found E1B1B present within the Tufians along with the EP2, so we know it mutated there into the EP2, right? So from what I understand, he was saying he was being vague because they can't confirm or deny if EP2 mutated into E1B1A in the Levant or not. Is that your understanding or no?
No, sir. Hell
okay.
no.
Okay.
I did not get that from that conversation.
No worries. Right. Second question, right? Like, so I need to call Ngozi to confirm this concept, right? From what I understand, I got to re-listen to it because I only heard the interview once, right? So I like to listen to stuff like at least 2-3 times, right? But being that you're up here now, I'd like to get your understanding. So from what I heard, I believe I heard Ngozi / Amir talking about he believed that E1B1A mutated in either East Africa or Arabia. Is that what your understanding or no?
Yeah, yes. There's research that they're still debating on if it comes out of Arabia or it comes out of Africa. There's still a debate going on. Just like DE, like we have the haplogroup DE, there was a big argument about if DE is from Africa or is from Asia. There's still debates going on about that issue.
Right. So I think people might misunderstand something you're saying. So you're not saying the E1B1A originated in West Africa, right?
I'm saying that the E1B1A that we have mutated in West Africa, but the EM96 had back migration. This is why you have people in the Levant. I am saying that the E1B1A that I carry originated in West Africa. That's what I am saying.
Your EU290?
Say that again?
Your EU290, correct?
No.
Which one are you?
I don't think I'm EU290.
I believe you're ET290, which is like a 4,000-year mutation, correct?
Hold on 1 second. I got to double check.
Here.
So, okay, are you familiar with...
Wait.
So, Garfield and I spoke about his Y-DNA a bit earlier, right? It took me a while, but I'm almost certain this is where he is, right? Once he gets a big Y, he's going to follow it somewhere inside of this street right here, as we see on the screen. As you see, there's a most recent common ancestor date for this entire tree, estimated to be 4,500 years ago, right? And he's going to be somewhere in here. And the way YFOL works is voluntary. It's largely voluntary. Sometimes the staff upload study samples, but mostly it's voluntary. So what you end up seeing is you have people upload the flag of their most distant known ancestor on their patrilineal line, and sometimes they also add the language if they wish to. And so that's what you end up seeing here. So, for example, the one at the very top, let's say Yoruba, a couple other Yorubas, then you see some Mendes, then you see a Mendinka, and others didn't add a language, and others you can see are clearly diasporic blacks, right? Hence the U.S. flags from Alabama, the Barbados flags. There's a Puerto Rico flag further down north, right? One thing you don't see here, right, is you don't see any of the ancient Levantine samples which have been uploaded to YFOL, right? They're not following over here. Also, you know, the parsimonious conclusion here, right, given that all these West African samples that coalesce to a common ancestor who lived at 4,500 years ago, you know, even though I like Garfield, I don't think his ancestor was an Israelite.
Hey, Bereen, can I add something real quickly that's very important to this conversation? And I'm going to show you how hypocritical all these people who watch the interview. I'm not talking about Moore, by the way. Everybody else who has come on and said they watched the interview. Watch this, Bereen. In the first 12 minutes of the interview, he mentioned the theory of 3 sons producing 3 different haplogroups, and eventually says that based on the evidence, it cannot happen. Because that's something that Genesis 49ers and these yap crazies out there in the YouTube world teaches. Now watch this. At the timestamp of the 25-minute mark, he says 80% of the Levantine genetics from the biblical period
matches the genetics of the modern inhabitants there today, and further iterates this same point.
Same thing Crawford said, them the people. Them the people in that land right now.
There you go. There you go. Also, he talks about he agrees that the EM96 developed in Africa and not West Asia, just to address the point that Moore talked about at the 39-minute mark. And
you got those minute marks written down because we didn't start till 12.
It's right here. The point I'm trying to make is he refuted every single thing that Genesis 49ers teach and most of what these so-called Israelites teach when it comes to DNA. He refuted every single point. And the issue here is he made a slip up with the E marker for the second question. He did make a mistake, but I asked him the question over and he responded accordingly because I don't know if he was a little bit nervous. He made a slip of the tongue.
Somebody said he answered you the same way.
Exactly. Hold on a second. Let me say this. At the EM96 developed in Africa, because Jashub claims Jacob was EP2, but EP2 came from EP177, which came from EP147, which came from EM96. So that kind of Greece developed in Africa. That the EM96 developed in Africa defeats the whole thing about this Levant and E1B1A and all this craziness because the root of it started in Africa. So they don't want to be Hamites, Bereen. They want to be Shemites. But the people, what they're claiming are Hamites in their book.
The other way around.
All right, now watch this. He said at the 49-minute mark, he agrees that the Bronze Age Israelites are not the same people as the Natufians who lived thousands of years before the Israelites even existed. They are claiming Second Exodus, Genesis 49ers, and the weirdos are claiming that they're using Natufian DNA because it has E, and it's only 5 samples. You can't use 5 samples to make an entire argument. That's craziness. At the timestamp of 55 minutes, he states that the haplogroup E was already present in West Africa way before the Israelites ever existed. When asked at the timestamp of 1 hour and 3 minutes and 40 seconds if the ancestors of Black Americans were in West Africa 4,000 years ago, his answer was, "Oh, for sure." Stop playing games with people's lives with misinformation. I don't know what Genesis 49ers, I actually respect him more than anybody else out there, as much as he bangs on Garfield a lot. I respect him because I don't look at him as somebody doing it. I think this guy genuinely believes he's an Israelite. I'm serious.
They all do.
Oh, no. Some of them have motives. Bereen. Some of these guys out here try to use it as a way how to do whatever they're doing to get out of the people. No, I'm not talking about them people. I'm talking about Genesis 49er. This dude really believes he's an Israelite. So when you really believe something, you will find your way and wiggle into science and try to find something within the scientific language and culture and the information to try to make it gravitate to your information to make it seem like what you believe is right. He's so obsessed with being who he think he is. This is why I call it, when you're an identity thief, you try to take somebody's identity and get credit cards and get whatever in their names. So you try to assume to be that person. You are assuming to be a part of a culture that you are not. I'm telling you, Bereen, playtime is over. I'm telling you, this is Garfield speaking. Playtime is over. I'm telling you, it's over. I'm ready for any one of them. More is on here. I'm ready for you and all you Yahweh War Machine guys and the craziness y'all talk. I love you. But I'm telling you, I'm ready for everybody right now. Anybody wants it with Garfield, I'm ready right now. We don't need no debate time. Just set the clock and I'm ready. It is over. It is done. I'm telling y'all, y'all can't claim DNA no more. It's a wrap.
Plumber, come to the microphone. Where my sister, homegirl said, Ben said leave that DNA alone. But Plumber, come to the microphone on that comment right there.
I mean, Garfield sound like you a little in your feelings, brother, but they saying, people's telling me that Genesis 49er did a video about all this already, man. Can we find that and play that?
All right, hold on, bro. Wicked, my phone over there, my phone in the other room charging up. I'll get it in a minute.
Bereen, hold on a second, Bereen. Genesis 49ers, you played a video of Genesis 49ers the other day. He made so many errors in that video. I didn't even respond to it yet. Genesis 49ers is not Razib Khan. Why do we need to listen to somebody who is not a geneticist? This is what I'm telling you.
We listening to you.
Hold on. No, you don't listen. I'm not the expert. This guy's the expert. I'm repeating what he said. He's the expert. I'm telling you what he said.
I love you, Garfield, man.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Love ain't this ain't no love right now. Come on, let me.
Yeah, you're correct.
What's the first minute marker, Garfield? What's the first minute? Everybody say they want to hear this. They want to hear it. Where did he say? Somebody said you asked him 3 times and it was 3 the same reply? Where at what minute marker did he make a mistake? You got that part there?
I don't have the I know it's within the first 12 minutes. But I'll say this. We could go to, let me tell you an exact marker right now. You could go to the 25-minute marker if you want. You could start right there first. Let's do that first.
All right.
I just want to ask you, Garfield, can you please just admit that there was E1B1A in the Levant?
That's all Plumber wants. Let's get there. Yeah, one step at a time.
Because what we got to do, Berean, is we got to tear apart. We got to tear apart his little argument piece by piece, so we can establish different things. We already did it when he said there wasn't no Israelites in Africa, so he already conceded. So we
Lord, I just want Israelites. I just want a few Israelites on the bottom of the ship, and it's all.
Yeah, so we just got to go through it piece by piece. One by one, just one by one. We ain't got to deal with all at one time. Let's just do. Can you say that? Can you say that, please, for me, Garfield?
Wait, say that again. What do you say?
That there was E1B1A in the Levant.
That there was E1B1A in the Levant. What evidence do you have of that?
I mean, your guy just said it. Well, that was his opinion.
I'm asking.
That was his opinion.
I'm not saying.
I'm asking you. Okay, well, let's do this then. Let's change the question. Let me change the question.
Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second.
You ain't got to change the question. We got to find the video. Go ahead.
No, if E1B1A is in the Levant, what does that mean?
No, I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. What does it mean to you?
What does it mean to me? Well, it means that possibly, all these African Americans running around here with E1B1A, they could have had some ancestry there or something,
Okay,
or it could mean that at least, can we say this then at least? Can we at least say that? Can you at least say that that's what your geneticist came on and confirmed?
No, he didn't confirm that.
Hold on,
bro.
According to his opinion.
Okay, here we go, son. Let's go to the 25-minute mark real quick. He says 80% of the Levantine genetics from the biblical period matches the genetics of the modern inhabitants there today, and further it iterates this fact at a timestamp of 45 minutes 40 seconds. This is the point. He just said if E1B1A. I've never denied whether E1B1A is in the Levant or not. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. I already said he mentioned the Yoruba went to the Levant 7,500 years ago based off the science. So obviously E1B1A is there.
I mean, you're saying that now, but a couple weeks ago on here, you were saying that's West African. They wasn't in no Levant. You were saying that just a couple weeks ago, brother.
My brother, if you ever looked at a DNA map of E1B1A, just look at it. Just a simple Google search. Hold on 1 second. What you call it? Let's look at that E1.
I'm done, Berean, man. Just
E1. No, don't run. E1.
I'm not running from you. You actually trying to do the electric slide on me, brother. I'm not trying to run from you at all. I'm just done. I'm done when a brother can't admit something. Ain't no need to talk to that prideful man. Ain't no need to deal with him because he ain't got no humility. He ain't got no meekness. He just prideful, and you up here because everybody thinking Israelites is coming at you like, see, we right about this saying exactly, and so you mad. I get it. I understand.
I'm actually not even mad. I'm right here. Look at this. Look at this map. Can you show this on the screen?
Deal with that, man.
Marine? Can you show this on the screen real quick? And just take the comment off. All right, look at this, family. This is a map of the geographical frequency of EM2 or E1B1A, right? If you look right here at the center of it right here, this is the highest frequency of it. It says 100%, 90%. Usually where something originates, you find the highest percentages. Look at where the highest percentages of E1B1A is. right here, Western Central Africa. It is in the Levant in small percentages, less than 10%, meaning that the people migrated from here to there. Nobody is denying that. You had the trans-Saharan slave trade. Of course, people went through the trans-Saharan trade route and went to Egypt and went to all over the Levant. This is obvious. What are you talking about? Who would
Can I
deny
ask you this
that?
question? Guys,
And then you just lied, by the way. Hold up. You just lied and said, I said a couple weeks ago, E1B1A was not in the Levant. We never ever had that conversation. So you can't say that, because if I'm going to tell you right now,
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, E1B1A is in the Levant at a very small percentage. But
Okay.
where is it the most at? 100%, 90%. Where?
I'm going to concede that.
Africa. Show
I'm
it
going to concede
origin.
that. I'm going to concede that because I really ain't trying to debate you anyway, brother. I'm going to concede all that. But let me ask you this. Do we know for certain where, during biblical days or during the time that Abraham and, Jacob and them went into Egypt, do we know the exact borders of how far Egypt stretched down into the African area? Do we know what those are? I mean, is there I don't know. I'm asking because I really honestly don't know.
Yes, we do know. We do know because if you look at they have something called the border steals, or the what do you call them that Egypt has. Yes, you do know the border steals. They do have border stealings with Egypt where there's cut off and where people are. So yes, you could tell. Egypt was kind of extremely civilized in that sense, as far as documentation.
So
and
how far down did it stretch?
It didn't stretch more than where it is right now.
I thought it engulfed Nubia and all them at one time. No?
No, I think remember Nubia.
It didn't go down into
Nubia. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second, beloved. Do you know what Ethiopia is, though? Ethiopia in the Bible is at the border of Egypt and northern Sudan. That's small.
Yeah, and it stretched, and Ethiopia stretched all the way across from the west coast to the east coast, right?
No, sir. No. Let's look at biblical Ethiopia. Biblical Ethiopia is totally different than modern day Ethiopia.
Yeah, I know that.
Totally
I know
different.
that. That's
Ethiopia,
why I'm asking you.
again, according to the Bible, Ezekiel 29:10, you go there and you'll read about where Cush is. Cush is what we would call Nubia. Nubia is that small area. Not Nubia, Cush. It would be that area of southern Egypt and northern Sudan. That's where the Cush would be. If you're saying the borders there, I have no argument as far as the borders. We know where Cush was. It's documented there. It's documented in Egyptian records. It's there. They call it Cash or whatever. So I mean, we know that where it is. But as far as spreading all over, no, sir. That's there's nothing to confirm that.
How much of Africa do you think Egypt controlled?
Egypt controlled where they were.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay, so I got you. I'm just asking because I really don't know. I'm just trying to see because the biblical narrative is they came into Levant from Africa. You're saying that can't be so because it was just Egypt. So I'm just trying to figure it out. That's all. But like I said, I wasn't trying to argue with you.
We were there before.
I just got on here because I wanted to ask Berean to play that. I haven't watched it. I haven't seen it.
No. Hold on, Berean. He said he ain't watch it? Hell no.
I'm talking about the Genesis 49 video. I'm asking Berean to play because people's hitting me up talking about asking
Garfield. No, they saw your video, Garfield. They saw your video. No, but other people telling me. But other people telling me right now, a few people want to, I guess those are the only ones that missed it because a lot of Israelites saw your video, saw the geneticists, and others are just saying, you got a couple of minute markers. I want to pull those up. Other people say they want to hear the whole video in its context, but I want to get to this 25. Where's it at? All right, it's on this one, right? That 25 where you said, I want all of those markers. Anybody else that saw that video that got any questions in any specific? I got to see what they say about this other sister right here. Let me put this up here. Hold on. There's a 25-minute mark right here.
To be that different than today. We have samples from the Bronze Age and earlier. Like I said, J1 and J2 show, and to a lesser extent, like R1A and other weird ones, lower frequencies, start showing up in the Bronze Age and Iron Age and West Asia. But in general, It's like 80% similar to the modern, just like 60 to 80% similar to the modern distribution. Put it that way. I think West Africa probably the same. I am of the school that I think that there's probably a deep connection between most West Africans and Eurasians dating to the Pleistocene. So probably the Y chromosomal haplogroups. I think that they're associated with a group called basal Eurasians that don't have that much Neanderthal. Okay. I think that there's something that we're missing in the models connecting Africans to non-Africans. And I think it's old, and I think ancient DNA will resolve it. So I think the haplogroup distribution by the Bronze Age was probably not that dissimilar. The main issue is the expansion of farmer populations happened in the Iron Age. So, haplogroups like associated with A and whatnot, B were way more common probably in the Bronze Age. But within West Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon area, probably E, the E's were already there, in my opinion.
All right. Given the available evidence we have, would you say Semitic Levantine populations in antiquity were homogeneous or diverse in their genetic makeup?
They were diverse. Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to say it.
All right, cool. Let me get to the next question. Hold on. Let's stop it for a second, Bereen. Stop it for a second. The screen. Stop it for a second, Bereen. Let's deal with what you just said. Let's deal with what he just said a while ago at the 25-minute mark. At 80% of the Levantine genetics from the biblical period, the Bronze Age, come all the way down, is what we have in the in that area as far as Israel today. Let's deal with that conversation first. And I'm sure no one called you, Bereen, and mentioned that comment. I guarantee you, nobody called you and said that.
No.
I guarantee you. But Garfield is a liar, and he this, and he that, and he got him. Why don't you mention that, liars? They're liars. They're liars.
Come on, American Dream. You didn't come in. You just came in, but you didn't come to the microphone since you've been here. You want to say something concerning what the video, the geneticist of Garfield?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Good evening to everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, man. Thanks for letting me on. Interestingly enough, Garfield had already interviewed Tudor Parfit. I don't know if you guys saw that interview. But I thought that Tudor Parfit had already kind of debunked what Garfield was saying about, and so when I saw the geneticist pretty much, say the same thing, confirmed it. So even to the point where Garfield said you couldn't show a slave coming off of the ship. There was no evidence of that. Parfit spoke to that and said, yes, there was little evidence of that. So pretty much everything Garfield was saying was being debunked by both the historian and the geneticist. But for some reason, Garfield is still on here trying to pretend as if it's not. And I think it really speaks to the one reason I came on was because I heard Garfield say that, Israelites are pretending to be something they are not.
Yes.
Right. And Garfield himself is doing the exact same thing. Garfield is pretending to be something he is not. He's pretending to be a scholar. He's pretending to be an author, and he's not. Like, Garfield is not an author. Garfield's whole book is plagiarized. All of it, right? I've actually found the links where Garfield has gone in and plagiarized people's work and is claiming it as his own. Garfield is not an honest person.
All right, well, get back to the Tudor Parfit thing. I'm not sure. I didn't. Something happened on site when I was trying to download this. So I don't know about the book. I'm not really want to touch on that right now. I want to touch. So you believe he's disingenuous because Parfit and a few people did email me or hit me about that, Garfield, saying, "Oh, Parfit, he had Parfit on, and Parfit said A, B, C, and D, and they were Israelites." They hit me. So you're saying Parfit, he's hearing one thing, and then he's misunderstanding what he's hearing from
No,
the
he's not
scholars?
misunderstanding. No, he understands perfectly. He's just being dishonest. Like, he's not an honest person. He's trying to be something he's not. He's not an honest person. He knows perfectly. He understands what all he's a smart guy, but he's just not honest. He's a clever. He's more clever. Like, you know, and that's why I brought in his book, just to prove that he's not an honest person. Like, he pretends to be something that he's not. Like, he'll take other people's. He actually took other people's work and he's pretending that it's his, and he puts it off as if it's his work, and he tries to get credit for it. And you know, so when he made the bold comment about Israelites are trying to be something that they're not, it just really kind of like irked me in a certain way. And I felt like, you know, that's not right, bro, because you're doing even worse than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, he more than anyone else is pretending to be something he is not. And for him to go around and try to, you know, accuse others of that and be on here doing this, it's just not right. And he's just not an honest person. And I just felt compelled to come on here and say that. I'm sorry for taking away from your time, but just to speak to what Tudor Parfit said specifically.
Do you remember specifically? Do you remember specifically of the Tudor Parfit part?
Well, you know, I mentioned the part about he did mention that there was evidence of on even on slave ships, slaves
all right, you heard
coming
that, Brown,
off
right?
with their names, with Hebrew names. He spoke about in West Africa. He spoke about there have been evidence of Hebrew communities in West Africa, all over the place. Everything that Garfield was saying doesn't exist, Parfit said was there.
Okay, hey, can I respond to that, Barine?
Yeah, you got to. Not the book part. All if you want to. I can't say he brought up the book. Let me be quiet. Go ahead. Whatever you want to respond to.
Listen, this gentleman has it out for me for the greatest long time. And I
oh, you know who this is?
Yeah,
oh, okay. These people I don't. Okay, I don't know these names.
The haters could come anywhere. Everywhere I go, they try to track me down and bring my name down.
Oh, okay.
All right. So listen to this.
But I can prove what I'm saying, Garfield. And Berean, what I'm saying is I can prove what I'm saying.
Okay, hold on, brother. He was quiet when you were bringing up charges. Let him go ahead and let him go ahead. Go ahead. What were you talking about? I want to touch it. I want to get it. Y'all, they trying to get around that ship. I'm trying to talk about Parfit. Go ahead.
Hold on, Barry. Look at this now.
Don't start talking about that book. I want to talk about Parfit.
He spoke for 7 minutes, by the way. Watch this.
Okay.
Garfield, Tudor Parfit, he just said Tudor Parfit, and this gentleman agreed. Now, listen to this.
What gentleman? What are you reading?
He said the geneticist and Parfit. This is how when you hate somebody, you just talk crap and don't even know what you're talking about. Watch this carefully now. Tudor Parfit said it's possible. Remember when we had the show, Barine, and we played that part, but Genesis 49 is over. It's possible. He never said that. What you just said, American Dream. You are lying because you are a liar. But watch this. This is how you defeat pseudo.
You said it was impossible.
Hold on, brother. Y'all got a heavy unmuting spirit.
Whoa. Garfield never said it's impossible. I've never said that one time. I said I have never seen any evidence. I put a challenge to the community 7 years ago. I said, you bring evidence that someone came off a ship. Parfit never showed evidence. Parfit basically just said it. He said it's possible.
Based on the evidence. It's possible.
He said it's
so why
possible.
do you think he says it's possible, Garfield?
Did he provide evidence?
He was talking about his work in general. No, he didn't provide any. He was talking about.
Stop. You answer the question. He didn't provide evidence. That kills your whole argument. Watch this now. You said that Parfit agreed that there were Jews in West Africa. Who said there weren't any Jews in West Africa? Garfield.
All right, so that's what Plymouth said. So
let me just finish, please. This guy has been a rant for 7 minutes. I'm not trying to take over your show.
Go ahead.
Look at this. Look at this now. Garfield, you see, I have enemies from even my own people who shoot me down. My own people, Amberine. But watch this. Let's deal with the issue at hand now. I am saying that Razib Khan pointed out the same thing that Parfit pointed out. If you notice, the gentleman American Dream never said that he can't come on here and say Garfield is right because he don't like Garfield. But let's be honest, Razib Khan, just with the clip that was just played, you don't need to play Genesis 49ers with commentary, Barine. You need to play the actual interview and let people say it. Forget about Genesis 4. Forget about Garfield. Forget about everybody. Play the guy who had the interview. I have the time marks and everything with the
out of his
points to
own
make what I'm
mouth.
saying. Out of his own mouth. He just said that the people in the Levant, this kills them. Everybody in the chat who's an Israelite hates the people in the land and said they are fake, and they'll refer to Luke 21:24 in a heartbeat. They'll say Luke 21:24, Garfield. The Gentiles, they're not the Gentiles, ladies and gentlemen. They are the real people of the land. Based off of what the geneticist said, based on the evidence, 80%. Tudor Parfit said he has enough evidence to say that. I mean, he ain't really prove it. He just said there's enough evidence, based off his
from his research, and as a scholar in the field, we don't have to hear.
Hold on. This is why when they ask me about people coming off the slave ship as Jews, he said it's possible. You know why he said it's possible? Because you had Jews in West Africa. So possibly a Luso-African could have mixed with somebody, and then they have babies, and they probably could have been raided and come on a ship based off of what history said. It's possible. But the issue is we have not seen any evidence of anyone that came off a ship practicing this culture. It still stands today. Nobody has shown any evidence of that. I'm not saying it's impossible. Let me use American Dream's word. I'm not saying it's impossible, brother, because I've never said it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible. I am saying Garfield or anybody, any anthropologist has not seen any evidence of anyone coming off a slave ship declaring or practicing that culture. It hasn't been shown to me. It hasn't.
Parfit said it.
Garfield, hold on.
Parfit said it's possible. He never said it's true. He said it's possible. Possible is not true.
He said
Garfield, hold on a minute. Garfield, I'm going to ask you a question right now. Garfield, in West Africa, were there Jews in West Africa that were not involved in slave trading, businessmen, top of them ships? Were there just regular Jews living there that had the religion, black, dark people that lived in West Africa that practiced the religion?
They practice
one step at a time, not the businessmen coming there just for the practicing the religion, Garfield.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I have not seen any person who practiced the religion just straight up not being a part of some form of business adventure. I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. So that's why you say the business. So that's why you're saying Jews were on the ship, but they were up on top.
Yeah, because remember, Barry, what was the reason for Jews being in West Africa? Remember, it's because of the gold trade with Ouagadougou that went on in the trans-Saharan trade routes. They were already coming into the interior Africa. They wanted to know the root of the gold. The indigenous Africans at the time did not tell them that because that was their secret. They don't want to let the people know, because once they knew where the gold was, they would have sent their troops there or try to fight and take over where the gold is. That was the purpose of the this is why the African network trade work for the caravan trade work, because they were able to carry gold. That's why Mansa Musa was able to go to Mecca and all these places, because of the caravan route, because they were able to transport gold. That's why Mansa Musa went all over with the gold and shook up the whole world. The fact of the matter is, Africans had gold and the Jews were a goldsmith, and they dealt with jewelry and they dealt with all those different things, which they do also today.
For thousands of years, yes.
Which is also a culture.
Diamond District, yes,
with the trade, and all that stuff. So at the end of the day, the Jews were curious, and guess what? The Mallorcan Jews who mapped where the Jews were in West Africa told the people, you need to go into West Africa because they have the gold. So that's on record. So we know why they were going into Africa. They were going in because of trade. There was no reason for Jews to be in West Africa outside of trade. No reasons. Now, if they converted, now at this point, I might have to say to you, you might have a point. If those people converted people who they did,
and they did, yes, they could have, yes.
You know what I'm saying? But with the advancement of Islam, I wouldn't think that anybody really want to go around and be a Jew after like the 1400s or the 15th century AD.
All right. Anybody else on the panel here about back to the Jews in West Africa? Y'all heard what Garfield is saying in the top of the ships. Do y'all believe in any way that there were Jews that were practicing the religion that were
on mute?
Huh?
May I unmute?
Yeah, you're
not
talking.
Not trying to have an unmuting spirit, you know what I'm saying?
No. Yeah, go ahead. Do you think there were? What are your?
So Garfield, we've agreed to sit down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out for the rest of the week. I'm going to put out my evidence, and then so when we sit down, you'll have the evidence already ready to address. You know what I'm saying? And so any day next week, fam, we can address it. You know,
y'all keep going. I'm gonna step in the hallway for a second. I'm putting on speaker. Step in the hallway. Go ahead.
And then the week after, I would read out. So I know you're not going to sit down with Yashuba, whatnot, but would you be willing to sit down and have a moderated dialogue with Ibri, the Hebrew of Israel? He's a young brother who's very, very, very respectful. And I know you know who he is.
You could bring anybody. What if it's DNA? That's not my expertise. So he would have to sit down with somebody who has an expertise in DNA, like somebody who has a. Yeah, you could sit down with Shlomo, or you could sit down with Ngozi, or I could actually get a NYU geneticist to come on and have a conversation with them. So I mean, at the end of the day, I do have a couple of geneticists that I'm in dialogue with right now. That because I really want this to be a professional. I want people who are professionals in the field to have this conversation, because I think we have too much emotions regarding this. I think once you when you're applying a methodology, you always have a question. You ask a question at the beginning. Were the Israelites connected through DNA or whatever? And you gather all the information step by step. But I think what people are doing is we have a belief and we're trying to prove the belief. We never said, you know what, my belief is out of the game. No, you can't do that. Once you have a belief, your goal is to prove your belief. Even if you're trying to be consistent and fair, as Plummer just said, it's hard, especially when you're a creationist. When you're a creationist, you can't accept certain information with science, evolution, or going back 15, 20, 40,000, 200,000 years ago. In Nigeria, they got information of 250,000 years ago of people living, actually Homo sapiens living in Nigeria at that time, doing things in Nigeria, what we call Nigeria today. That don't fit well into somebody's biblical, might not fit into some people's biblical timeline.
Are you aware that there's people that actually so I'm not a young earth creationist, right, for instance, right? But there are people who can fit their paradigm into both paradigms, like i.e. the old earth and young earth concepts. Like, so are you familiar with the fact that the young earth creationists have their own genetic models that they work on in terms of the dating, the times, and fitting everything into their 6,000 years? Even I don't agree with it. Are you aware of their model that does so?
Hold on, say that again.
Are you aware of the young earth creationist model that works on the time frame of genetic mutation, etc.? Like, so you're talking about like 50, 60,000 years ago, they work within a 6,000 year concept, but they are you familiar with their model of genetic front loading that deals with it?
No, I'm not.
Oh, no worries. But you're saying you're willing to set up a convo between some geneticists and Ibri and Yashub, correct?
Yeah, we can do that. It's not a problem. We need to get. A matter of fact, I encourage that, because
that's why I appreciate you, brother, man. I appreciate you for that.
We need to have dialogue, because everybody can't be right. It's just like there's some guys that Yashub mentioned. I don't want to mention their names. These guys, and he spoke about them on his video, and they said in their community post that Rajiv Khan agrees with them. And I'm saying to myself, I must have been on a different planet. I must have been on a different. There's no way Razib Khan agreed with them, but they're putting a post. No, listen to Raz. I'm glad they shared my video, but ladies and gentlemen, come on now. There's no way he agrees with them. No way. But they find. So I guess he's probably said something they liked, and here we go.
You might have to go watch their video to see why they might say that. But real quick, what day next week will work best for you to first sit down? So yeah, so you can hot seat my information. Put me on the hot seat.
Next week, as a matter of fact, I do have a couple of interviews next week. So maybe, I don't know, do you want to put it off until March, the first week of March? Because I do have some interviews coming in next week.
We can.
I don't want to overload. And of course, we have each other's numbers, so we can.
Yeah, no worries. We can do it.
Matter of fact, hold on, let me look at the schedule right now. A matter of fact, for those who are interested, I do have the writer from Soul of Judaism, which is a book I urge every single black person to read who claims to be an Israelite. And I don't know if have you read his book?
What book?
Soul of Judaism.
No, I have not.
Now, this is the stuff. Bereen, you need to get his book too, by the way. And the reason why I'm saying everybody to get his book, because he is a Jew. He's a practicing Jew. And he's black. And he goes into how we are all, how blacks entered into the world being Jews. It's an argument that I think everybody would enjoy. I had him last month and I brought him back. He's a PhD out of University of California, Irvine. He's a very interesting gentleman. His name is Bruce Haynes. He'll be on my channel tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Garfield, what was your take on oral tradition? Because from what I understand, you're saying don't discount it, and for you, like you'll actually go back to the oral tradition of your people in Jamaica, et cetera, to be able to tie back your belief system. Correct?
I'm glad you brought that up, because what's his name brought up a tradition, and I'm sure American Dream can relate to this, although we're not on good terms right now. In that our parents used to tell us Anansi stories. That's a part of the culture. Our Jamaican accent is connected to the Twi language, to the Twi. And you could see different traditions, words like uno. When we say uno, and I'm sure Dream will agree to this. He don't want to agree with Garfield at all tonight, but he will agree with me when I say uno is actually from the Igbo culture. So uno, when you say uno, you know it means you and I. Uno are you. And different words. So we have different words, different things that we have that connects us to the culture. You see, the culture is being practiced in Jamaica. When we see powder, when Taki and Three Finger Jack clap their hand with the powder, showing the tradition of the Akan, going to war, the drumming that we used to do in Jamaica. Different things that we did in Africa, we brought the culture over. I'm saying I don't see that Hebraic culture at all in the Caribbean islands. I don't see it in South America. I don't see it in North America. And where's the best place to look? The maroon communities, because those people are free. They don't have to be worried about being persecuted for practicing their own culture. I don't see that culture within the Maroons. All right.
Real quick on that note, are you familiar with the book Drums and Shadows, which is a book that was made in the 1930s by the Georgia Writers Project, where they collected? I would highly recommend, particularly since you brought up Anansi, right? Like, so this is a book where they're focusing on gathering the Low Country culture from the Gullah Geechee people, right? From specifically in Georgia and whatnot, right? And so they even mention Anansi in that, right? But they also mentioned a whole bunch of different belief systems and whatnot that I'm going to be touching on from now until our interview and whatnot, on top of other sources, etc. But no, I'm glad that you point towards the oral tradition, because that book right there has people like, so even though it's from 1930s, they have people who are 130 years old talking about their traditions and their parents' traditions and all them kind of things. So it actually goes back way older than what people think in terms of traditions and whatnot. And it goes over Islamic traditions. It goes over what they call conjure traditions, or the magic traditions, or the spiritual traditions of West Africa that creep through the drumming stuff that you're talking about. It goes over funerals, it goes over prayers, it goes over all kind of stuff. Let
me ask you a question, right?
Hey Garfield, real quick before you ask that question, my battery's about to die. Let me ask you this question, if I may.
I'm back. Did I miss anything? Go ahead. I'm back.
So Garfield, you asked Razib Khan a question about specifically. I can't specifically remember the question, but you said that specifically Black Americans who have like 55% E1, B1, and a little bit of everything else, who say that they are the Hebrews. What do you? I think you asked him that question, and you asked him his opinion of that. Do you remember what his response was?
No, you'd have to, if you want. If you can get a timestamp, we could play it right now.
Do you remember asking the question?
We gotta get to playing some of these.
Do you remember asking the question, Berean? This is really important
about Black Americans. I know.
Right.
He said at the 55-minute mark, he states that haplogroup E was already present in West Africa way before the Israelites ever existed. When asked, hold on. Listen to this. At the 1 hour, 3 minute mark and 40 seconds, if the ancestors of Black Americans were in West Africa 4,000 years ago, his answer was for sure. Hold on, let me see if I find anything else in my.
No, but specifically. But Berean, my phone is about to die. I just want to say what he said. Specifically, he said Black people today. He said the Black people today that are saying that they are Hebrew. Right? Garfield asked him that, and he said it was up to them. Right? He said that those people it's up to them whether they are or not, because it's a cultural thing. And he said no one can tell them. So he was pretty much saying that he wasn't going to say to them that they're not, or that no one can tell them that. He was like,
no scholar
it's
would do
up
that.
to them.
No scholar would do that. That's why Tudor Parfit told the people in New Zealand that they were the
So why are you doing it, Garfield? So why are you doing it?
Because logically that's being a convert. There's nothing wrong with being a convert.
But if you say no scholar would do that, and then you're doing that, you know, then it only means that you're not a scholar, Garfield. But I really have to run, bro.
That's a whole different conversation. If somebody wants to be a convert, that's on them. If you ask, all right, let me give a quick example. In New Zealand,
no. He said the question was, it wasn't about converting. It was about being their descendants. It was about being their descendant.
He clearly says in the interview that African Americans were their ancestors were in West Africa 4,000 years ago. He clearly said that. That's clear as day. He clearly says that the people hold on, let me just quote it correctly because I made some notes. He clearly says that the people in the haplogroup, he states that the haplogroup E was already present in West Africa way before the Israelites ever existed. This is to the brother Ayaya, be praised. Pay attention, not Garfield. I'm telling you what Razib Khan says. You are saying that I asked him a specific question. I have all the questions written down. Now you tell me that specific question and I'll find the clip for the video right now. What was the question?
Wait, I'm trying to figure out the point you just tried to make.
No.
Because I don't understand how the fact that.
Hold on. Let me make the point real quickly. There was a group in New Zealand claiming that they're Israelites, this indigenous group. They took a DNA test. When they took the DNA test, they said that they didn't come up with the J marker or anything like that that would claim that they're Israelites. Although he said to the guy who took the test, the geneticist, oh, they're not Israelites. But when he went to them, he said, you are Israelites in your own way. Not Israelites. I'm sorry. You're Jews in your own way. He didn't want to tell them they're not Jews. He didn't want to tell them
he's speaking to their faith and their belief. He got to say that.
Exactly. So when Razib Khan is saying that he's not going to come and bash people and do like what Garfield is Garfield, bro.
You ignorant. You ain't supposed to do that.
I'm ignorant.
Not especially with people's faith. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right, but he was also saying that the evidence wouldn't allow him to say that either. Like you cannot deny that part as well. He is also saying that if the evidence said anything different, he wouldn't have said that.
All right, when did he say it? Tell us when he said it. When did he say that?
I don't remember these minute markers, bro. I don't remember these minute markers, but watch the video.
What video is the video with Garfield and Tudor Parfit? That's the one you're talking about?
Oh, you're talking about the video
No, the one from yesterday.
Oh, okay. This one right here?
Watch this, Barry. Look.
I'm going to play this whole video. They done got me a whole night now. Let me crack my...
Look at this. Hold on. Because I got the questions right in front of me. You're saying I asked him what? What did I ask him? Because I have all the questions in front of my face right now. What did I ask him?
You started off the question about, it said something about 55%.
Somebody else said he definitely said that.
55% of what?
I can't remember the question, but all I remember is the gist of what you were asking him was, can these people claim to be Hebrews?
Well, you know what? He said the people in the land is basically the Israelites. So I'm not even going to argue what he said. Tudor Parfit teaches that. Edith Bruder teaches that. All the experts, Michael Hammer teaches that. The geneticist expert. All the experts, what's his name teaches that. Spencer Wells.
Don't them Genesis dudes teach that too?
Michael Hammer teach that. I don't know. I don't know if Genesis 49ers teach that.
Listen, now let me ask y'all a question. Israel, let me ask y'all a question. We're Plumber, we're Jordan, where all of y'all at? Let me ask all of y'all, hundreds of people up in here right now. Did y'all heard multiple people come on this channel claiming them folk the fake Jews, y'all Morays and the 13th tribe and pushing things of that nature? Can y'all concede that professionals to the prophet and that geneticist said a large majority of those people over there are the people, type of one? If you Israel, and you could say that now, because that go against how some of y'all interpret scripture. Because y'all don't think the Gentiles should be trodden down. Those only white folk, it's fake folk, and y'all been pushing the fact that everybody that's Israel or a Jew can't go into a land and look, if they in the land for 100 years, 20 years, like they can't look like the people from the land. Can y'all admit, can you all admit that people over there are physical descendants, blood descendants of King David and them? I want to see if y'all can admit that. Yes, you did say, Sherry, you did say you were one you were one of only a few people that actually said that from the beginning. Now, these folk that love Parfit now, these folk that want to tear down Garfield now, can y'all admit that your more raising teachers came on here teaching them folk in the land ain't the people? And we got over 50% of them that they're claiming is the people, as much as 80%. Ashkenazi are legit. They just light-skinned. And y'all got some of them in y'all blood. I want to talk about some of that, but I'm going to play this old video. I don't see no ones. I don't see no ones. Y'all real funny today.
Hey, Berean, I'm sorry. Now, are you saying that those people were David in them, or were those people who believed in David in them?
Were those people descended from them folk? Them folk descended from those original Israel. People, my whole thing is people been coming on my channel for the last 2 years saying Ashkenazi Jews, which make up a large part of Jewry
you're asking if they're descendants of David and those Israel, right? Well, you know, if you remember though, like there's this belief that the story of David and that whole story is a mythical story. So if anything, we would be asking if we're descendants of the people that believed in that story, not the descendants of the characters in the story.
No. Most people in here don't. I can't speak for everybody, but a large majority of who we call orthodoxy don't hold that David and Moses is mythical. I know a few Israelites that do, but most do not.
What do you feel about that idea, Garfield?
About what idea?
What I just said.
I don't think it makes sense at all for we to discuss non-belief in these characters, because I'm not a believer. So
and the majority of people here we know Franciscan is a few scholars that do, but we don't teach that. We don't even bring that subject up. We don't even argue that. Somebody came here the other day. We don't argue that Moses don't exist. Moses actually represent a tradition. We don't do that here.
Yeah, I'm not that egotistical, brother, as you just pointed me out to be, that I'd come on Berean's channel and argue.
All right. The only person that's not backing tracking is Fervent Charity. Fervent Charity.
Berean, I'm gonna put my son to sleep. This is his bedtime, so I'm gonna come back in a little bit. All right.
All right.
My phone is gonna die. I gotta run.
All right,
Thanks for your time, Berean.
All right, man. No problem. Peace. All right. Y'all want to hear this one from? Let me just go ahead with some of this right here. I don't want nobody. I don't want folks thinking
peace
nothing.
Peace and love, everybody. This is Brother Garfield, and before I bring on the guest and my panelists, Brother 93, I'm gonna first and foremost tell you the gentleman that's coming on. His name is Razib Khan. He's a geneticist. I don't have his whole bio here, but this gentleman, I was introduced to him through a YouTube video on a channel called Studies of the Antiquities, and today we're basically talking about genetics. And as far as population genetics, as far as where we are right now currently in the Americas, in the West African, Central African area, the what we call the ancient Near East or modern day Middle East, so-called Middle East, and we have also we talk about the Levant, which includes Sumer and those regions, Mesopotamia and so forth. All right. So first and foremost, let me just introduce Razib Khan. Peace and love, my brother. How are you today?
Good so far.
So far, so good, huh? All right. Also, my panelists, of course, my brother from the Dagger Squad, 93. How you doing, Fortune?
Peace. I'm good.
All right. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen who are listening, this is not going to be a lengthy interview. I'm just going to have Mr. Khan on probably 35 to 45 minutes, and he's going to do his best to answer the questions and introduce us to genetics. I'm a dummy when it comes to genetics, so if my questions seem kind of weird or rookie-ish, for lack of a better term, please bear with me, all right? First and foremost, what's your background in genetics?
Yeah, so I've been involved in various ways for 20 years. So I'm a writer. I've had a blog. I've also written for various publications. People can find that at razib.com. I have a Substack, razib.substack.com. Like a lot of the right now. I also do consulting, and I've worked for personal genomics companies. So, for example, National Geographic had an ancestry thing. I basically did their last edition of the Genographic. I worked on family tree origins, my origins. I worked at a couple of startups relating to personal genetics. One of them was actually related to dogs, Embark Veterinary. I was one of their first employees there. In graduate school, I worked in mammalian evolutionary genomics. I was super interested in domestication. I've been an enthusiast for personal genomics for a long time. You can find all my, if you Google Razib Khan genotype, you can get all of my genome for free. If you want to look at it, I had my son sequenced before he was born in 2014. Excuse me. And so, I'm interested in the past. I'm interested in the future in terms of what genetics can do with health. I consult for various companies, for my quote day job. And then, I do all this writing, this communication because I'm really passionate about it.
Right. You mentioned something that was important to me that I participated in, which was Spencer Wells was like the face of the National Geographic. Yep. He wanted to get like 1 million people worldwide, and so that he could map the whole genome for the entire Earth. What's going on with that project? Because I didn't download my results, so they're like gone forever.
Sure, I can actually tell you. I can tell you.
Okay.
So Spencer was my boss for 2 years. Okay. At a company called Insightome. I also worked with him when he was at National Geographic before. And so I know him really well, friends. So what happened is National Geographic was purchased by Fox Corporation. They got the genetic stuff like that because they National Geographic was split into a nonprofit that did like the grants and all of that stuff, and then a for-profit like the channel. I believe the genetic stuff was actually put to the for-profit, and it was quite profitable for a long time. But to be entirely frank, they didn't invest many resources over the last decade or so. They were early pioneers. They really blew up, and then they kind of just collected off that. They did collect millions. I mean, I think they did get 1 million people, but the problem is they didn't allocate resources to do as much analysis as Spencer wanted to do. One reason he left, but they did do collaborations, papers with other people. There have been interesting results that have come out of that. There'll probably be more interesting results over the many years to come out of that. But they stopped collecting. They kind of shut down the website, as you know. They they stopped supporting it. So that's where that is, and that's why you should download your DNA, man. Same.
Oh man, so is that gone forever? Will I ever see that again, or would I ever have the chance to get that?
I think they deleted it, man. I think because they just didn't want to support it anymore. They didn't want to So the issue is they could push into marketing to sell those kits, but that would mean that they would have to open a new line, and Fox didn't want to do that, and so Fox was okay with collecting the cash, and then at a certain point the cash went below their expenses, and so we're going to delete. It's a for-profit, right? And so that's how they run it. If it's losing money, it's losing money. You're gone. So they deleted all the data from what I know, and all of that staff. That's by the end there was only one guy that was totally dedicated to Genographic, and he was let go, I think. So that's the past. It was the beginning, arguably. The Genographic project in the mid 2000s was a big deal, and Spencer's boss. They had a bet of how many they would sell within the first month, and Spencer made an optimistic bet. The boss made a pessimistic bet, and within the first day they broke the 1 month barrier that they were expecting. So it was really successful at first because it was groundbreaking, but they didn't invest in it, and it kind of just slowly faded out as 23andMe, Ancestry, these other companies invested in it, and so they grew, gained traction, and that's capitalism, right?
Right. All right. So let's get to one of the first questions. Can a single human father have a specific paternal haplogroup, such as A0, and produce 3 sons with one generation with 3 drastically different Y DNA, such as DE, CF, and A1? And would their sons within one generation have radically different paternal haplogroups?
Yeah. So this is like, it's kind of like, this is a weird thing because can is different than will. And so, like, let's say that the universe existed for trillions and trillions of years. There are things that can happen within trillions of years that are not going to happen in billions of years, right? Excuse me. So basically, no is the simple answer. Yes is the theoretical answer, and that's because of how we define what a haplogroup is. What is a haplogroup? The way that you define what a haplogroup is from the perspective of a geneticist is you look at the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA. You could also do haplogroups are not generally done as much for the autosomal for the whole genome, but they can be done there. But it's basically a segment of DNA that's inherited from a common ancestor. Okay, that's what it is theoretically. So I have haplogroup R1A-Z93. That means, like, 5,000 years ago, there was a guy in Belarus who had a mutation at Z93 within the R1A haplogroup, and his descendants include me. Okay, so that's the reality. But what we geneticists do is use the mutations to infer that. Now, that's not 100% truth. That's 99.99999% truth, right? And so in theory, you could have like hundreds of mutations create this weird result. It could happen, right? You could actually do genetic engineering and create this if you wanted to. Now, does this ever happen? No, because the probability is so low. So across the whole genome, the mutation rate at a given base pair per generation is 10 to the -8. It's really low. So most of the time you have when you have like genes being copied from parent to offspring, there's no mutations, like it's a perfect copy, right? So A0 gives rise to A0, DE gives rise to DE, et cetera, et cetera. But what happens over time is a large enough population, mutations build up, and you can trace the mutations, and tracing the mutations is how you trace the genealogy. And so when you say that someone is A0 or A1 or A2, like all of these things, those are defining the mutations and the diversification. And in terms of the letters are the biggest haplogroup categories, right? And your listeners probably know that. So if you're haplogroup A, obviously you go way back in the past. If you're haplogroup A0, you go back usually,
not so far back.
Yeah, you go back not as far back. So A0, A1, A2, all of those. And so a lot of the naming, there's a new naming system that's much more rational, but it's really hard to understand, to be honest. Rational, I mean, like, there's a system of how it's done. It was originally not, like, for example, the Y chromosome, I can tell you because Spencer, my boss who you referred to, was there at the beginning of the 90s. Why are why are the haplogroups named the way they're named? Well, a lot of it just has to do with the original researcher. He assigned like Native Americans this letter, he assigned Asians this letter, blah blah blah, like that. Like there was no like rhyme or reason, right? But once it's set that way, then you have to follow it. So all of these labels, what they're really defining is population history, gene history, and there's an imperfection in them. Like you miss something there, and so far as like we're cutting things and dividing things in particular ways. But the answer to the question that you just asked me is no, really that can't happen, because the differences between two haplogroups are defined by a bunch of mutations, and you would have to have a bunch of mutations from father to son or mother to daughter for mitochondria for that to happen, right? And so how do we assign your haplogroup when we get the raw data? It's not like we have a time machine and we see who your common ancestor is. What we do is count the number of mutations, and then we do the best alignment fit, right? And so people are going to differ just a little bit, but you can see these haplogroups emerging from like radiations from common ancestors, and that's how we assign people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I got a question real quick. So some people say that can happen. They posit or speculate stuff like rapid radiation makes that happen. But how common like is that? Like, is that like something that really happens often?
Yeah, so for males in particular, rapid radiation is actually common. They're called star phylogenies. Like I don't know what you guys' haplogroups are, but I'm part of a star phylogeny myself. Rapid radiation about 4,000 years ago. That doesn't increase the mutation rate, but what it does is it induces a bottleneck, and it's so basically when you create genealogies, we can label them with numbers and letters wherever we want to, but what scientists are trying to do is capture the population history. And so when you see a split off and a rapid bottleneck, okay, that's a haplogroup right there, right? Because what you want to do is like tell people what the history is, what the underlying demographics are, and give them a sense of that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So, you know, I'm not going to try to say it's a total art, but in the beginning in particular, they didn't have that much data. They didn't have that much results, so they could just look at it and just kind of assign it. Now we have like tens of millions, hundreds of millions of haplogroups, you know, in the world. And so we have this original scaffold of classification and people are fitting it into it. And when you see like the new updated labels and these personal genomic companies like ISOG, they have it. It's because we have like so many different branches and how you assign the branches. They wanted to make it more systematic, right? So like my haplogroup is like, I think in theory it's like R1A, 1A, blah, 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 blah. Like why is it so long? Because it's defining all of the mutational steps.
Okay. This question is number 2. Are there any genetic papers positing a mass migration of the E1B1A out of the Levant in Western Asia and into West Africa? That's the first part of the question. And the second part is E1B1A indigenous to Western Asia?
Yeah. I saw this, like I've seen some of these. These are actually like pretty deep questions in terms of like, I think they will be answered. So there's one issue is tropical areas in general. We have not that much ancient DNA. And then also there's some political reasons. So for example, there's not that much ancient DNA out of Iraq. That's not because it's not dry and it's good. You know what I'm saying? There's not that much ancient DNA out of Iraq because like we messed up Iraq. And like researchers don't want to go into Iraq and get.
All right, just 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna stop this. I think I just walked away for a second and came right back. Thank you to Super Chat. Garfield is lying. To the Parfait backs the alliance, which backs the Igbo. I emailed you the proof. Remy is a Parfait student. Okay, I got to pull all that up. Then I got to pull all that up. I do remember them saying that, and they are bearing witness with what Parfait is saying. Correct, absolutely correct. But I still ain't saying a lot of people admitting inside here that, yeah, Berean, we were saying we not the one. I got to go back and play all of them people and leaders that came on here saying them people don't fit the prophecies and all of this other stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely pull up that Parfait thing, that alliance thing, all of that stuff. It looked like some stuff might be coming together, but Garfield, you're going to have to straighten that thing out right there. He'll jump back on.
Kidnapped or something, right? So there's like political issues going on there. In Africa, like in a lot of tropical Asia, when it's wet and it's humid, DNA degrades, so it kind of gets harder. David Reich's lab, I know they have some stuff that's coming out, delayed by COVID. They've gotten stuff out of caves in Cameroon here and there, but we have a lot of data in Europe because it's cold and some parts of it were dry, especially the north during the Ice Age. We have not that much data out of West Asia, but we got some. And we have very little out of Africa, tropical Asia, right? And so some of these questions that you're asking, I can't give a really good answer because we don't have enough of the data. What I will say is there are connections between Africa and West Africa and Eurasia, Southwest Eurasia in particular, you know, Mediterranean, West Asia, that people are just exploring. So initially, people used to think, well, Africa is the homeland of modern humans, and you use them as an outgroup, and you look at Neanderthal admixture and blah, 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 using Africans as zero, right? Well, it turns out the Yoruba, who are the original African population that geneticists often use from the HapMap and the 1,000 genomes, have a little bit of Neanderthal ancestry. Where'd that come from? I mean, almost certainly that's due to what we call Eurasian back migration. We call it back migration because the original pulse was out of Africa. But some Eurasians, almost certainly from West Eurasia, because you can tell that Africans look a little bit more like West Eurasians than they do, like, say, Chinese, okay? Right. So they didn't come all the way from China. They came from where you would expect, probably the Middle East. They went into Africa. Like, when did they go into Africa? Some of it we know is relatively recent. So R1B V88, that's in Chad.
In Cameroon, right.
Working on that paper. That's clearly a Holocene. So it's within the last 12,000 years. It's probably with, like, you know, pastoralists or something like that. And there's low levels of so the Y chromosome is high frequency, so the paternal lineage is preserved, but overall they're pretty African. But now they have been able to detect appreciable levels of Eurasian ancestry, and that ancestry is higher in the groups that have more R1B. Okay, so we know that there was recent back migration. We know that for sure. But a lot of researchers think that there was connections and back migrations pretty deep in the Pleistocene, pretty deep in the Ice Age, say like 15, 20, 30,000 years ago, right? And so when you say, so when you're asking about questions about E1, like haplogroup E in particular, I'm very, very fuzzy and non-committal. There are E's that are found in the Natufians 10,000 years ago, right? So we know that it was in the Near East a long time ago. But we don't have enough data from Africa to say that, so here's a scenario, and this is not necessarily the scenario I believe, but it's a plausible scenario. You could have E1, the ancestor, say in the southern Sahara. It goes north at the end of the Ice Age, and then it diversifies with the agriculturalists, and then it comes back with some agriculturalists. So, like, how do I answer the question in that case, right? Because, like, we are positing from Spencer's original work, like, geneticists used to think that, oh, you have the stepwise migration out of Africa and you never looked back, but that's not true at all. Like, there's a lot of back migration back. There's a few populations that have been only minimally impacted by West Eurasian ancestry, but that's really low in terms of the number. So, the Bambuti pygmies, like Eastern pygmies in the Congo, and then maybe the Hadza. But even like Khoisan Bushman people in South Africa, they have Cushitic ancestry, and that Cushitic ancestry has West Asian ancestry within it, right? So it's hard to separate these different groups. And so, like, I mean, you're asking about, like, in the questions, like, you're asking about these haplogroups that are found today in certain areas. And with some of them, I can like give you a good answer, mostly because ancient DNA is pretty clear and they're recent. But E1b, it seems pretty ancient in West Asia, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not ancient in Africa because we don't have the data. And it's at such a high frequency in Africa, as you guys know. Like African hunter-gatherers have the other haplogroups, right? But African agriculturalists tend to be E. It could be a matter of what happened in Chad, where R1b, where there was like a small group of males whose lineages were really high status and they got diluted over time. And we've seen this in other areas. Recent paper out of Orkneys in Northern Europe, which shows Neolithic Y chromosomes, even though the rest of the genome was totally erased, with women coming in every generation from the continent, right? So you can imagine that's one scenario that you can posit, or you can imagine that the whole trans-Saharan zone was a contact zone, and that contact zone gave rise to multiple E branches. That's also plausible. I don't have a strong opinion about where the Semitic languages and stuff come from, or Afroasiatic, because I've talked to people, and nobody knows for sure at this point. It's very unclear. So that's an unanswerable question, but that's the truth, I think, at this point.
All right, cool. So, but for sure, for the second part of the question, is E1B1A indigenous to Western Asia?
It was there at the end of the last Ice Age.
Okay.
Because we have
one thing I gotta ask you while in your response. You said around the Natufian time period, which is around what, 12,000 years ago? Around
it's like right at the beginning of agriculture.
How does a geneticist or a scientist go about dating the DNA? What's the process of that?
So
in your shortest answer ever, because I know it's a very complicated.
Dating the DNA is usually they have artifacts that, like, if someone's buried, they're buried with artifacts, so they have like good dates already. So you can date it with artifacts, with radiocarbon. You can do with dendrochronology if there's tree rings around. There's other primitive techniques. Also, one thing with the DNA is a lot of times they're not actually modern haplogroups. You can actually tell that they're basal to the modern haplogroups, and you can define them on the phylogenetic tree and use a mutation rate. That's actually not the best in my opinion, but it gives a rough sense, and it usually correlates well with the radiocarbon.
Okay, so the mutation rate is not 100%, but it's near to what you would normally come up with outside of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Question number, what is this? Question number 3. Hold on 1 second here. Here we go. Let me see if I have it right here. Okay, there are groups that make claims for E1B1A being a founding haplogroup among Semitic groups. Is E1B1A found in high frequencies among Semitic populations like J1? Would the ancient Arabians and Syrians and Israelites have had high percentages of E1B1A within their populations in antiquity?
Yeah, they did, but they also had J1. So this is my opinion. So take that for what it is. I think that J1 and J2 probably were not, and I'm going to say Afroasiatic because, you know, like the Egyptians spoke non-Semitic language, but it was Afroasiatic, like more closely related to that of the Amazigh people, the Berbers, right? So North Africa had a different branch before the Semitic, whatever. So I'll say Afroasiatic, Semitic, and whatever the other groups like Tuareg and stuff. So it looks like the Natufians had it. It looks like there was a massive admixture between Western and Eastern Levant, Middle Eastern people, probably before 3000 BC, but after, let's say after like 8000 BC, somewhere like in prehistory, there was a genetic exchange, and the J's, J1, J2, seem to show up during that exchange in the Levant and the western part of the Middle East. I don't think Afroasiatic languages are from Western Iran, which is where they would come from. Therefore, I don't think. Also, like you find J2 and J's in Europe and in India, and obviously, and that's not due to Semitic migration, right? So they're ancient lineages that are in like the Indus Valley civilization and what. Excuse me. So I think E is probably more likely to be Afroasiatic, and they had high frequencies in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites.
Okay. All right.
Wait, you mean E1B1A or E1B1B when you say that?
You know, I don't know all of those off the top of my head. Also, when you go back far enough, you're not going to get those divisions because it's you're going up the tree, so it will converge, right? So it would be E1B1 star at some point, and I don't know when that is. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. So you don't know the exact mutations, you don't know.
Yeah, because some of the mutations are recent. You know, so you'll see stars sometimes.
Okay. All right. Does the 93 you finish, or you wanted to add on?
No, you can go ask the next question.
All right. Does the phylogenetic tree posit a 6,000-year-old Earth or something much older? Is it scientifically possible to accept the phylogenetic tree but reject human evolution?
I don't think so, but there are people who are creationists who do use phylogenetics. So basically what you'd have to say is like the mutation rate or something, some parameter is way different and everything is foreshortened. But so you could believe in the topology of the tree, but think that the scaling is totally off. But I mean, I'm skeptical of that, obviously. But you can believe in the tree and the relatedness, but think the scaling is different.
Okay. All right. Are there any grounds for a non-expert in genetics to reject haplogroups CT and BT due to their belief that neither haplogroup has a living descendant?
Yeah, I mean, so some of these haplogroups are basically like I mean, I don't even know what does it mean reject? Like they're constructs. They have to have existed. Sometimes you'll find ancient individuals. So, for example, Malta boy from Siberia is R star. You can't define it as R1 or R2, but it like dates to 30,000 years ago, or 35,000 years ago, whatever, right? It's really old. At some point, we are going to find, CT, BT. We're going to find like really, really ancient haplogroups, and so we'll construct them. But right now, they're inferences, right? And mutation happens. Things evolve and change, and that's just how it is.
Okay. All right. According to genetic research, what would have been the dominant haplogroups of West Africa and West Asia during the Bronze Age and Iron Age? And also, what would have been the most prevalent haplogroup in both regions during around the 1st century AD?
Yeah, I think the Bronze Age would be, it depends on where you're talking about. I don't think they're going to be that different than today. We have samples from the Bronze Age and earlier. Like I said, J1 and J2 show, and to a lesser extent, like R1A and other weird ones, lower frequencies, start showing up in the Bronze Age and Iron Age in West Asia. But in general, it's like 80% similar to the modern, just like 60 to 80% similar to the modern distribution. Put it that way. I think West Africa probably the same. I am of the school that I think that there's probably a deep connection between most West Africans and Eurasians dating to the Pleistocene. So probably the Y chromosomal haplogroups. I think that they're associated with a group called basal Eurasians that don't have that much Neanderthal. Okay. I think that there's something that we're missing in the models connecting Africans to non-Africans. And I think it's old, and I think ancient DNA will resolve it. So I think the haplogroup distribution by the Bronze Age was probably not that dissimilar. The main issue is the expansion of farmer populations happened in the Iron Age. So, haplogroups like associated with A and whatnot, B, were way more common probably in the Bronze Age. But within West Africa, Nigeria, Cameroon area, probably E, the E's were already there, in my opinion.
All right. All right. Given the available evidence we have, would you say Semitic Levantine populations in antiquity were homogeneous or diverse in their genetic makeup?
They were diverse. Yeah, I think that's the easiest way to say it.
All right, cool. Let me get to the next question. Let me put this on the screen. How did ancient Semitic and East African groups survive off consuming so much dairy, given the prevalence of lactose intolerance currently found in both populations?
So there's a lot of fermentation, like cheeses and other things that consume the lactose. So that's one thing. You can reduce the amount of lactose in the dairy. And the second thing is your microbacterial guts. They're also conditioned to lactose. And so there can be cultural adaptations that are not genetic. We're not very clear about like what the genetic driver of lactose tolerance at this point is actually. We know what it is genetically, but in terms of adaptation, it seems to have actually kicked off relatively late in Europe, well after dairying. And so it's not like super as clear as it was 10 years ago because we have more data now.
Okay.
So I think the same applies to Africa and West Asia.
All right, beautiful. All right, given what we know about DNA, would the oldest populations that carried haplogroup DE have differed phenotypically from its descendants?
Well, I mean, this depends on the time scale. If you give enough time, yes, but obviously not within like 100 years. I don't know. I mean, the question is basically like I need a time scale.
Right. Okay. All right. Let me go to the next question. What was the genetic diversity of ancient Egypt like, given the available evidence? Would the ancient Egyptians have been diverse in their genetic spectrum or homogeneous?
Yeah, compared to the modern Egyptians, they were they were less diverse, but I mean they're still like diverse. They weren't like super homogeneous. So basically there's not that much evidence, but there is a little bit. And the little bit of evidence that we have, along with the distribution of the modern DNA, is that most of the sub-Saharan African ancestry in modern Egyptians dates to the Islamic period and later, because of the increase in trade. Some of it does date to an older period, and it looks like it increased over time. So the Old Kingdom Egyptians would have had the least sub-Saharan African ancestry and increased into the New Kingdom, into the Roman period, and then really jumped during the Islamic period. Also, Middle Eastern type DNA, that's like from the Levant and Arabia and stuff like that. That's increased somewhat, obviously, since the Islamic period in particular. But last I checked, majority of the ancestry of modern Egyptians still goes back to say like Old Kingdom type people. It's just they've added more sub-Saharan African ancestry, they've added more West Asian ancestry. The Mamelukes that ruled Egypt, they were mostly from the Caucasus or Turks. And so like in modern Egyptian Muslims, you see a little bit of East Asian ancestry that's almost always from the Turks.
Okay. All right. I want to put a question on the screen, but I don't know how I'm going to share this. Let me see if I could share this. All right, you know what? Let me read the question. Maybe this would be easier to actually read it out. All right, the question is, when a haplogroup, I can't share it. Hold on one second. Let me just share the screen. Facebook. All right. I don't know if you can see the screen, but when a haplogroup comes into existence, okay, it's actually sharing. I want to make it bigger. You bring my brother. I just added Amir, brother Ngozi on also. He's a biology major. When a haplogroup comes into existence, is it possible for that haplogroup to reappear in another line at a later point? For example, a scenario in which thousands of years after EV38 and EM215 already came into existence, a man with EP2 produces descendants who have EV8 and EM215, who themselves do not descend from previously existing carriers of those subclades.
Yeah, so in genetics, there's a term called identity by descent, and there's another term called identity by state. So identity by descent is pretty straightforward. It's almost like a metaphysical, like, do you descend from this person? Was this gene copied from this ancestral person? Identity by state is just like what the sequence of the DNA is. And so obviously with mutation, you can have things like back mutation, where it reverts back to a previous state. And so, yes, in theory, you could revert back to another haplogroup. But what that's going to happen is it just means that the geneticists are going to get confused about the descent, right? Because what we're trying to do with haplogroups and stuff like that is figure out identity by descent from identity by state. Sometimes identity by state misleads you. And so what I would say is like that's actually misleading you in terms of what you're asking about, because with haplogroups, you don't care about the DNA just for the DNA's sake. You actually care about what it tells you about the descent. Does that make sense?
Yes. For clarity's sake, there was a question I asked earlier regarding if E1B1A is indigenous to West Asia, and you had replied that the Natufians was carrying some sort of E1B1 admixture, presumably because we talked about E1B1A. You responded with a E1B1 response. So can you clarify if E1B1A is indigenous to West Asia?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to look up, because like some of these are not. Yeah, so Natufian. You said E1B1A, because the Natufians are like 12,000 years old. I don't know. Yeah, so the Natufians are E1B1, which means that it might be a descendant of that. So E1B1 is Natufian, E1A is PPN. Yeah, I'm not like sure if I can give a clear answer, because I think the age is going to be is too deep to ask that. In terms of like some of these haplogroups built up their mutations more recently than 12,000 years ago. Does that answer the question?
Right.
Well, that's why I was kind of vague there.
Yeah, because those specimens, I believe it's like 5 of them. There was a E1B1, and then 2 of them was E1B1B. And as a matter of fact, this is my cousin, my friend. He studies genetics. His name is Amir, and we invited him on. He talks about the Natufians too.
So hey, how you doing, Dr. Rizip? I'm a fan of you, and I'm a fan of Dr. Spencer Wells. I mean, I've been following a lot of things that you do for years. I wanted to ask you, there's a lot of misinformation about ancient Egypt, and you talked about the late Pleistocene connection with some of the basal Eurasians, possibly this haplogroup E that developed possibly based off postulation somewhere probably in Arabia, estimation probably 70,000 years ago, what they're labeling as basal Eurasians. But what I wanted to ask you is about the layers of the ancient Egyptians, which we do know that a large population of Near Eastern people back migrated into Egypt as early as probably or North Africa as early as 40,000 years ago or 30,000 years ago. But I wanted to ask you about the early Assyrian population, which represents the Middle Stone Age North Africans, that was possibly responsible for the human exit out. Those layers that possibly also went through south of the Sahara and mixed up with other groups, because people kind of don't understand the diversity of Africa, how even if we did have basal Eurasians that back migrated in, they literally come from those North Africans that leaked out, and were they far off in distinction biologically? Because like with this E thing, it's a lot of confusion going on, and some people are saying because haplogroup E developed in outside of Africa and came back in, this is a banner to say that some people can say that they're a Hebrew, a Egyptian, and different things, not understanding that these markers predate these cultures and ethnicities. So I wanted to ask you about that, sir.
Yep. So you're going into like an area that, in my opinion, like we actually don't know that much. So,
all right now, let's hear what he got. Now he came on and asked a good question. Let's see what he's saying.
I do understand that a lot of people say Basal Eurasians came from West Asia. We don't actually know for sure. And like, I know personally the guy that invented, like, Yosef Lazaridis came up with Basal Eurasians. I've asked him to his face. He's very unclear where they were. They could be in North Africa. They could be somewhere in the Sahara. They could be in East Africa. That's still within the realm of possibility. So that's why I'm being really vague about this, because we don't actually know for sure until we get the ancient DNA. We don't have any individual from that period that's mostly Basal Eurasian. Like, maybe they never existed as a pure population. That's another thing that people.
Somebody came on here and said that before.
Told me, who have worked in this area. So you mentioned the Assyrians. Assyrians are, mostly the modern Maghreb, Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia. We have Jebel Irhoud in Morocco that dates to 300,000 years ago or so. That's like on the way to modernity. So within Africa, it looks like proto-modern humans were evolving and developing into what we are today in multiple different places in multiple different ways. And the out of Africa migration of modern humans from Africa kind of misled people into thinking that it was like, this like one tribe that blew up. That only applies outside of Africa. Within Africa, multiple modern human groups were there for hundreds of thousands of years, well before the out of Africa migration, right? In terms of this back migration idea, if you think of Africa just as a geographic continent, not sub-Saharan Africa, I wouldn't be shocked if like this back migration actually happened from Northern Africa, where there was no Neanderthal admixture, excuse me, but that's where the Basal Eurasians were, right? So, I mean, that's a weird answer, but I think one thing that we need to be open to is the idea the Basal Eurasians are in the northern half of Africa somewhere, and maybe they expanded into the Middle East relatively later, and they never got Neanderthal admixture, right? And so they're a deep clade within the non-Africans, even if they're in Africa, that didn't have Neanderthal admixture, and they're confusing our perception of of like the population structure. So one idea that some people posited is within Africa, and this is true, like there's like this deep structure, and some of the African groups, so for example like Nigerians, are phylogenetically placed between non-Africans and pygmies and Khoisan. Like, well, why is that? I mean, one model is this Eurasian back migration, but we don't even need to posit Eurasian necessarily if within Africa there was the Proto-Eurasian group as an African population. And then eventually we know that there was, during the Holocene, the last 12,000 years, Amir, the migration that I think you're talking about. Yes, they are. They're a branch of East Eurasians. Melanesians are. But so it could be a situation where the original Basal Eurasian group in North Africa was mostly overlain by a Eurasian back migration, but they themselves are responsible for the Eurasian-like signal in most Africans that doesn't have much Neanderthal ancestry at all. Does that make sense? I mean, I know that's like a mouthful.
Amazing. And one more question, Doc. That's amazing. You answered it beautifully. And one more question. So would it be safe to say, if we can postulate just for a second, that haplogroup or mutation EM96 possibly developed in North Africa?
Yeah. I think so. That's why I'm like being really vague. I think we artificially divide North Africa. Like, you guys know from biogeography that Arabia, the southern part of West Asia is part of Africa. So I think that we artificially are dividing this in our nomenclature.
So one more question, Doc. So
somebody else said that also.
When people say things like, because we're all human, there is no difference in race. We're human ultimately. But my question is, when some people try to separate or delineate North Africa from sub-Saharan Africa, like the modern Egyptians or the Amazigh, those so-called Berbers, they're just as African as people south of the Sahara, regardless of the mutation. So when some people talk about ancient Egypt, and like you spoke of, modern Egyptians may be a little bit more diverse because of some signals come from the Arab slave trade, and some signals come from an old Saharic population that migrated in over there when these Natufian-like people were coming from the Levant corridor. But when we talk about these Egyptians in North Africa, would it be safe to say that these people are just as African And we shouldn't denounce them from being African, regardless of the geographical location. We shouldn't say that they're not African or less African than people South, even though there's a distinction in time. Like for example, like the Yoruba, with the possible E1B1A, we know that sub-Saharan Africans have late downstream mutations of this mutation. They really come from like a Kefian group that was part of that same Saharic population that dispersed into the portions of North Africa. So even before we have this idea of a sub-Saharan African, or these people they develop their own clusters uniquely, there's a bridge with these people north in the early Sahara. So would it be safe to say that these Egyptians, even though they have small signals from Mongoloids or Turks or different things now, would it still be safe to say that these people are autochthonous Africans and we shouldn't separate them from being African?
So yeah, my short answer is yeah. I think the problem is we're applying modern terms to these ancient peoples who didn't know our classifications and didn't live in a world defined by our geopolitics. And so I think people get confused by the terminology. And so I think, we talk about Africans versus non-Africans just because of genetic distinction, because Africans are so diverse. But the way a lot of geneticists talk about it is non-Africans are just a branch of Africans, and that's because genetically they do nest within. And there's multiple different African groups, and some African groups are more like non-Africans, and some of them are not. So, for example, David Reich believes that the ancestral African group is actually, or non-African group, is closest to the Hadza, who are Tanzanian hunter-gatherers, right? It's really difficult to use modern nomenclature to map to the past. But on the other hand, what are we going to do? We're not going to recreate new continent names. So I think we just have to be humble about it as we go forward. I think this African, non-African distinction in the context of paleogenetics, I'm a little wary of it at this point because it's confused so many people. So like I said, people talk about Eurasian back migration, but we're not really, I personally am not confident that Eurasian back migration was even from Eurasia. I mean, it could be, probably, maybe, but not like 90%, more like 55%, So I think we need to just be a little bit more humble and the clarity of the words we use is actually kind of an illusion. And, we all do come from these diversifying African populations 300,000 to 400,000 years ago, but it could be that a lot also happened in Arabia, which is biogeographically part of Africa. So to say it's not African is a little weird to me. Just in terms of the other organisms you see in Arabia, they're mostly like Northeast African organisms, right? So why wouldn't modern humans be part of it? Like we know now there are multiple, African type humans that seem to have gone into Europe and parts of the Middle East and then just died off. So there's this back and forth. It's just like a much more complex and subtle dynamic than what scientists have been presenting for the last 30 years. Scientists like simple narratives because it makes it easy. Unfortunately, our species history is not easy. It's complicated. And look, we're like talking over computers. Like we do cool things, so why would we expect that we would be like the simple phylogeny that a lot of other organisms are? We're not. Like we are
so true.
We're special.
They didn't have Google. They couldn't research you. Quick question.
I thank you, Doc. I thank you. Thank you, Garfield. Thank you, Salam.
That's all you had to ask, Ngozi?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to what I was doing, but I'm listening. And Doc Razev, hey, I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you very much.
Take care, man.
Are Melanesians genetically closer to modern East Asian than other groups?
Yeah, so I kind of answered this question. Basically, Melanesians. So within the eastern half of Eurasia, there is this deep split between, you could call it northern and southern East Eurasians. The northern East Eurasians are like Han Chinese and other groups, and they also moved south within the last 10,000 years, bringing agriculture into Southeast Asia. And the southern groups are like Australians, Papuans, people on the Andaman Islanders, Negritos. But all of these groups are part of the vast East Eurasian phylogenetic branch, basically, that diversified 40,000 years ago as they moved to the east of the Indus River Valley. Modern day Indians are a mix of west and east. So the indigenous Indians probably were more like the people in Southeast Asia. And then like people came from Iran and Central Asia And they brought West Eurasian like ancestry, and so people in the Indian subcontinent are a mix of the two. But once you go past the Indian subcontinent, it's overwhelmingly the Eastern branch, which includes Melanesians as well as East Asians.
Okay. There was a article in National Geographic that had this on the front page. Let me just share the screen. Hold on one second here. Let me share it. It's on National Geographic. It talks about DNA. Let me take this off the screen. It talks about the DNA from the Bible's Canaanites lives on in modern Arabs and Jews.
That's
A
true.
new study of ancient DNA traces the surprising heritage of these mysterious Bronze Age people. I think eventually the study's actually in the cell where you get more of the scientific feel to it. This was like a summary. But basically, they had up to 100 individuals that they actually checked. So can you go into that and explain? Because you said it like modern day 60 to 80%. You gave like an average.
Egyptians,
from way past, right?
I think for like the Levant, it's more like 80%. So my friend Mark Haber, he's at Manchester now, but I mean, he's worked on some of this. There's other people. Like basically, if you go back 10,000 years, people in places like Israel and Lebanon were pretty different. Like Natufians, like half Natufian maybe. And then something happened before prehistory, but after say 6,000, 8,000 BC, where people from the east came in and mixed with the indigenous people, and they also moved the other way too. And so you get this like mixture of like West Asian people, and the haplogroups are EJ, usually maybe a few L's here and there. I don't know. And so this is the original stock that you see in these Bronze Age cities in the Phoenicia. And also they found things from Ashkelon, I think, in Israel. And so this is the original stock of much of the Western Middle East, of the Levant. And it's been overlaid in some ways by later migrations. And I think the Caucasus is mentioned there. So later migrations, there's Indo-Europeans that came, there are Turks that came, et cetera, right? Later during the Islamic period, lots of African slaves came, and south of Turkey, there's a fair amount of that ancestry too. But the original founding stock, most of the ancestry does date to the Bronze Age, the empires of, the Jews, Egyptians,
Right.
Hittites, all these.
Assyria,
That was the period when it all came together. If you go back to the end of the Ice Age, it was all much more chunky. What happened is there was like a great gene flow mixture, probably imperial, pre-literate imperial polities, like the Uruk period, for example, in Mesopotamia, expanded to Syria, Anatolia. And so I think there's a lot of stuff going on there that we don't know about because we don't have writing from there. But the genetics indicates like this great admixture. And that's what you see in a lot of populations over the last 20,000 years. There's a lot of admixture. Oh, so Sumerian DNA.
Before you go into the Sumerian DNA, so you would say basically that 80% of the people in the modern day Israel, based off what you have studied over the years, would reflect people who were actually there 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years, but not before that.
I said Lebanon. So Ashkenazi Jews are different because half of their ancestry is non-Middle Eastern, right? The other half is Middle Eastern, and that is from that 80% works on. That 80% applies to 50% of their ancestry. Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are different themselves. Sephardic Jews from Morocco have some Berber ancestry, obviously. Mizrahi Jews from Iraq, Syria, they tend to be much more like the foundational Middle Eastern populations. They also found, European ancestry in the Philistines, Uruk period, for example, in Mesopotamia. Expanded to Syria, Anatolia, and so I think there's a lot of stuff going on there that we don't know about because we don't have writing from there. But the genetics indicates like this great admixture, and that's what you see in a lot of populations over the last 20,000 years. There's a lot of admixture. Oh, so Sumerian DNA.
Before you go into the Sumerian DNA, so you would say basically that 80% of the people in the modern day Israel, based off what you have studied over the years, would reflect people who were actually there 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years.
All right, help me understand this.
So Ashkenazi Jews are different because half of their ancestry is non-Middle Eastern, right? The other half is Middle Eastern, and that is from that 80% works on. That 80% applies to 50% of their ancestry. Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are different themselves. Sephardic Jews from Morocco have some Berber ancestry, obviously. Mizrahi Jews from Iraq, Syria, they tend to be much more like the foundational Middle Eastern populations. They also found, European ancestry in the Philistines. That's one of the things that's referred to that article, I think. So, there's been like a great mixture that's happened, but it's on top of the Bronze Age period. And so obviously Ashkenazi Jews are somewhat separate because half their ancestry is Western European, Northern European, whatever, but the other half goes back to that period.
Hey, hey, Garfield, let me ask the doctor one more question and I'm going to leave. So would it be safe to say for the audience that the Hebrews, or the people that we know as Yehuda Jews, are a Bronze Age people, and they're not solely Natufians? Because some people like to equate the. Yes,
you're exactly correct. The Natufians, I'd have to go and check, but I think like the Natufians are like by the Bronze Age, they're like half the ancestry or less, like around there. They're around half.
Right. I was gonna ask. So the Natufians are there tens of thousands of years ago, and then the other lineages that come into the Middle East, they come in the middle with the Bronze Age. Is it
earlier than the Bronze Age?
Earlier.
Yeah, let's say like it's not even Copper Age, but like Copper Age and earlier, like late Neolithic and Copper Age. So let's say like between 6,000 and 3,000 BC. I'll give you that time period.
So the Natufians wouldn't be a good example to use to determine that these are Israelites or Jews, correct, Doc?
Yeah, no, because those groups came together later. So what are they a mix of? That 80% that I'm talking about is Natufian, Anatolian farmer, and Zagros farmer. Right. So,
no, he didn't say no Ashkenaz. He said
they're like a melting pot of those two groups, and that's how you would. People like who look like me didn't exist 6,000 years ago, so you can't say ancient groups are Indian. Like Indians are from a mixture, right? For 50,000 years ago, people that look like you didn't exist either. So, we can say the same thing about the Israelites. Like there's a certain period where their genetic components did not coexist together, as you can't ask that question. I think maybe by 5,000 years ago, you can start asking the question. That's about when.
Right. So.
Oh man, I'll tell me y'all missed all of that right there. I'm going back to finish playing. If God ain't want y'all.
And what would you say as far as haplogroups or genetics? I don't know if you answered before, like the founding haplogroups, would it be closer to a J or E1B1B lineage for Jews in the Levant? Because they come, they say Abraham might be placed in the Bronze Age and whatever. What would be like?
The Cohens are, I think, a J1P53, but I think that the Afro-Asiatic languages are more with E. So I think the Cohens, people with the last name Cohen, that paternal lineage, I think that's intrusive to the Afro-Asiatic peoples. I think it came probably from Western Iran, maybe Northern Mesopotamia. That's my opinion. I'm not 100% sure about that. But
okay, cool.
But in terms of haplogroups, yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Ask. I was done.
All right. The question we're going to respond about the Sumerian DNA.
Yeah. So we don't have that because of political troubles in Iraq. I would anticipate that the Sumerian DNA is going to be enriched for. So if the people in the Levant are skewed to the Natufians, the Sumerian DNA is going to be skewed to the Zagros farmers. But they're going to be the same mix. Probably less Anatolian farmer because the Anatolian farmers seem to have moved along the Mediterranean coast. I don't think they went as much.
All right, Garfield, you can hear me, right?
Sumerians, Mesopotamia.
Let me stop this for a second.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. Anybody else? Anybody want to ask Garfield anything? Is there anything else you want to say about the last few questions? What you just?
Yeah. If you notice, if you listen to the entire interview,
even when I brought up the article about the Canaanites and the modern day Arabs and Jews, you see, the problem is this man is specifically saying that if there are Israelites, they would come from a certain marker, because you can't really say, as far as the history is concerned, 100%. We're not going to do it absolutes. Like the sister said, Garfield, it can be. You're right. But let's look at what he
came
said.
on here with that and say, "You okay? Go ahead."
But let's look at what he has said. It's obvious to the people who were complaining and calling you, they didn't watch the video, because the video didn't say nothing that they said. It didn't say nothing that they said. How is this video bad for Garfield when the gentleman has clearly said, when we brought up the Jewish argument, he refers to them having J markers coming from the Iran area and so forth. He's not teaching. Then he said the Natufians has nothing to do with the Jews. That kills Yashub. Don't invite me to those
where the motherfucker at? You all right? Y'all
don't invite Barine. They can't invite me nowhere to their channel. Those guys are not qualified. They are YouTubers. I'm listening to Razib Khan, Spencer Wells, Michael Hammer, and the people who are geneticists. I said it 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and last week. I'm not listening to nothing.
You still standing on the read the screen.
And this guy says, it said, that's a lie. Everything that I read, he said. Everything that I read, I pointed out and everything. You guys, you see, again, there is a listening problem when it comes to this. You see, you want him to come on and say, yes, African Americans are Jews. If he said that, you would know exactly what time slot he said it at. 25 minutes, 48 seconds, and 2.
He did just talk. He talked about a large portion of Ashkenazi being of European descent with the mixture. Hold on a minute. Hey, yo, bro, don't come on here hollering. Don't come and talk to represent your people. Don't come on here hollering. What's up?
Can I talk now?
Yeah, you can talk now. Listen, why you saying you far away? What when he sounds far away? The next minute sounds like the microphone in the mouth.
Okay, I ain't gonna holler. I'm gonna talk calm. When I came on earlier, I said the man said 80% of them, right? Then he came back and said 50% of them, 50% of the 80 don't have. They come from Europe. Didn't he say that?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
So what is Garfield talking about?
No, you see, that's miss. All right, can I respond to what
Let
you're
me
saying?
go back.
Are you finished? Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Barine. Hold on 1 second, Barine. Now, I want everybody to pay attention to what this brother just said. I'm not going to call him a liar. I'm not even going to call him a selective listener. He never said nothing like what he said.
What did he just say, Garfield?
He totally misunderstood what he said. He said that 80%, he said 80% of the people in the land today are people from the Bronze Age. But he said for the Ashkenazi Jews, he said 50% of them, their DNA has 50% European. That he wasn't talking about the 80% of them in the land. Let's be clear now. Let's be clear, family.
I'm gonna say it calm, Barine.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear, because nobody wants to be wrong. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Play the video again.
Yeah, play the video. Exactly. Play the video.
That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. Play the video again. And listen close. Listen closely to what he said.
Okay. All right. Everybody, y'all. Everybody here, right? I'll mute myself so it won't echo.
Is it earlier than the Bronze Age?
Earlier.
Yeah, let's say like it's not even Copper Age, but like Copper Age and earlier, like late Neolithic.
Well, I have to go back more. I don't know what, man. You know,
so let's say like between 6,000 and 3,000 BC. I'll give you
that. Talk about the Canaanite article. The Canaanite article.
Hey, Garfield, let me ask the doctor one more question, and I'm going to leave. So, would it be safe to say for the audience that the Hebrews, or the people that we know as Yahuda Jews, are a Bronze Age people, and they're not solely Natufians? Because some people like to equate the. Yes.
You're exactly correct. The Natufians, I'd have to go and check, but I think like the Natufians are like by the Bronze Age, they're like half the ancestry or less, like around there. You know, they're around half.
Right. I was gonna ask. So the Natufians are there tens of thousands of years ago, and then the other lineages that come into the Middle East, they come in the middle with the Bronze Age. Is it
earlier than the Bronze Age?
Earlier.
Yeah, let's say like it's not even Copper Age, but like Copper Age and earlier, like late Neolithic and Copper Age. So let's say like between 6,000 and 3,000 BC. I'll give you that time period.
So the Natufians wouldn't be a good example to use to determine that these are Israelites or Jews, correct, Doc?
Yeah, no, because those groups came together later. So what are they a mix of? That 80% that I'm talking about is Natufian, Anatolian farmer, and Zagros farmer.
All right, so that Natufian part right there, that's not really good right there, he's saying.
Right.
Zagros
So-
is from the mountains, right? The Caucasus Mountains. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
So
they're like a melting pot of those two groups, and that's how you would, people who look like me didn't exist 6,000 years ago, so you can't say that ancient groups are Indian. Like Indians are from a mixture, right? Like 50,000 years ago, people that look like you didn't exist either. So, we can say the same thing about the Israelites.
All right, wait a minute. No. Somebody say I got to go back a little further. All right, I got to hold on a minute. Now, let me make sure.
This is the original stock of much of the Western Middle East, of the Levant, and it's been overlaid in some ways by later migrations. But I think the Caucasus is mentioned there. So it's overwhelmingly the eastern branch, which includes Melanesians as well as East Asians.
Okay. There was a article in National Geographic that had this.
All right, Garfield. Slick, where the spot? Somebody give me the spot. This isn't it.
Hold on 1 second here.
It's the part. It's the part when he's talking about
it talks about
the Jews
DNA.
in the land. It should be coming. I can't even remember. But you heard it. You heard it.
DNA from the Bible.
I can't remember what
lives on.
I heard it. I want us all to hear it together.
That's true.
Study of ancient DNA.
West Asian people, and the haplogroups are EJ, usually, maybe a few L's here and there. I don't know. And so this is the original stock that you see in these Bronze Age cities in the Phoenicia, and also they found things from Ashkelon, I think, in Israel. And so this is the original stock of much of the Western Middle East, of the Levant, and it's been overlaid in some ways by later migrations. And I think the Caucasus is mentioned there. So later migrations, there's Indo-Europeans that came, there are Turks that came, et cetera, right? Later during the Islamic period, lots of African slaves came, and south of Turkey, there's a fair amount of that ancestry too. But the original founding stock, most of the ancestry does date to the Bronze Age, the empires of, the Jews, Egyptians, Hittites, all these. That was the period when it all came together. If you go back to the end of the Ice Age, it was all much more chunky. What happened is there was like a great gene flow mixture, probably pre-literate imperial polities, like the Uruk period, for example, in Mesopotamia, expanded to Syria, Anatolia. And so I think there's a lot of stuff going on there that we don't know about because we don't have writing from there. But the genetics indicates like this great admixture. And that's what you see in a lot of populations over the last 20,000 years. There's a lot of admixture. Oh, so Sumerian DNA.
Before you go to the Sumerian DNA, so you would say basically that 80% of people in the modern day Israel, based off what you have studied over the years, would reflect people who were actually there 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years, but not before that.
I said Lebanon. So Ashkenazi Jews are different because half of their ancestry is non-Middle Eastern, right? The other half is Middle Eastern, and that is from that 80% works on. So that 80% applies to 50% of their ancestry. Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are different themselves. Sephardic Jews from Morocco have some Berber ancestry, obviously. Mizrahi did when it all came together. If you go back to the end of the Ice Age, it was all much more chunky. What happened is there was like a great gene flow mixture, probably pre-literate imperial polities, like the Uruk period, for example, in Mesopotamia, expanded to Syria, Anatolia. And so I think there's a lot of stuff going on there that we don't know about because we don't have writing from there. But the genetics indicates like this great admixture. And that's what you see in a lot of populations over the last 20,000 years. There's a lot of admixture. Oh, so Sumerian DNA.
Before you go into the Sumerian DNA, so you would say basically that 80% of the people in the modern day Israel, based off what you have studied over the years, would reflect people who were actually there 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years, but not before that.
I said Lebanon. So Ashkenazi Jews are different because half of their ancestry is non-Middle Eastern, right? The other half is Middle Eastern, and that is from that 80% works on. There's that 80% applies to 50% of their ancestry. Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews are different themselves. Sephardic Jews from Morocco have some Berber ancestry, obviously. Mizrahi Jews from Iraq, Syria, they tend to be much more like the foundational Middle Eastern populations.
What did he just say, Slick?
Let me hear this.
He said 50% of them is got non-Middle Eastern DNA. Is that what he said?
No, sir. He said 50% of that individual's DNA is non-Middle Eastern. Not 50% of all of them. 50% of the person, like an Ashkenazi Jew, 50% of his DNA is Middle Eastern. 50% of it is non-Middle Eastern.
Okay,
See, we gotta listen. We gotta listen and understand, bro.
Did he say which side of them it came from? From the mother or the father, like you always do? Look, dude, I'm gonna say one thing, and I'm gonna exit stage left. Now, this your video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you got us looking for when he gonna say it. You already knew when he was gonna say it, but you just didn't want us to. Oh, time out.
What are you saying? I didn't hear you. Say that again. You're chipping out. What are you saying?
Okay, this is what I said. This your video, and you got us looking for timestamps. You know what the timestamp was. It's your video.
What are you talking about? How would I know what the timestamp is? I don't have. I have notes.
It's your video. What
notes.
You know?
My brother, I have notes. Why are you getting all loud though? For what reason?
Man, look.
Why are you upset though? Why are you upset?
Like that dude said earlier, I forgot what his name was, when he came on here and he said your book was plagiarized and all of that, and that you scam people. That's what you do. And guess what? Hey,
how's that? My time is up. What that got to do? What I got to do the information?
Time is up, dog.
Yeah, all right.
Look, you
just mad. You just mad.
ripped off your community for long enough, bro. You ripped off your community.
All right, hold on, Slick. All right, come on, brother. What's your thought on what you just heard?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
My thing is this guy, basically, from what Yeshua was saying, he kind of backing Yeshua up. Because, like I said, and I've been on Garfield's show before, when it comes down to the paternal lineage of the biblical Israelites, it only comes between E and J. And let's be real, my studies on J, right? J really is Japheth. So people have been trying to discredit the haplogroup E. And I've been on your show plenty of times, Berean, and I've said I can't put the bank on it, but I've always said that I believe that Abraham is E. I've come on here several times. And so basically what this guy is doing is basically he's solidifying that. So you can't discredit haplogroup E. And so you understand what I'm saying? Some of our people, and I've never said every last black person here in America is an Israelite. I always have said that some of us are Israelites. And that is true. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you look at each individual population of Jewish populations, right? The two main haplogroups that are there, E and J. Okay, even in the Kohen, if you look at their Kohens, the Samaritan Jews, right?
Yeah,
their Kohen, which you call the priest lineage, they have the E haplogroup. So for people trying to go around discrediting black people who do believe that they're Israelites, and you're trying to use DNA and you're trying to use the haplogroup E, it's not going to work. Because some of our people who are here who do have haplogroup E, they are descendants of the Israelites. And basically, it all depends on how you look at descendancy. Because according to the Bible, mother and father made you descendancy. If you look at Caleb was not a paternal Israelite.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? His mother probably was an Israelite, but when you look at the lineages, his kids were counted as Israelites. You even have a story of the Egyptian Jabar, who basically, when the guy Shushan, his daughter he didn't have a son. He had daughters. So when she married the Egyptian servant, his children and their children's children, they was counted as Israelites. So this whole campaign of trying to discredit black people saying that they're not descendants of Israelites, it needs to stop, because some of our people who are here, they are genetically connected and genetically descendants of the Israelites.
You can see the screen?
Let me see. What I see on the screen, I see Garfield, I see this dude.
Oh, Esau, or the Esau question. Statement, should I say.
Esau has the same DNA as Jacob's brother. Well, Esau's DNA is scattered as well, because Esau has been basically scattered across the world, and mixed and amalgamated with a lot of people as well. Now, we don't have a body, but I'm willing to put my money on haplogroup E, to be honest with you. I'll put my haplogroup, I'll put my money on E before I put it on J.
All right, Garfield, go ahead. Hold on a second. I mean, no, you go ahead. You go ahead. Hold on.
Let me say this. First of all, I don't believe any African American is connected to ancient Israelites. I think it's fraudulent. I think it's pseudo teachings. I think it's ridiculous. Let me just say that straight up. All right. The second thing I'm gonna say is we cannot misuse DNA. Look at what Remel Yu wrote right on the screen. He's basically said that the Ashkenazi Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews, 50% of their DNA, he's talking autosominally now, is not Middle Eastern. That's simple. That's not talking about the white marker or anything, because they have the J marker. They have different markers. So autosominally, you're gonna have more than one marker. Yeah, you're gonna have E. Now the Yoruba people, like he spoke about at the beginning of the interview, he spoke about back migration with the Yoruba. Yoruba today have Levantine DNA. They do, because of intermixing with the people over 7,500 years ago. This is before there's an Israel. The E marker, as he pointed out, the EM96, when Ngozi asked him the question, EM96, does it come from East Africa? He said yes. So when people say E1B1B, when it's split from EM96. EM96, you have E1B. I mean, the brother Yakina knows about DNA more than I do, I think. Anybody knows more about DNA than me, but I know the basics. The basics is that E1B1B split and E1B1A split. They split from EM96. I could be wrong. And the point is, if it's born in Africa, these are African DNA markers, have nothing to do with the Levant until they migrated to the Levant. That's why when I showed the map earlier, Barine, I showed that the majority of the people with E1B1A is in West and Central Africa, showing where the root of it is. The majority of people are at the root, while the people who migrated, if they migrate, it show a lesser amount in the Levant, less than 10% or 5%. It shows that the people who study DNA are, one, disingenuous, and they don't want to tell the truth, and they're trying to fit their belief. For someone to say Abraham is E is ridiculous. There's no way you can prove Abraham is E. You don't have his body.
But you don't got Abraham here.
You don't have Abraham. Hold on, let me finish though. I didn't cut nobody off. I didn't cut nobody off. All I'm gonna say, family, you could believe in your Bible without you don't need DNA to be an Israelite. You don't need DNA, because you could convert into being a spiritual Israelite. I'm not arguing about if you could be an Israelite or not. I'm just saying the ancient Israelites from back then is not you. And that's it. If you want to believe it, go ahead. I'm not stopping you, but you can't prove it. You cannot prove it. There's no way you can prove it. No way. You can't prove it through anthropology. Show me how you got here. Show me how you got here. You're going to tell me you're related to the Jews? And show me somebody who's practicing your culture that you pretend to practice today, and show me somebody in the past before the transatlantic slave trade that was practicing it. Show me. Just show me somebody. Show me. Come on. This is a challenge for everybody in the chat, including Yakanan. Show me somebody practicing the culture you are practicing today in history. Show me. Just show me. Show me. Make me a believer. What you believe in is made in America. Before William Crowdy, before Cherry Crowdy and William Christian, before Ford and Wentworth, nobody was going around preaching out of the biblical text like, yeah, we are actually the Israelites, and follow the Old and New Testament. It don't exist.
Blood. All right, hold on a minute. Hold on. Yeah. Let me just put somebody. Somebody said, let me play this right here.
lineage for Jews in the Levant because they come, they say Abraham might be placed in the Bronze Age and whatever. What would be like?
The Cohens are, I think, a J1P53. But I think that the Afro-Asiatic languages are more with E. So I think the Cohens, people with the last name Cohen, that paternal lineage, I think that's intrusive to the Afro-Asiatic peoples. I think it came probably from Western Iran, maybe Northern Mesopotamia. That's my opinion. I'm not 100% sure about that. But
okay, cool.
But
wanna,
yeah, in terms of haplogroups,
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No.
All right.
May I respond now?
Yes. Yeah.
This guy has not discredited E. Honestly, he gives this guy that came on Garfield show. He basically he is promoting E. Now, just because, let's say my father's name is Eugene. Now let's just say Eugene, right? Every Friday he had ate chicken, and that's the family's culture. That's the family history, right? Now I decide I'm not going to do that. Just because I'm not practicing the culture, don't mean that that's not my dad. That's still my dad. I'm still his descent. I'm still a descendant of him. He's my ancestor. You see what I'm saying? So just because I'm not practicing the culture according to what they did, that doesn't discredit their DNA is still in me. I am a descendant of that person. You understand what I'm saying? You're right. We don't have a body. We don't have a body. But there's only two haplogroups that strongly goes with who's the descendant of Abraham, if you believe. And it's not J, because J is European, it's more to the Europeans, because G goes to the Georgians, and G is the father of J. You understand what I'm saying? J come from G. All that comes once you get to G, you got I, you got HIJK. All that goes back to G, and G is European. Even R. And listen, my haplogroup is R1B. I don't have a dog. I don't need to lie. If anything, I need to be fighting with Garfield about the J, because my haplogroup is R1B. You understand what I'm saying? So I would be more on Garfield's side, but I'm going to be honest. It's European, it's Eurasian. The guy, and this is the one thing, if you even talk to the original Ethiopians, even Saudi Arabia back in the day was a part of Ethiopia. This guy just confirmed that Saudi Arabia and all those places were considered to be Africa back then. This guy said that on Garfield's channel in the interview. Am I lying, Berean? Did we not hear where he said that Saudi Arabia?
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
He said that. Everybody knows that you talk to the original Ethiopians. That was Africa. That was Africa. What you consider part of the Levant, that was considered Africa as well. We got to be honest, man. Look, man.
When was
Garfield? It's hard, but Garfield.
When was that? When was Israel ever considered a part of Africa, brother? In the past, 2,000 years ago. Give me a record of somebody saying that. Can you tell me that?
I got a book about the Middle East, and I'll tell you what it was called. Everything got separated, right? When this naval dude came
Thank
up.
you. I apologize also.
When this naval dude came up with the term Middle East, you understand what I'm saying? All that at some point in time was considered Africa, a part of Africa. You can ask the Ethiopians, which their real names are Kush, and they'll tell you now that they call Kush Ethiopia. Excuse my voice.
Hey, Yakinen, can I ask you a serious question?
Go ahead.
Was EM96, is it an African marker? Did it originate in Africa? Like what the brother Razim Kab just said? He just said it on the video. Do you agree with him?
He said he doesn't know for sure.
No. When he answered in Ngozi, he said yes. He answered in Ngozi, he said yes. You are 100% correct.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
When it comes to DE, there are plenty of, and you can find scientists who say that E is Eurasian, or you can find some scientists that says E is basically sub-Saharan Africa. Okay. What is out there is this. There's D, which they know went to Asia, right? And there's DE. There are hypotheses. This is not absolute, right? No scientist can tell you absolute. That's why one of the things that man said is his opinion, is that E split in India, and then it backtraced to Africa. These are the hypotheses that are out there, and they have evidence of these things.
All right, so let's look at this.
I'm almost done. I'm almost finished. I'm gonna land my plane. You cannot for surely say that E is sub-Saharan Africa. A lot of people are going with this now because in modern populations, a lot of E is in Africa. So that's why they're basing a lot of their hypothesis on. I yield.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the problem. He cannot admit that E is from North Africa because it kills their whole argument about E1B1B being Semitic. Once you take that from these guys on YouTube, they have nothing to work with. Now, let me just read something from what the scholars say. All right, let's look at this. Who is saying that E is a Levant, a West Asian, or a Semitic marker? Remember, the argument is if it's in Arabia or East Africa, not actually where Israel is or where West Asia is, because it's talking about Arabia. It's a total different argument. Even if it's from Arabia, it's not from where Israel is. It's from Arabia. It has nothing to do with what these guys' argument. But I'm going to read a 2009 argument to show, just to make a point to you guys that these guys just clip and use scholarship and say, well, it's not sure, but so why even talk about it then? A 2019 study supports an African origin for haplogroup E based on an analysis of the Y chromosomal phylogenetic structure, haplogroup divergence times, and the recently discovered haplogroup DO found in 3 Nigerians. An additional branch of the DE lineage diverging early from the D branch. The authors support an African origin for DE, which is the parent group for haplogroup E. So 2 years ago, family, 2 to 3 years ago, they're now saying that DE is really have an African origin. They found evidence in the latest research. This kills them. This is what they're not going to read this on their channel because this is the latest research and I'm not the expert. I'm reading what the experts said. So the latest research saying DE is African and that's the parent to E, and E is African, not Semitic. E is African. They are running from Africa. This is the problem. Now, when the brother said that he's an Israelite by faith, I don't argue Israelite by faith. I argue if you're saying you're a bloodline Israelite. He's not. I'm going to say this again. I have yet to see an African American or even an Afro-Caribbean or somebody in Africa showing me how they got to Africa and when. So Yakanan, can you explain to the audience right now which group of Jews in West Africa you come from that was in West Africa from 500 AD? Show me these groups in 500 AD that you stem from. Show me how you migrated from where. You show me, because you have to show me how you got to America before the transatlantic slave trade. Where did you come from? Which Jews do you stem from?
I can show you that because my DNA is so scattered out. But when we look at the different Jewish communities, and I've come on your page.
Which communities? Which communities? Hold on. I'm sorry. Which communities? In West Africa?
All over, not just
okay. Give me a community in West Africa you come from. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead.
When I was on your channel, I showed the
no, we're talking now.
I showed Ethiopian Jew connection. I've showed North African Jew connection. So you see what I'm saying? I can tell you a Pacific group. All I know is that when we go into these different Jewish communities or Jew communities, right? Even the Yemenites, there's an autosomal connection there. You understand what I'm saying? So I can't give you all the full detail about 500 AD and all these other things. I can't give you all that. All I know is that there is a mixture of people, and it's not just Jews that I'm connected to. There's different African groups that I'm connected to as well.
Why don't you claim the African groups?
Because my spirit don't claim it. Let me tell you like
oh, you're ashamed
I'm
because
tell
they're
you,
Hamites, right? They're Hamites.
No, Garfield, relax, Garfield. Put it like this. I believe in Yahuwah. Yahuwah Elohim is my father. That's what my spirit connects to. I do not deny.
I don't argue that. I don't debate that, bro. I give you that.
Listen what I'm saying, Garfield. Listen. I don't deny my European ancestry. I don't deny my African ancestry. Hold up, listen. I am a hybrid, okay? I have Middle Eastern DNA. I have South Asian DNA. I have African DNA, as well as European DNA ancestry. I don't deny that. You understand what I'm saying? But Yahuwah is my father, and I can show autosomally a connection to the people who we call Israel. So that's what I run with. That's where my heart is at. I yield.
So you're saying that you have genetic markers to people in Israel, but you don't have no markers. The markers that the geneticist says is basically saying that these J people migrated around 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, and they are the primarily people. 80% of the people in Israel today are connected to Middle Eastern. That's why I showed that article about the Canaanite. I'm gonna be honest, Vereen. I don't care what Yakinen says, because I asked a simple question. Can you trace your roots, how you're connected bloodline? You know what he did? He went to Yahuwah, his father. I'm not talking about spiritual Israel, because I could Garfield tonight. Garfield tonight. Hold on, beloved. I tonight can say I am a part of spiritual Israel. Garfield, and y'all, that's when y'all gonna leave. Y'all definitely gonna leave Israel when I claim it. But the point is though, most of the argument, Yakunan, and you have to agree with me. Most of the argument is bloodline. It's not about your faith, bro. Most of these dudes are claiming bloodline.
But
that is my issue.
I can't claim paternal. Listen, I cannot claim paternal connection to Israel.
Okay.
Now, as far as bloodline goes, if you're talking about genetics,
why you arguing?
Hold up, I'm trying to finish. Let me finish, bro. I do claim autosomal connection to them. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we do see it. Like we said, when I came on your channel, I showed where it said, hey, the composite show he has Middle Eastern DNA. Not only did it show Middle Eastern DNA, I came on your show and I showed the different Hebrew communities that I genetically connect to. Did I not?
I don't know. I missed.
I don't remember, brother.
Okay, it's on your show. I show.
Tell me the video, and we'll pull it up. Hold on a minute. Don't just whatever that video is. Russell, come onto the microphone. What are your
about the DNA,
no personal attacks. We don't want we don't want no evangelizing, no personal attacks. We want to wait reports on what's going on with this thing right here.
No, this is what I'm saying. You know about that DNA that they sitting there arguing about it. One saying believe it, one saying don't believe it. So I just try to do what the Bible say. The Bible say don't even deal with them foolish questions. But my question is, I keep asking the same thing. We know in 500 AD, somebody got converted into Judaism and hid amongst the Jews.
People have been getting converted into Judaism all the way through from the beginning of the religion.
Listen to what I'm saying, Brian. So this was descendants of Esau. They got conquered and got converted into Judaism. Could some of these Jews that's over there in Israel today be descendants of Esau? Since they got the same
yes,
DNA?
some could. Yeah, absolutely. So I agree with that. Some could. These are all possibilities. Some could.
Hold on, Barry. Let me answer him, because he comes on and asks the same question, and the sister in the audience asks the same question all the time. Listen, first of all, it's not 500 BC. It's actually around 200 BC that these people were converted. Let's get that straight. Now, as far as a group religion, I think Israelites need to figure this out, whether they're white or black. And this goes for the people who are actually in the land right now, who are trying to claim Israel. Watch this. The religion you are following is not based off the original Israelite religion that the people were following from the Levant from 900 BC to like around 500 BC. Remember, Judaism is a book religion. When the book was organized, it was late. You had scribes, you had a priesthood. You don't have a priesthood today. Who is the priesthood in Israel today? There's none. It doesn't exist. There's no priesthood. Everybody want to be rabbi and sages now. So at the end of the day, you have to look at what was going on in the Israelite religion and what's going on in the new form of Judaism. And what happened is, this is why I know both sides really aren't real to the game. Both sides. Watch this. Because both sides are an offshoot of a developed book religion from around the Hellenistic period. Watch this. There was no organized book, as in 66 books, not 66, I'm sorry, 39 books of the Old Testament with one specific group in Judaism. You didn't have all the prophets. That's the writings existed, because you have the people writing in 2nd century BC telling you which prophets is out there, and Ezekiel and Isaiah. This is why we know they are genuine prophets that actually probably existed, because you have the writers in the 2nd century BC documenting about these prophets. Hey, this prophet existed and he wrote this, he wrote that. So now we know they existed, but who was the group practicing all the religion with the 39 books, Torah only? Who was the group doing that? There was no group until the Hellenistic period. And then what happened is, out of these groups pulling these books together, it developed into different sects in the 1st century. This is where they're battling. I got the truth. You got the truth. This is before there's a New Testament. So at the end of the day now, watch this.
That's not fair to them, Garfield.
Hold on. That's the point. That really, this is what we stem out of. The Judaism, or an offshoot of it, is what Black Hebrew Israelites follow and what the other people follow. It's an offshoot of whatever Judaism developed during that time period. So they're really not following even the Israelite religion.
No, but this is my thing, Garfield. But hold on, this is not my thing, Garfield. That's not fair to them. You want to trace in West Africa, you want to trace the Jesus movement, Christian, basically Israelite Messianic Christianity, like Paul and them. If they said that they left and they were scattered and the Gentiles were taking Christianity and tampering with Christianity, and they had it and they came over here pure, the descendants of Peter, James, and John, that the original 1st century Hebrew Israelite Christians, Messianic.
Watch
They
this, Barine.
We're looking for any Hebrew, any Judaism, anything. You trying to
watch this, Barine. Let me destroy this whole foolishness right now. When they evacuated Jerusalem and left Judea, I would like Gideon Israel or Yachanan or Russell Higgins to show me exactly where they went and they migrated. So if they migrated at 70 AD, show me where they went and a record of it. Show me at 200 AD exactly where they would have been. Where's the documentation of these group of people? What they're doing is claiming people who are Jews in real life and say, hey, that's us. That don't work.
And a lot of people feel, Joe Stevenson and a lot of people feel that they know where they went, and they went to Europe. Like y'all saying the majority of them went down to Africa. There's a lot of people that's arguing the majority of them went to Europe.
Yeah, the statistics shows that 80% of the Jews lived outside of Judah before 70 AD. They're saying that they lived in the Roman world, the Roman Empire. So that means all the way up in Europe, France, wherever the Romans controlled, they were Jews trading as merchants and living a good, prosperous life outside of Judah. But they knew they were a part of a temple religion called that they worshipped, and they know they had to go there at certain times, Passover, whatever. That's why they chose that time to attack them during not actual Passover, but what do you call it? Oh my God, the celebration after Passover. That's why they waited that time, because everybody was
Pentecost.
At the Pentecost, right? So at Jerusalem, all of them was pretty much there at the time. That's why Titus and Vespasian or whoever decided to attack at that specific time to kill as much Jews as possible. Well, anyway, I want to know where they migrated to, because I'm telling you, it's a whole sham.
The Bible said that they migrated all over the world, so that's the thing.
So what is the world? What is the world at that time?
The whole
don't start that.
What is the world?
Hold on. Let me finish. The Bible said that they would be scattered to all nations, every last nation, every last country. So here's the thing, right? So hold on. So when we look at these different communities, right? Now, if you believe that the Limba are Israelites, right? Some people don't, some people do. If you are connected to the Limba, then you can say, hey, okay, I am an Israelite because I believe that the Limbo are Israelites of this. If you're connected to the Yemenite Jews, right? When you get your DNA test done and you get connected and you see where you're connected to the Yemenite community, or if they show you where you got 3 or 4 or 5 cousins who are in the system, in the database, who are Yemenite Jews, then you could say, hey, you know what? I believe I'm an Israelite because I'm connected to Yemenite Jews. Or if you see in a system where you're connected to Sephardic Jews, right? And you're seeing that, then you can make that case if you believe that the Sephardic Jews are the real people. You understand what I'm saying? Because I believe in that Bible. That Bible said that the Israelites were scattered out all over the nations. So they're not just in one particular place. They didn't just go to Europe. They went to Europe. They went to South America. They went to Africa. They went to West Asia. They went.
Now wait a minute. Hold on, but where they went there according to when. It's a little confusing because people saying 70 AD. Some Jews, according to history, died in 132 and 135. So everybody going in 70 AD.
No, so
we all over the place with this book.
Right. So let's look at the first. So let's listen. If you follow your Bible, you study your
Good
Bible.
point,
right?
Barry. Good
Hold
point.
on, let me finish. And
But hold on, you got some other brothers want to go now. A lot of people want to go in, so people got to go in. I'm going to show y'all this video.
Okay, I'm not long-winded. When you read the book of Jeremiah, you learn that even in Africa, right, out of Egypt, that the Jews were scattered into all nations, even from Egypt. When you read the book of Jeremiah during the first exile. I yield.
All nation. All right. Hold on. I'll come back to that when we start dealing with that. All nations were Jews. Are you going with them Jews that Israelite? Yeah.
Doreen, I gotta say also, see that he brought that up, and that's gonna lead to Isaiah 11:11. I want to say that when the brother spoke the other day, he actually was correct, and I was wrong. I just want
Which one? Which one, brother?
With the Isaiah 11:11, the brother had brought it up that it was referring to the northern tribes. He was correct.
Yes, and
you know
yes, that was Bruce. I think Bruce in here.
Let me correct myself. So let me correct myself. He was right. It's referring to the northern tribes, and the reason why it makes sense, and I have to correct myself, is because the Isaiah is writing in the late 8th century, and he's talking about the people that exiled in the Assyrian exile. So he's talking in the
720, the earlier one.
Right. So he's referring to that exile of the northern tribes. It wasn't after Sennacherib and the other Babylonian stuff. So that wouldn't make sense. So the brother was correct. You see, I could admit I'm wrong.
Y'all see that, Garfield? Y'all got to mark it down. He don't make that too much. Russell already went on. Gideon, come on.
Shalom.
Shalom, brother.
Yeah, I mean, me and Garfield had this conversation several times, and several times he, I don't know, but he was wrong on several points. First of all, people who really study the history of the transatlantic slave trade, they know that we at least the data doesn't show that we come from Sephardic Jews in mass. I would say probably about 10 to 20% of the people in the diaspora are Sephardic. That's of Jewish, of Israelite extract.
And what make you get that? Where you get that number from? What make you come up with that?
Because the records show the bulk of slaves come from West Africa, the slave coast. And
the bulk of them were Sephardic Jews?
No. The bulk of them were Israelites that were non-Sephardic. The Sephardic Jews made up maybe about 10% of the Israelites that came into slavery. So 90% of the slaves that came into America come from.
No, let them. You gotta let them talk, Golfer. You gotta let them talk.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the data shows.
Now, what data is this from? Emory? Where this from? Where this from? What data this is here?
So when you look at the travel and the migration patterns of Israel into Africa, it went not only along established routes, but with routes and kingdoms that were already established. When you look at the so-called Ethiopian kingdom, which were made claims to be of the Solomonic dynasty, that was just one of several Israelite sovereigns in that area.
But wait a minute, that's East Africa now. I want to be slow because I ain't the sharpest knife in the drawer. We don't have So what connection would you be using when you Acts the 8th chapter with the Ethiopian on the day of Pentecost? What connection you got that after the fall, after the Bar Kokhba, after the revolts, after 135, in the middle of the 2nd century, around 150 AD, you got evidence pointing that Jews fled, Messianic Israelites or whatever, fled from that region into East Africa and had contact with the Israelites from Solomon time? Because nobody is debating the house of them Solomon people, them Ethiopian Jews. Nobody debating they original. Original converts or whatever you want to call. Nobody's debating them. Y'all, you think that y'all had contact with them in the 2nd century and then worked your way to South Africa, then worked your way down to West Africa?
Right. That was the migration pattern that followed. So when you look at the Ethiopian kingdom, which you just said, we don't argue they were Israelites. So and that's what I wanted to ask, because I hear a lot of people, and I think I heard Garfield say this too. They don't know what the Hermetic hypothesis is. So when they starting off with the wrong understanding of the Hermetic hypothesis, they're going to be totally off when it comes to breaking anything down. I'm going to say it like this. The Hermetic hypothesis states that the Egyptians, mainly the Egyptians, were Hermetic people, which means they come from Ham, but they were of the Caucasian race, making them white. I hear a lot of people say it and they try to reverse it. So that's the starting point that a person got to understand. And that leaks off into the Levant, leaks off into Moses being played by Charlton Heston. So when you look at Ethiopia and you look at the centuries that followed after their conversion to Catholicism, they chased all the Israelites out of that country. And what I say about the Hermetic hypothesis, because we do not give people in that time enough credit. And what do I mean by that? You look at the ancient maps from the 16, 17, 8, it starts off saying Ethiopia, then in some says Abyssinia, all along the bottom swath of Africa. From Ethiopia to the Atlantic Ocean is 2,700 miles. From Florida to North Dakota is the same amount. So what I'm trying to say real quick, and I'm gonna go, Ethiopia was over all of that land. But go ahead.
Thunder said hello, Gideon. Listen, do me a favor. What sources, when we talk about sources, what sources do you do Josephus mean anything to you in these studies? Or Josephus don't count? Do Josephus, what's the main? Oh, so he is one, right? Josephus, he was a black Israelite?
Yeah, the Israelites, they come from, Jacob was a black man, a so-called.
I said Josephus. I said the 1st century historian Josephus. You use him. Who else you use for this study of this migration patterns and all that other stuff?
Well, it's several sources. You look at not only Josephus, but you look at
any Romans.
Yeah, it's a book. It's several books. One of them is the Patriarchs of Alexandria. It speaks of the queen fighting against the Himyarite kingdom in Abyssinia. And we all know from the 3rd century onward, they like to say the Himyarites are converts, but they are just an extended piece of that Ethiopian Solomonic kingdom.
So the Jews, the surviving Israelites, they went to their brothers and sisters in Ethiopia.
Wait, say that again.
So the surviving Israelites after that Bar Kokhba revolt, a good bit of them went to their brothers and sisters in Ethiopia to live with them for a little while.
I mean, some, but you have those in the Buba clan, which is the priestly clan of the Limba. You listen to their oral historians.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you listen to one of their historians. He would tell you that they've been there since the 6th century BC.
All right, the 6th century.
Right.
BC. No,
Bareen, can I ask you a question, Bareen, real quick?
Good, bro.
Who in Ethiopia had a Bible before Izana?
before Izana.
Yeah, who had a Bible?
It
Who was
was
using a Bible before King Izana in
Well,
Ethiopia?
they'll say that the Old Testament, they already had the scriptures. If we go with the glory, what's the glory of the kings of Ethiopia? They had the scripture.
But watch this.
And we'll
so
get
when,
that.
when you say Bible, Garfield, you talking about the
Watch
new,
this.
you talking
Look
about
up.
the New
This
Testament?
is why Garfield is the most dangerous guy in the eyes of a Hebrew Israelites. Gideon, I love Gideon. He knows that. I love my brother Yakanan. I love Yahweh War Machine, but we got to stop lying to our people. And I'm going to break it down for you simply. First of all, Ethiopia you're referring to about the Himmerite kingdom and Yemen has to do with southern Arabia. That's not connected to the biblical Ethiopia, which is Cush. So that's the first error. Go to Ezekiel 29:10 and it tells you exactly where Cush is. The second thing is when it says Ethiopian eunuch, beloved, Joel speaks, it's talking about Cush, Nubia. That's what it's talking about. Northern Sudan and southern Egypt. The Bible, Garfield is actually using the Bible to show you exactly where it is. It tells you.
I don't know what that means to traveling. I'm a little lost.
Hold on a second. Ethiopia now. This is the problem now, Barine. If Ethiopia of today is the wrong Ethiopia, that means how could the Israelites be in that Ethiopia? The reason why they're connecting themselves to that Ethiopia today is because when King Izana invaded the kingdom of Cush, he coined the term Ethiopia for his nation, because he was a Bible reader and he understand he was reading the Greek version that those people in Abyssinia at the time, or Habasha, converted. The Aksumite Empire converted from the Greek version of the Bible into Ge'ez. So at that point they were using the term Ethiopia. So he coined that term for himself. This is why when Eldad the Danite told the story, this is why we know he wasn't really true to what he was talking about, because he referred to that area, Aksum, as Ethiopia, where Ethiopia in the biblical text, if he was following Torah, would have been northern Sudan and southern Egypt. Now watch this now. Barine, you asked the best question of the night. What happened after the Bar Kokhba revolt, 135, 150 AD? He just said they migrated to Ethiopia. Where is the evidence? I guarantee you he will not show any evidence of this. What they do is, hold on, beloved, you talk for 7 minutes, 6-7 minutes, let me finish. What they're going to tell you is that oral tradition says Yemen X, Y, and Z. There's over 6 different oral traditions with Yemen. Which one should we believe? Should we believe that the Jews migrated there and converted the people? Should we believe that? And watch the dagger now. Did you know what the name of the god they were worshiping in the Himmerite culture? They were worshiping the god, they called him Rahman. You ever heard of Muslims say Rahmani Rahim? They were worshiping Rahman, and they have documents of this, primary sources we could pull up and show you 2nd century AD, they're worshiping Rahman. So if you want to come and tell us to follow something that you said that the people went to Ethiopia, you could never show any connection with Ethiopia. You definitely lied to us right now. I'm calling you a liar, Gideon, for that one. I'm serious too. And watch this, watch the next lie now. Barine, they will not, none of them, Yakanan, Gideon, Orthodox more, none of them will show you any evidence of the Jews that live in Palestine, Jerusalem, migrating anywhere at all. They don't have no evidence at all. None. Absolutely none. They're lying to the people. I'm done playing. I'm done, Barine. I'm done. It's the cat's out the bag. They are lying. There's no migration. There's no migration. There is no migration. This is made in America. Hold on a second. This is made in America. You could go ahead and talk now.
Okay, how is there no migration, Garfield? You killing yourself, because you just said that 80% of the Jews back then were living outside of Jerusalem, outside of Israel.
So all right, hold on. That's in no. They're in the Roman world working. That's their world. That's the nation.
No. That's a migration. So you killing yourself right there. You just daggered yourself right there.
Okay, brother. Okay.
Yeah, because you said that.
I'm dead now.
Didn't you say that earlier? You said that 80% of the Jews
lived outside of Jerusalem before 70
so that's
AD.
a migration.
Hold on.
That's a migration, brother.
Before 70 AD happened. Listen to what I said carefully.
That's still a migration.
Hold on a second. 80% of the Jews lived in the Roman world before 70 AD even happened. So who is these people that's migrating when they're already operating in the Roman world? Where are they migrating to? I'm trying to show y'all the whole argument is fraudulent.
No,
There's
because
no migration to talk about.
You're
Where is
conflating.
all right, hold on. Where's the migration? Where did they go at 150? Let's deal with Barry's question.
Okay,
Where
so
did
you're
they go at 150
you're
AD?
conflating. Listen, you're conflating what
Your
other
boy just said
Israelites
they
believe
migrated to Ethiopia.
with
Where's
me.
the
Hold on,
proof?
listen.
Where's the proof?
Okay, listen, you're conflating what other Israelites believe with me. Now, listen, there were scatterings about Israel. There's at least 2 or 3 scatterings of the whole nation of Israel before 70 AD. If you read the scriptures, let's not forget about the northern kingdom, who was scattered by the Assyrian Empire into all nations. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that the Babylonians also had caused a scattering, which some Israelites who disobeyed the Most High and went into Egypt, because he told them not to go in Egypt. He told them, take your butt to Babylon and deal with this punishment. Well, because they didn't do that, he also scattered them from Egypt into all nations. Okay? And then let's not forget about 70 AD. Like you said, that there were Israelites, not that many, but then there was Israelites who were scattered from 70 AD. So there was numerous scatterings. If you even read what scripture, what book is it? Is it Zechariah? Zechariah will tell you about how there was 3 or 4 different scatterings of the Israelites. So you're stuck on 70 AD. I'm not the type of Israelite that just focuses on 70 AD.
But that's what Bereen is talking about, brother. We could talk about all those too, but Bereen is talking about 70 AD and the Bar Kokhba revolt. Why are we going all over the world?
Well, I don't know about the Bar Kokhba revolt, but I'm saying there was a scattering in 70 AD, and they went into many directions.
Where did they go? Tell us where.
They went all
Give me a
over,
source.
bro.
Give me a source. Give me a source. Give me a source. Give me a source. Prove that you're not making this up right now. Prove it.
What do you mean? I believe in the New Testament. You don't believe in the New Testament.
It's not about the new. That's why I say I'm not arguing no faith with you, bro. Keep your faith to yourself.
Bro. I'm
talking about
the Bible, but that's what I'm saying. No, the only reason I asked about Josephus and other, because I want to know if y'all know what sources that historians, that different people use. That we believe one of the main reasons that Bruce and them other people argue that the New Testament was already written when we start dealing with Acts and the Gospels, because the temple was so important it wasn't even destroyed. So the New Testament, to be honest, the Bible can't help us. We believe that, we believe certain things with the Old Testament saying, and they was scattered and this and that in Egypt and Assyria. But in the New Testament, if we look at Matthew, Mark, Luke, John in the New Testament, we don't see where they go because we don't see the temple destroyed in the New Testament.
Talk about
so we can't use the Bible. We can't use the Bible to do to prove what y'all are proving. That's talking about. I said the next best thing. What do? We go to people like Josephus and others. Now, what sources do most historians use when they talk about the dispersion of Israel? When we talk about it, we can use historians, but it's going to be what the white Jews use, what the people in seminary and stuff use, and they say, "Oh, y'all trying to put them," but they're not really putting them in West Africa. That's the beef that we got. That's where the beef's coming right there.
I just want some evidence, man. They talking. I don't see no evidence. Give me a source. Show me these Jews are migrating to Ethiopia. Give me a source showing me these Jews at 150 AD, 200 AD. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, bear in mind, we have records of Rabbi Hanassi starting a synagogue 200 AD in Judea. The records are there that they remained in the land. They went to Pella. Genesis 49ers even teaches this. They never went anywhere.
Yeah, they went to Pella.
Went to Pella, and some of them stayed and they started a synagogue. So where's this migration that they're going? Where is it? Where is
it? Then there was one where they went to Jana. I can't remember. It's one that starts with a J. That they went to Jana or some crap like that.
Okay,
but they went all over, Garfield.
All over where?
They went to
Gideon
Egypt,
just said they went to Israel.
They went to Pella. They went to Egypt. They went to the 4 corners, bro. They went in the 4 directions.
Whenever I can,
I tell you what,
just want to respond
that's something I will work on, Garfield.
Hold on a second. Let me address this. Hold on, beloved. Let me address Sherry earlier. Sherry, I did 2 shows, an open mic show today. None of them showed up. Stop being in the chat like somebody's running from Genesis 49ers. I refuse to go on their channel. Those guys have no behavior. They mute you and shut you down and make you feel like you're talking and mute your mic. I don't play those games. If they want to talk to me, they could come on my channel where I act like somebody who has some sense. So
Well, how
don't
about
be
y'all
in the
just
chat.
choose
Hold on,
neutral
beloved.
ground?
Hold on, beloved. Hold on. Don't be in the chat talking like somebody's running from Genesis 49ers. I already beat him up on my channel. Beat him up on DNA, which I don't know nothing about. I ain't got time for the games, family. I ain't got time for that.
Well, how about y'all just meet on a neutral platform to where it'll be strictly
No,
even.
don't mind your business, bro. Don't get involved with that. Leave it alone. Don't worry about that. I'll deal with that. Don't worry about that. Genesis 49ers is not important. Not important. Anybody can go on a channel and talk about somebody. I
That's why I don't
invited
like
everybody
all this
on my channel
pontificating, man,
today.
because you've been lying since you've been talking.
Okay, I'm
10
glad I'm
minutes done
lying. Can you show the
passed.
source? Show the source.
10
Just tell us
minutes
the
done
source.
passed since you done
Tell us the
lied about
source,
4 or
man.
5
Tell the source.
times.
Good, I'm
And
lying. So
now
tell
it's
the
just
source.
a casual conversation.
Come on, come on,
Go ahead.
brother. Come on, brother. Show me the source, man. Where the source at? Where they migrating? Show me that. Let's
all right,
go.
Anybody else want to play or want to say
Let me
anything?
mute my mic, man. Let me watch this video that Barine.
All right, I'm gonna play. Yeah, I'm gonna play a couple of minutes. This is hard too because he's kind of, these folks get their feelings and get a little bit disrespectful and all. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about this rabbi dude right here. But hold on a second. Hold on, everybody.
The brain denies there were black Jews in the past that were converted to real Israel. For example, we have the black Lemba Jews, who I know very well from Africa, as well as the Ethiopian Jews, who we're all close to. I'm very close to them. They do not claim to be the originals. Jews come in every skin complexion. That's the real truth. However, the original Israelites were not a black people group as a whole. They were not. There's no evidence on that subject whatsoever.
When we start talking about those other groups, the West Africans is beef. But when we start talking about the Limba, we start talking about them Ethiopians, when we start talking about them, let me ask you a question, Gideon, do they claim to be original or converts to the faith?
They claim to be original. Like, what's funny is he debunked himself because he first said the Ethiopian Jews, and we know he's saying that they are clearly black. He said they themselves claim to be converts, which is a lie, because when you go in the oldest annals they have in their oral tradition, it states that they are pure Israelites of the seed, not only of Solomon, but Zadok the priest and 12,000 of the royal family and other peoples from the nation of Israel into Ethiopia from their oldest records. So he debunked himself. So he say the Ethiopians are converts. All right, let's just give him that. Then he goes forward to say there is no evidence stating that the Israelites are black, when that's a lie. It's no source you're going to see that's going to say that they black, but there are indirect sources. And I'm going to
explain what you mean.
When you go to Tacitus,
Go ahead.
Tacitus says the Israelites look like the people who he just called, who we know Ethiopians, we know they are black.
And Egyptians and Paul and all that.
Tacitus says the Israelites come from the Ethiopians. So which one is it, whatever this dude's name is, and people
And the Romans, he said exactly, the Romans thought that the Jews or whatever were of an Ethiopian Egyptian origin or something to that effect.
Right.
I can't remember if I remember.
And what's crazy when you listen to pagans and urban apologists, not you specifically, Berean, when they're talking about that, Bible got black people in it, they go to Moses marrying an Ethiopian woman, and they be like, oh, see, he married an Ethiopian, which is a foolish argument to me because Moses himself was black. But what's funny is they use that to designate that Moses married a black woman, but when Tacitus says that the Israelites come from the ancient Ethiopians as well as Strabo, so now we got to figure out what is the Ethiopian now, which just is crazy. That's why I say these guys are liars, and like
now
the fake love, they can keep it, because soon as he said it out of his mouth, I laughed to myself and I wanted to respond to that, but he just gonna stumble and put his foot in his mouth several times.
Now you believe that Jews are scattered, right?
Yeah, they scattered to the four corners.
And he goes on to say, like so many other people, wherever they go, they look like where they live at. If they living around chinky-eyed people, some of them looking like chinky-eyed people, but they've got that Torah, they got that book. They praying, they don't eat pork. Wherever they go, they look like the people of the land there. Is that a problem? That there's chinky-eyed
No, that's not a
Israelites?
problem, but that's not a problem. But the problem is when they try to usurp the original stock. When you have a Ashkenaz
What
or
is
a
the what is
Japanese or a
the
Chinese
all right,
Jew,
all right, I feel
they
good
say
now.
they Jews.
I feel good. What's the original stock? What's the original stock when y'all was a mixed multitude from the gate? How can we find the original stock? That'll help us.
When Jacob came out of Isaac's loins, he was black. Black as Berean. Now, Berean, wherever your scion, Sion, wherever your progeny, wherever they go and copulate and manifest other children, that's on them. But you're going to stay black. No matter how many years pass, you're going to stay black. Right? Or I'm wrong?
Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, that's what it is. So Jews were scattered to the four corners, but the bulk of them went into Africa. Garfield, like I say, so
Abraham was originally not a brown Middle Eastern. Abraham was black, like somebody from Nubia.
Abraham was black as Nimrod in Mesopotamia.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Keep going.
Hey, 1 second, Bereen. I want to make a note that you see Talk Truth with Shawnee. She's making a very good point. She said there are a whole lot of videos of the Lemba Hebrews saying they are the true Israelites, and the European Jews agree with them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy, not with the sister, the hypocrisy with these people that taught genetics and the Lemba is that they're using the J marker as their Y to say they are Israelites. They're using J1. So anybody who claims Lemba from the male side, not the woman, because there was a sister, I'm not going to call her name, that says she's Lemba. It wasn't for the woman. They were talking about a certain amount of men. 50% of the men carry this marker or something to that effect. Now watch this. How is it that you believe, I'm talking to everybody now in the audience.
I'm just scared there's no brown-skinned people in the world. It's only black and white. That's the only thing that scared me.
Yeah, but hold on 1 second, Bereen. But the point now is that Lemba, they're using the J marker, but when they're listening to Genesis 49ers, he's telling them that the E1B1A is the right marker. So on one hand, they believe that the Lemba are Jews, but they believe Genesis 49ers. It don't make sense. They're using the J marker to say that they are Jews. Yo, I can't. This community is nuts. It's crazy.
Let me deal with the first lie Garfield told.
Go ahead.
That when I connected the Ethiopians to the Himyarite kingdom, he said they're based in Saudi Arabia and that they were converts.
I never said Saudi Arabia. You're actually lying.
What did you say? You said in Arabia, right?
Right, Arabia, Southern Arabia.
Southern Arabia, excuse me. So let me show you how that's.
Is that a lie? Is that a lie?
That's a lie. That's a lie.
So Yemen is not.
And let me show you
Yemen
how.
is not Southern. Hold on, Bereen. Yemen is not Southern Arabia. Yemen. Hold on.
Yes, it is.
I'm still speaking.
Okay.
I'm still speaking. And this is where the Hermetic hypothesis come into play with this brother when he be talking. So
I don't know how the Hermetic, y'all got me. Yo, I'm scratching my head. I ain't gonna lie the whole time, but go ahead. I'm taking my headphones off, but I can't hear you.
So plainly, the Hermetic hypothesis takes the great works of all black people and ascribe them to white people in a black area.
And that's what Garfield, that's what we're doing by saying everybody wasn't, that's what
they reverse the Hermetic hypothesis. They say that Abraham being in the Levant is the Hermetic hypothesis because they're inserting a white person into the Levant, which is a lie. They lie.
That's what I'm saying. So automatically we question if Abraham looks like a sub-Saharan, looks like somebody from Nubia, and that automatically we're saying he's white. So that's what I'm trying to understand, because I'm confused unless I don't know what the Hermetic hypothesis. I don't understand how weird this is being. Garfield, you say Garfield is doing that?
Yeah, a lot of them like to reverse it. Ask him what the Hermetic hypothesis is. He's right there. So, but real quick, what I want to say is when you look at the evidence, the archaeological and the anthropological evidence of not only the Himyarite kingdom, but the Sabaean script, the oldest script in Sabaean is found in Africa, in I want to say Axum. Not only that,
Did
when
they
you
have
look,
Torah? Did they have a Torah?
yes, they did. Yes, they did. And also, Berean, when you look at the Great Enclosure, are you familiar with the Great Enclosure?
No.
That's in Zimbabwe. That
I'll pull that up
structure,
right now. Go ahead.
when you look at the architecture of the Great Enclosure, it's the same architecture that you see in the Himyarite kingdom in Arabia, which is why I say this brother is stuck on the Hermetic hypothesis, because he's trying to say it came from the Arabs. When you see works in South Africa on the same level. So what I'm going to say is that with the oldest writing being found in Ethiopia, and you find the same architecture in not only Ethiopia, but Zimbabwe and in Arabia, my conclusion is it come from the continent of Africa, because not only all of the evidence says that, but the historical data says it also. You have the like I say, the book, The Patriarchs of Alexandria, speaking of a revolt of the queen of the Himyarite kingdom against the king. And that is the shift from the Israelites rejecting Roman Catholicism. Tanya Schwartz, she speaks about in the 14th century how it's an edict against all Israelites in the kingdom of Ethiopia. And again, when I say the kingdom of Ethiopia, that's 2,700 miles. Black folks were able to rule that much of an area also. The United States is not that big. So, you gotta kind of wipe that out your mind. When you thinking about Ethiopia, you want to think of a landlocked country, but that was a kingdom. It was until the kingdom of Canaan split it up, actually. But so when you look at Tanya, like I say, Tanya Schwartz speaks about the king of Ethiopia. If the Israelites didn't convert to Roman Catholicism, their property was confiscated. They became wanted, and they became enemies of the state, and that would have turned Falasha come from. So all of
Now,
those
what year you
houses,
talking about here?
That's in the 15th century. When that edict was given by the king of Ethiopia. And remember, when you're looking at Yemen, Ethiopia, all of that is one center of Israelite sovereignty. You have the Limba also in South Africa that's bolstering, for lack of a better term, because I don't know if they was all the time, with one another, but you have the Limba with their oral tradition stating that they were in the southern tip of Africa since the 6th century. So this brother's line when he's saying there's no evidence speaking of Israelites in Africa, and we're not talking about Sephardic Jews.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, y'all. I'm a little slow with this one.
I'm trying to figure out, when did I say there was no Israelites in Africa? When did I say that?
Oh, well, see, what y'all first started out was saying was it was no Israelites. You actually was on your live stream one time and said, show
We're talking
me
about tonight.
You said show me where someone is calling themselves Hebrew or Israelite in Africa, and I actually introduced you to the Yabir people in Somali, black people. So
what does that have to do with the conversation right now?
That you really don't know what you're talking about. You don't have no information.
Where's the evidence? Where is the evidence that Berean asked you for after 150 AD? Show us the migration. Where's the records? We have records of them building synagogues. We have record of them moving to Babylonia. We have records of them building schools and yeshivot, universities in Babylonia. We have records, multiple records. So why is it we can't find no records of this migration into Africa, into West Africa? Where is this migration? Tell me, who is this group of people? Come on, bro. I mean, this is just ridiculous. All you find is bits and pieces of Jews who mainly were merchants or following their money with caravans, the Trans-Saharan caravan trade. They following the money, the gold trade. They're getting gold from the Wagadu people, 13th century. Come on,
which is a Hebrew word.
What
But
do you want? Oh my God!
to show what this brother.
Marine,
brother has
I'm done tonight, bro. I gotta go, man. Peace and love, family.
Right.
I love y'all. I'm out, man. I gotta go jump on another StreamYard.
All right, man. Y'all done heard a lot. We done heard a whole bunch today. We done heard a whole bunch. I'm not gonna even play that other guy video. I ain't gonna say I'm trying to stop awakening, but that other guy, he on some different stuff there. All right, y'all. We're gonna pick up. I can't even say we're gonna pick it up tomorrow. I'm out and about tomorrow. Y'all pray for me. Y'all just remember everything y'all just remember everything that's going on in the community. Trying to get this information out. We're gonna get back to the regularly scheduled thing. I think we're gonna end up. I'll let y'all know tomorrow. We might just end up always doing that Patreon on Friday. I'll put a few videos up. I'm gonna put a few more up, but I'm out like 5 in the morning. Hopefully I'll be back. I'm gonna slide down to the city, try to see if we can receive this blessing the Lord. Y'all remember me, and I'll talk to y'all later. Good night.